Maximilian was so impressed with Zayden's improvement that he offered him some pills to help increase his cultivation, which he refused. Then, Zayden got to work and began training in the martial skills that he had found in the Sky Ditch. A month later, he finally reached the Great Circle stage of the King level. In the past month, Blair's anger had also dissipated, and she had started talking to Zayden again. During this 1 month, Zayden had entered Blair's slaughter space again, and now his killing intent was about to enter the rudimentary stage. Soon enough, Zayden would be able to become an expert in the martial king stage because he was only a step away from reaching it.
Now you should find Maximilian Lennox and request to enter the Five Elements formation aperture. That way, you can comprehend the Five Elements' true intent as soon as possible and quickly step into the realm of martial king.
Blair instructed him one day. "Okay, I'll go find him," Zayden announced as he stood up and walked out of his room. The Five Element strength in the Five Element formation was definitely very rich, and Zayden was planning to comprehend the true intent within it at the speed at which he had comprehended the true intent in the slaughtering space. Although ordinary practitioners would only be able to comprehend one true intent, those with better potential would be able to comprehend 2 kinds of true intent. To be able to comprehend 5 kinds of true intents was an absolutely formidable feat. Not to mention that if these 5 types of true intents complemented each other, it would have a stronger effect than comprehending 5 kinds of individual true intents. It was also no wonder Blair had said that the sight of those who cultivated the Five Elements' strength was extremely terrifying. Zayden walked out of the small courtyard and headed towards the Peak Master's Hall. When he arrived at the entrance, he said, "Zayden requests an audience."
"Come in."
Maximilian Lennox's voice came out from the Peak Master Palace. When Zayden walked into the palace, he realized that other than Maximilian, there was another person inside. This person was 25 or 26 and was 2 years older than Zayden. He wore a dark green robe, and, with a glance, one could tell that he was a member of the Wood Spirit Peak as well.
Let me introduce you. This is our Wood Spirit Peak's core member, Hudson Yannick,"
Maximilian informed him. "Hello." Zayden greeted the young man. "Hi, Zayden. It's nice to finally meet you," Hudson expressed. He looked at Zayden and revealed a faint smile.
"Hudson, you go to the Gold Spirit Mountain first. I'll be there in a bit,"
Maximilian said to Hudson Yannick. "Yes, Peak Master." Hudson Yannick agreed, then waved at Zayden and left the Peak Master Palace. "Peak Master, did something happen?" Zayden asked. Under normal circumstances, if there was nothing to do, the members of the club would cultivate their own techniques, but they would not go to other spirit peaks. However, from what Maximilian said, it seemed like he was also going to visit the Gold Spirit Mountain, and that was unusual.
"A conflict has broken out between one of our cities and the city bordering the region of the Beast Taming Club,"
Maximilian informed him.
"The enemy city's warriors have sent a message to the Beast Taming Club, asking them to send experts to assist them. As a last resort, the martial practitioners of the city on our side also sent out a distress signal to the club. So the club leader just ordered that all core members within the club should go and support them."
The clubs had vast territories under their jurisdiction that provided them with resources year after year, and in return, the clubs had to send out their experts to support and help them whenever they were in trouble. When Zayden heard that this was about the Beast Taming Club, He thought about the fifth elder, Zeke Jonas, and the rest. Suddenly, he got an idea stuck in his head. Now that he had the chance, he might be able to go back to the Beast Taming Club and learn more about Zeke and the others without the fifth elder coming after him. Peakmaster, I want to go and contribute to the Five Elements Club, he announced. Maximilian frowned and said,
Zayden, the situation between the clubs is very tense right now, and going there would be very dangerous. You are just beginning your training and have not reached the end of your cultivation yet. You can't take the risk right now.
A month before, Zayden was still at the Great Circle of the Earth and Martial Realm. Even though he had plenty of resources and could quickly raise his cultivation level, he could only reach the first level of the Heaven Martial Realm. There was still a certain level of danger when one advanced to the Heaven Realm. Don't worry, Peakmaster. I have the power to protect myself. I have already reached the level of heavenly martial perfection. After Zayden finished his sentence, his body released a five-colored light. The five-colored holy light exuded a tyrannical aura, and it was countless times more powerful now than it had been in the previous month.
You've already reached this level?
Maximilian shrieked in disbelief as he looked at Zayden. In just a month, Zayden had reached a whole new realm. It was absolutely unbelievable. The more one knew about the later realms, the harder it was to cross them. If an ordinary person wanted to reach the heavenly martial perfection from the Great Circle of the Earth Martial Realm, even if their talent was great, it would still take them 2 to 3 years. Who would have thought that Zayden would accomplish this in a month? Moreover, he was training with the 5 elements of spiritual strength. Who would believe this? After thinking about it more, Maximilian Lennox felt relieved. Not only did Zayden have cultivation resources, but he also possessed the bloodline of the Emperor level, and his talent was not something an ordinary genius could compare with. Therefore, it was not surprising that his cultivation level had risen so fast.
In that case, you can go. But you must be careful,
Maximilian Lennox warned. I understand, Zayden nodded.
This jade talisman can unleash your full strength. Take it.
Maximilian took out a dark green jade talisman and gave it to Zayden.
I know that you might already have a way to protect yourself. But the more ways to protect yourself, the better. Just accept it. And since you have now reached the Heaven Realm, which is also the standard required to become a core member, you can now be considered one,
he said. Zayden looked at the dark green jade talisman and accepted it without any hesitation. Then he expressed, "Thank you, Peakmaster."
Of course, you are a member of my Wood Spirit Peak, so I'll do whatever I can to help you,
Maximilian assured him and smiled bitterly. Zayden had plenty of cultivation resources, so he was unable to help in that area. However, he could give Zayden a jade talisman that he had personally refined and would assist him in a time of need. This is the cultivation method of the 5 Elements Club. How can that be? Didn't I already cultivate the 5 Elements creation spell? Zayden asked after taking a look at it. He had nothing but respect and gratitude for Maximilian and Sawyer Zimmer. After all, the 5 Elements creation spell was a cultivation method of the 5 Elements Club, and Zayden felt that the club had already given him the best resources to cultivate.
I'm glad you like it. Come, let's go to the Gold Spirit Mountain,
Maximilian said, before he disappeared from the Peakmaster Hall in a flash. At this time, a lot of people had already arrived at the main hall of the Five Elements Club in the Gold Spirit Mountain. At the scene, other than the club leader, Tiago Queely, and the Peakmasters of the Fire Spirit Mountain and the Water Spirit Mountain, there were also a few core members of the Five Elements Club. 2 of the core members were wearing golden robes with long sleeves. One of them was the number 1 core member, Hunter Waltham. The other person was also a core member of the Gold Spirit Mountain. He stood very close to Hunter Waltham and looked at him with respect. Xaden went to find his Peakmaster and found him with Hudson Yannick about to leave for the Gold Spirit Peak. When he asked, Maximilian told him that the core members of the club were going to intervene in a conflict with the Beast Taming Club. Because Xaden wanted to see Zeke Jonas again, he offered to go with them. So they all gathered at the Gold Spirit Peak in preparation for the fight. There was also a young man wearing a red gown. His eyes didn't even blink as he stared at the beautiful girl in the blue gown that stood beside him. The blue-clothed woman had a tall figure and an extremely beautiful face. However, her demeanor was incomparably arrogant, as if she thought herself better than everyone else. Hudson Yannick was also there. He stood where he was with his eyes closed, refusing to look at anyone. 2 figures rapidly approached from outside. It was Maximilian Lennox and Xaden. After they came in, the Five Elements Club leader, Tiago Queely, greeted the 2, as did the other core members. However, everyone was puzzled when they saw Maximilian bring Xaden over. Recently, the Wood Spirit Peak had been flourishing, and it was all because of Xaden. However, they didn't understand why Maximilian had brought him here if he wasn't a core member yet. Could it be that Lennox also wanted him to go and support the warriors of Feiyu? Didn't Xaden just train in martial arts? Wouldn't it be a suicidal move for him to go? There was only one person who didn't think so, and that was Hunter Waltham. He had heard from his servant that Xaden was extremely strong. His servant, the man in black, was a martial artist at the Great Circle of the Earth Martial Realm, yet Xaden had defeated him. This proved to Hunter that Xaden indeed could assist the warriors in this conflict. Lennox, this must be the newest member of the Wood Spirit Peak. The club leader and the other 2 Peakmasters came up to Maximilian and asked about Xaden.
Yes, this is Xaden.
Maximilian introduced him. Lennox, you know that the rules state that only the Skyrealm warriors can go, Tiago reminded him. Because Xaden was constantly concealing his presence, no one present was able to see through his true cultivation realm, so Tiago was none the wiser.
I know, but Xaden is now a heavenly martial stage warrior,
Maximilian announced casually. Everyone was surprised to hear this, although no one said anything. Could it be that Lennox had used all of his family's resources to nurture Xaden? They all thought. How else could he reach the heavenly martial stage so quickly? But even if Maximilian Lennox had brought out all of his family's resources, Xaden couldn't reach the heavenly martial stage in a short month. This left only one explanation, which was that Xaden had started cultivating before he had entered the club, and his level wasn't as low as he had made everyone believe. Maybe he had been hiding his cultivation level the entire time, and that was why no one was able to see it. If what Maximilian Lennox said was true, and Xaden was already a heaven martial warrior, That meant Xaden had been hiding his true strength from the beginning. Either way, Xaden was now a member of the Five Elements Club. The stronger he was, the happier the upper echelons of the club would be. But why had Xaden hidden his strength? People wondered. However, with Maximilian Lennox around, it wasn't appropriate for them to ask such a probing question. Finally, the Earth Spirit Mountain Peak Master arrived with a core member. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Tiago Quili said,
"This trip to Feiyu is very dangerous, so you must be careful. After all, the relationship between our two clubs is very tense at the moment. You must ensure your own safety."
Yes, sir.
Everyone replied in unison.
This time, the 7 of you will be led by Hunter. Do you understand?
Tiago asked. Hunter Waltham was a half-step Martial King, the highest ranked among the 7 of them, and was also the club's #1 member, so it was most appropriate for him to lead the group.
Understood.
Several core members said, with serious expressions. Xaden looked at Hunter Waltham with narrowed eyes. He didn't expect him to be leading the team. Hunter Waltham felt Xaden's gaze on him, so he looked back at Xaden. Their gazes collided, and invisible sparks were flashing between the two. However, they didn't want others to see anything amiss. Xaden could tell that Hunter Waltham would definitely trouble him when they got to Feiyu. Although Hunter Waltham was half a step into the Martial King realm, and was half a level higher than Xaden, Xaden was training in the 5 Elements strength, so he was confident that he could compete with Hunter Waltham and even defeat him.
The situation is urgent, so instead of flying, we will be taking the teleportation array,
Tiago Quili said. The 5 Elements Club was very far from Feiyu, and it would take them at least 2 or 3 days to get there by flight. Therefore, Tiago Quili was ready to activate the teleportation array and send the 7 of them to Feiyu in a matter of minutes. Xaden wasn't aware of the existence of a teleportation array within the 5 Elements Club. However, thinking about the fact that even Martial Monarch experts had a teleportation array in the club, he realized it wasn't a big deal. Tiago brought everyone outside the main hall. Since this was the main peak of the 5 Elements Club, the teleportation array would naturally be established here. When he arrived next to the teleportation array, Xaden looked at it. Although this teleportation array looked bigger than the one he'd found in the Sky Ditch, the inscriptions on it weren't that profound. Compared to that one, this teleportation array was simple and crude. However, this was only in relative terms. After all, this was a teleportation array that spanned across star realms. Taking that into account, it could be considered the most powerful teleportation array in the world. The 5 Elements Club governed the territory for several tens of thousands of miles, and there were countless cities within that distance. To stay in touch with these cities, they needed to set up a set of teleportation arrays. The 5 Elements Club had the main teleportation array, while the various cities had sub-arrays.
Remember, be careful,
Tiago advised, while he had the 7 of them stand in the teleportation array. With a final warning, he threw 3 pieces of low-ranked spiritual stone into the grooves in the teleportation array. When the 3 low-ranked spiritual stones fell into the groove, the teleportation array released a violent spatial ripple that enveloped the 7 people. However, after waiting for a long time, they still remained on the teleportation array.
This is not good. Has the teleportation array in Feiyu been destroyed?
Seeing this, Maximilian Lennox's expression changed to one of worry. However, the club leader was calm as he said,
You guys must be careful. It seems that the people from the Beast Taming Club have reached Feiyu and shut down their teleportation array, so you can't teleport there. I will teleport you all to a city near Feiyu instead. Once you guys get there, quickly fly to Feiyu.
Tiago Queely said. Then he changed his coordinates and tried to teleport them again. When the teleportation was successful, Zayden and the others instantly disappeared and left the Five Elements Club.
Queely, are they in danger?
The Fire Spirit Peakmaster asked with a serious expression on his face. Although everyone was surprised to see Zayden join the group of warriors, there was no time for questions. Tiago Queely, the club leader, put Hunter Waltham in charge of the mission and told the rest to be careful. Then, he set up the teleportation array to take them to the city of Feiyu, but it didn't work. Assuming that the Beast Taming Club had already taken control of Feiyu, he sent the group of warriors to a nearby city instead. When the Fire Spirit Peakmaster asked him if they would be in danger, Tiago Queely replied,
I don't think so. Hunter has almost reached the Marshal King stage level. We should be enough to deal with the enemy.
Marshal King stage practitioners wouldn't usually participate in the matters of Hansu, and would instead leave it to the other members of the club to settle. After all, if Marshal King experts were to take action, it was very likely that the club competition would rise to become a showdown between the upper echelons of the clubs. If this were to happen, the two clubs would definitely suffer a huge loss in strength, which would allow the other clubs to take advantage of the situation. Thus, the four major clubs had agreed that Marshal King warriors could not intervene in small fights. When Zayden and the others were teleported out of the Five Elements Club, their vision turned black. When they opened their eyes again, they had already arrived in a different city. Every city's teleportation array was placed in the city hall, which meant that presumably they were now inside the city hall of a city near Feiyu. The bodies of the 7 men exuded a tyrannical aura, and their sudden appearance attracted the attention of the warriors of the city hall. Before long, 7 or 8 martial artists had gathered around them. These martial artists' realms weren't too high. In fact, most of them were Earthen Realm martial artists. Only one of them had reached the Heaven Realm. When this Heaven-level warrior saw the clothes that the 7 men were wearing and felt the aura coming from them, he immediately knew who they were.
They're from the Five Elements Club,
he told the other warriors. Then he turned to the group of core members and added,
I am the mayor. If there is anything I can do for you, just let me know.
How do we get to Feiyu? Hunter Waltham's body emitted the aura of someone in a superior position as he directly questioned the mayor. Hunter Waltham was the Five Elements Club's #1 member and was also a half step into the Marshal King realm. There were hundreds of cities in the several tens of thousands of miles that were under the jurisdiction of the Five Elements Club, and they were all under the control of the Five Elements Club. So it wasn't strange that the mayor was just at the initial level of the Heaven Realm, which Hunter Waltham didn't care for.
Over there.
The mayor pointed in a direction with his finger. Hunter Waltham nodded and took the lead to fly there. Then, the group of 6 left with a whistle.
Mayor, did something big happen? Why were 7 core members sent out?
A Black Realm warrior that stood behind the mayor asked while he patted the sweat off his forehead. The arrival of Zayden's group was too much of a surprise, and they were feeling the pressure.
I'm not sure,
the mayor said, as he looked towards the direction where Zayden and the rest had disappeared to. This city wasn't too far away from Feiyu. After flying for 10 minutes, the 7 of them started to see its silhouette on the ground, and they could feel the tense atmosphere in the city. When they arrived above Feiyu and looked down, they found that the area surrounding the city hall was in a complete mess. Many corpses were lying on the ground. It was a miserable sight. And to make things worse, demonic beasts were gnawing on the corpses. When the people from the Five Elements Club saw this scene, all of them revealed expressions of anger.
The Beast Taming Club has crossed the line this time!
Hunter Waltham shouted loudly before his body turned into a golden light as he charged downwards towards the city hall. Zayden and the others also rushed down. Right now, almost everyone in the city hall was dead. Only 2 people were still breathing. However, they were laying on the ground, covered in blood, and severely injured. Zayden and the rest came beside the 2 and fed them 2 healing pills first before helping them sit up. When they stood back up and looked, they found the Beast Taming Club core members standing opposite them. The 6 core members of the Beast Taming Club, upon seeing Zayden and the others arrive, summoned their respective demonic beasts back, not allowing them to gnaw on the corpses any longer. The person leading the Beast Taming Club was dressed in a brocade robe, looking like an elegant and graceful man. He looked at Hunter Waltham, who was leading the Five Elements Club, and said with a smile,
Waltham, how have you been?
Hunter Waltham looked at the handsome man and shouted,
Joe Wright, you've gone too far. How can you bear to slaughter the people of one of our cities like this? You have no conscience.
This isn't the first time this has happened. Why are you making such a big fuss?
Joe Wright said with a laugh.
It just so happens that I had to take this opportunity to invite all of you over. We, the members of the Beast Taming Club, want to seek guidance from you and see if we have made any progress.
Joe Wright smiled. However, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. It was obvious that he was not being truthful.
If that's the case, then don't just stand there. Then come and fight with us.
Hunter Waltham looked coldly at him. At this time, one of the core members of the Beast Taming Club saw Zayden. His pupils constricted. He walked over to Joe Wright's side and whispered a few words into his ear. With that, the core member went back to his original position, while Joe Wright looked at Zayden with interest.
Since when is the Five Elements Club taking in spies from the War King Club?
Joe Wright asked as he revealed a faint smile and turned to face Zayden. The Five Elements Club core members looked at Zayden and then looked back at Joe Wright, not understanding why he had said that. When Hunter Waltham heard this, his expression slightly changed. He looked at Joe Wright and shouted,
What do you mean by that?
Oh, didn't you know? He's a spy from the War King Club. He tried to infiltrate our club a while ago and was discovered by our 5th elder. But in the end, he was able to escape. I'm surprised he managed to actually sneak into your club. You guys must be really careless with your tests.
Joe Wright said before laughing. When the members of the Five Elements Club heard Joe Wright's words, their expressions instantly soured, and they turned to look at Zayden in the alert. Hudson Yannick was the only one who did not really believe that Zayden was a spy from the War King Club. Hunter Waltham recalled Zayden's powerful physique and realized that he could very well be from the War King Club. His face revealed a sneer. He looked at Zayden and said,
Trudy, care to explain?
Looking at Hunter Waltham's expression, Xaden knew that he was considering what to do with him. He also knew that most of the other members also suspected his identity. If he was a spy who had been discovered by someone from the Beast Taming Club, why would he still come to the Five Elements Club? Some of them thought. There's nothing to explain. I'm not from the Walking Club. I've never even been there, Xaden said lightly.
If that's the case, why do you need to constantly hide your cultivation realm?
Hunter Waltham sneered. The other Five Elements Club members, upon hearing Hunter Waltham's words, were even more certain that there was something fishy about Xaden's identity. Is there a rule in the Five Elements Club that says members cannot hide their realms? Besides, the Wood Spirit Peakmaster knows what my realm is, and he didn't think it necessary to say anything. Don't you think he would have kicked me out if he knew I was a spy? Xaden replied, and looked at Hunter Waltham. The core members of the Five Elements Club teleported to the city hall of a nearby city and immediately flew to Feiyu. When they got there, they found that the city hall had been attacked. They confronted a group from the Beast Taming Club, who quickly recognized Xaden and accused him of being a spy for the Working Club, which made the rest of the Five Elements Club members question his identity. To defend himself, Xaden tried to explain that his Peakmaster knew what his realm was, and he would have kicked him out if he was a spy.
Trudy, are you cultivating a wood attribute cultivation technique that has reached the Heavenly Martial stage?
Hunter Waltham didn't answer Xaden, but asked another question instead. That's right, Xaden replied, and nodded expressionlessly. He knew what Hunter Waltham was thinking.
Does your Peakmaster know about this?
Hunter asked again, and Xaden nodded. Hunter Waltham looked at Joe Wright and asked,
How did you guys determine that he is a member of the Working Club?
Of course, because of his powerful physical body,
Joe Wright said lightly. When Hunter Waltham heard this, he looked at Xaden and said,
Trudy, Lennox only knows that you have cultivated the wood attribute cultivation technique to the Heavenly Martial stage, but he doesn't know that your body has also reached the Heavenly Martial stage. Does he? So, your Peakmaster truly does not know your true identity.
When the people of the Five Elements Club heard Hunter Waltham's analysis, they thought that Xaden was looking more and more suspicious. Even Hudson Yannick had become slightly suspicious of Xaden. If my Peakmaster could not discover that I am cultivating the body refinement arts, how did the fifth elder of the Beast Taming Club find out? Could it be that he is stronger than Maximilian Lennox? Xaden said. And even if I cultivate the body refinement arts, that doesn't prove that I'm from the Walking Club. Is there no one who cultivates the body refinement arts who doesn't belong to the Walking Club? He added. Besides, if you're enemies with the Beast Taming Club, why do you believe everything they're saying so easily? Xaden retorted with a sneer. When the people from the Five Elements Club heard Xaden's rebuttal, they finally understood. No matter who Xaden was, they were enemies with the Beast Taming Club now, so why would they listen to anything they had to say? The Working Club was the largest body refinement club in Hanzhou, but that didn't mean that no one else had cultivated the body refinement arts. And how could the fifth elder of the Beast Taming Club be stronger than the Peakmaster of the Wood Spirit Peak? The two were at least a small realm apart. If even the Wood Spirit Peakmaster could not see through Xaden, then how had the fifth elder seen through him? Wasn't this nonsense? Had they made it up? Hunter Waltham did not say anything. Xaden was right. Even if he was a body refinement martial cultivator, Hunter Waltham had no way of proving that he was from the Working Club. Although Xaden's rebuttal had left him speechless, it had also filled his heart with rage, and his killing intent towards Xaden deepened.
Members from the Beast Taming Club, listen up. This person killed Tim Francis, a beloved member of our club. You must capture him and bring him back to the club. The elders will deal with him,
Joe Wright said, as he looked coldly at Xaden. Although there were only 6 people from the Beast Taming Club and 7 from the Five Elements Club present, there were also 6 demonic beasts with the Beast Taming Club, and they were terrifying. Especially Joe Wright's demonic beast, which was a green-furred lion that was already at the half-step Martial King realm, the same level as Joe Wright.
Get them!
Joe Wright coldly snorted and rushed towards Hunter Waltham. He waved his hand, and countless wind blades slashed toward him. As for the green lion, Joe Wright sent it to kill Xaden. The remaining 5 people from the Beast Taming Club brought along their own demonic beasts and faced off against the other core members from the Five Elements Club. Because the Beast Taming Club warriors had trained in beast taming, their strength was the weakest when compared to the other 3 clubs. However, on the other hand, they had their own demonic beasts to help them with their fights, so they were no weaker than the martial artists from the other clubs. During the fight, the City Hall mansion suffered many attacks from the experts. In just a short moment, the surrounding buildings were all blown away and destroyed. Broken bricks and tiles randomly flew about, and the incomparably hard stone walls were either blasted into a large hole or completely demolished. It was a complete mess. Among the warriors, Hunter Waltham and Joe Wright had the most destructive power. With a golden longsword in hand, Hunter Waltham could destroy a building with every swing of his sword. On the other hand, whenever Joe Wright flapped his hand, countless wind blades would turn the building into dust. As the #1 Beast Taming Club member, Joe Wright was very talented and strong. Even without the help of his lion, he wouldn't lose to Hunter Waltham without putting up a good fight. Therefore, he had instructed his lion to deal with Xaden for as long as possible. The lion was not very big, only about the size of a normal lion. However, the tyrannical aura it emitted was not one to underestimate. Its body was surrounded by astral winds. It had the same attribute as its master, Joe Wright, and belonged to the wind attribute. When the green lion roared, countless green wind blades flew out from its mouth, shooting towards Xaden. Wherever the wind blade passed, the blue stone floor of the city hall turned to ash. This showed how powerful it was. Xaden looked at the wind blades and shouted, so his body emitted a fearless spirit. Since things had come to this, there was no need for him to hide the fact that he was practicing the body refinement arts. In this 1 month's time, Xaden had not only cultivated the 5 elements creation spell, but also comprehended the true meaning of slaughter and trained it to hit the king's martial level. He had even taken the time to properly cultivate the celestial rock killing arts. So, when he used the celestial rock killing arts, his momentum changed. His hands formed into claws, and when facing the wind blades flying in the sky, he remained fearless. He waved his hand and claws to receive all of the wind blades, but he was not harmed in the slightest. Xaden, with his heaven realm physical body and the celestial rock killing arts, was undefeatable against a half-step Martial King realm green-furred lion. The fact that he could actually unleash such combat strength not only shocked the people from the Beast Taming Club, but also the members of the Five Elements Club. They never would have thought that Xaden could be so powerful using only his physical body. Moreover, his martial skill was extremely profound. The core members on the scene were all favored by the heavens, but they could not see through Xaden's martial skill's origin. However, seeing Xaden's current display of strength, they realized that perhaps Hunter Waltham and Joe Wright were the only ones who could be slightly better than him. After the members of the Five Elements Club learned that Xaden was also training in the body refinement arts, they were surprised. Then, Joe Wright made the move to attack Hunter Waltham and sent his demonic beast to deal with Xaden. This gave him a chance to display his best moves, and everyone was shocked to see how good he was. While the others were surprised by Xaden's fighting strength, Joe Wright and Hunter Waltham's eyes narrowed. Joe Wright knew that if he didn't have the help of the Green Lion, he would only be able to block Hunter Waltham for a short period, and as time passed, he would definitely lose. And now that Xaden was able to fight evenly with the green-furred lion, his demonic beast couldn't help him defeat Hunter Waltham. If this went on for too long, and he lost to Hunter Waltham, then the members of the Beast Taming Club would definitely fall into a dangerous situation. On the other hand, Hunter Waltham was worried that his position would be threatened. Xaden had such a high level of attainment and body refinement. He had a 9th grade wood attribute physique and had even reached the heaven realm already. Hunter Waltham couldn't help but worry about his future position in the club. As he fought with Joe Wright, he was also thinking about how to get rid of Xaden and make his position in the Five Elements Club as steady as it ever was. He looked at Joe Wright with an idea passing through his mind as Joe Wright swung a huge green blade at him. Hunter Waltham waved his sword and sent out an extremely powerful golden sword ray in an attempt to block this huge wind blade. However, he did not expect the wind blade to be so powerful that it crushed the golden sword light as if it was a dried-up tree. Then, it smashed into the golden sword and sent Hunter Waltham flying backward.
Hunter!
Hunter, are you all right?
The other core members of the Five Elements Club looked worriedly at Hunter Waltham. They couldn't believe that Hunter Waltham, the #1 member of the Five Elements Club, had actually lost to Joe Wright, especially since he hadn't fought alongside his green-furred lion. Joe Wright was also stunned. He looked at Hunter Waltham and revealed a knowing expression. Then, he nodded slightly, as if he understood something. It seemed to him that Hunter Waltham would be willing to get injured if that meant getting rid of Xaden. However, he was happy if that was the case. He narrowed his eyes and rushed towards Xaden. Joe and the green-furred lion joined forces to deal with Xaden, who was momentarily at a disadvantage. Xaden looked for Hunter Waltham and found him sitting on the ground with his eyes closed. He did not believe that Hunter Waltham, supposedly the strongest member of the Five Elements Club, would be defeated so easily by Joe Wright. Something else was going on, he thought. Xaden's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he understood that Hunter Waltham was trying to use Joe Wright to get rid of him. Hudson Yannick saw that Xaden was in danger and wanted to come over and help, but his opponent wouldn't let him off so easily. He stopped him and made it impossible for him to help Xaden. Xaden's body emitted a dark green light, giving off an aura of heavenly martial perfection.
Wow! You've cultivated a wood attribute cultivation technique to the level of heavenly martial perfection. You're truly an extraordinary genius.
Joe Wright stopped his attack and looked at Xaden in surprise. The others present also exclaimed when they saw Xaden pull this move. The members of the Five Elements Club knew that Xaden cultivated a wood attribute technique, but they never expected that he would actually reach the great perfection stage of the heavenly martial realm. This level of natural talent was truly admirable. As for Hunter Waltham, he was secretly glad that he made his choice. Otherwise, if he allowed Xaden to continue growing, his position as the #1 core member of the Five Elements Club would probably be threatened in the future. Hunter Waltham believed that even though Xaden was strong, he wasn't strong enough to stop the combined forces of Joe Wright and the green-furred lion.
Hell!
Xaden looked at Joe Wright and the green-furred lion and shouted coldly. His body soared into the sky, and he unleashed a king-level martial skill, the Mountain and River Seal. Then, a large, dark green seal the size of a small mountain appeared in the air, radiating an extremely tyrannical aura, as though it could suppress the mountains and rivers below. This caused everyone to tremble, because this was a king level of martial skill. How had Xaden managed to cultivate a king level of martial skill successfully? They wondered. Everyone present was the core member of the clubs, and they were all talented warriors. But how many of them were able to cultivate a king level of martial skill?
I'm surprised you know a king-level martial skill. I can see you won't be an easy opponent.
Joe Wright looked at the Mountain and River Seal, and his face revealed a serious expression.
Subdue him.
As Xaden spoke softly, the Mountain and River Grand Seal launched down towards Joe and the green-furred lion.
Although you are using a king level of martial skill, there is still a gap between you and me in terms of the realm. Besides, the wood attribute's spiritual strength is not very powerful in the first place.
Joe Wright looked at the Mountain and River Seal that was coming down at him from above and shouted loudly. Then, both he and the green-furred lion repeatedly unleashed huge green blades that slashed at the seal, thinking that the crazy bombardment would be enough to shatter it. However, the result was astonishing. Although the Mountain and River Seal shook under their attacks and cracks appeared on it, it did not break. It still pressed down on them, but its power was no longer as strong as before. So, when Joe and the green-furred lion unleashed a wind blade and struck the Mountain and River Seal, it immediately shattered. At this time, Joe Wright looked up at Xaden with a grave expression. He did not expect his calculations to be so wrong. Xaden's Mountain and River Seal was surprisingly powerful. Seeing Joe's surprised expression, Xaden sneered. Even if he and Joe Wright weren't equals, so what? The lowest level of the Five Elements creation spell was holy ranked, and it couldn't be compared to normal cultivation techniques. The more powerful the technique was, the stronger the spiritual strength would be. Under the same level, whoever had the highest cultivation technique would have the advantage. Although Joe's cultivation realm was higher than Xaden's, his Five Elements creation spell was enough to make up for that gap.
The king-level martial skill is powerful, but it also consumes a lot of spiritual strength. Let's see how long you can go for.
Joe shouted as he looked at Xaden coldly. Using a high-level martial skill did indeed require a very high consumption rate of spiritual strength. So Joe was sure that Xaden couldn't use the king-level martial skill that many times without tiring himself.
Yeah, let's see.
Xaden yelled and pointed at Joe with his index finger. Xaden had cultivated the Five Elements creation spell including the slaughter crystal nucleus hidden in his body, and the 5 crystal nucleus. The 5 crystal nucleus had a complementary effect. As long as a few of the spiritual strengths in one of them disappeared, the other 4 would automatically activate, and one of them would be replenished. That was why Xaden wouldn't need to use up all of his spiritual strength for a short period of time. When he pointed his finger, a powerful dark green light shot straight at Joe. The mountain and river seal could be used as a group attack or as a single target attack. However, in terms of single target attack, it was definitely not as strong as the condensed single target attack of the green finger. After realizing how talented Xaden was, Hunter Waltham made the executive decision to fake an injury so that Joe Wright could join forces with his lion to attack Xaden instead of him. When facing Joe Wright, Xaden used a king-level martial skill, the mountain and river seal, but when Joe Wright shattered it, he switched to the green finger attack. Xaden's finger aura was only as thick as a person's arm, and about 7 to 10 feet long, but the condensed energy within it was not to be underestimated. Joe roared and waved his hand, and a wind blade shot straight at the finger. Xaden looked at the blade with a grave expression in his eyes. At this moment, he discovered that it had the aura of a royal armament. Blair had told him before that without comprehending the true meaning of the martial path, there was no way to use a royal armament. Could it be that Joe had already completely comprehended the true meaning of the wind attribute? That couldn't be. If he had already comprehended it, he should have stepped into the martial king realm a long time ago.
It's only an incomplete royal armament. Even if he hasn't comprehended the true meaning of martial arts to the elementary level, he can still make use of it. But it's defective.
Blair answered Xaden's question. Xaden nodded. However, this defective royal armament was not to be underestimated, as it could increase one's attack power multiple times. Sure enough, Joe had unleashed the power of his royal armament, meaning the power of his attack had reached an unimaginable level. Xaden's finger was shattered by the wind blade. Then, he once again pointed one finger toward Joe and another finger toward the green-furred lion.
Break for me!
Joe roared and activated his dauntless weapon, so 2 wind blades blocked the 2 finger lights.
You didn't think that you were the only one who has cultivated a king level of martial skill, did you? Moon chop!
Joe let out a cold snort. After that, he opened up his arms, and the wind attribute's spiritual strength started to dance around in front of him. He waved his hand, and an extremely condensed wind blade in the shape of a crescent moon that could tear apart the heavens and earth appeared in front of him. The half-moon wind blade emanated an aura that could tear through space and was incomparably powerful. At this moment, Xaden had already flown down from the sky. Facing this crescent-shaped wind blade, he felt a rare sense of fear. It was obvious that Joe's half-moon chop was a king level of martial skill. Furthermore, he had used it alongside a royal armament. The other corps members, who were still fighting each other, all stopped when they felt the momentum emitted by the crescent-shaped wind blade and watched the duel between Joe and Xaden silently.
Be careful, Xaden!
Hudson Yannick saw the half-moon-shaped wind blade and tried to help Xaden fight against it, but his opponent stopped him before he could move. Xaden looked at the crescent-shaped wind blade and hesitated for a moment on how to deal with Joe's attack. Now that he had revealed his true strength, he could no longer block this attack. He could only look for another method to fight back. First of all, he couldn't reveal his Asura's bloodline, and it was also best not to reveal the five elements strength. If he let Blair help him, he could block this attack, but it would also consume Blair's strength of origin, and he didn't want to do that. This meant he could only use the dark green jade talisman that Maximilian Lennox had given him. However, if he were to use the jade talisman now, would he still be unable to defend against his opponent's attack? Or would he have to reveal his other trump cards later on? Even if he exposed his five elements strength, it would be useless because the other party's jade talisman was equivalent to a single strike from a martial king, and his current five element strength was still insufficient to contend against the martial king level. Since he couldn't expose his Asura bloodline, he could only rely on Blair. However, Xaden didn't want to rely on her for everything. In the end, he decided to just use the five element strength. Someone else would have found out about the five element strength sooner or later, he thought. Just when he was about to use his five element strength to fight against Joe's crescent-shaped half-moon chop, a strong wave of energy fluctuation came from not too far away.
You better think twice before you actually try to hurt a member of the War King Club.
With a loud shout, the powerful ripple got closer and closer, and then a middle-aged man dressed in all black appeared. He walked up to the half-moon chop and threw out a punch, shattering it into tiny pieces. He's a martial king. As everyone present looked at this middle-aged man in black with shock in their eyes. He had shattered the half-moon chop with just the power of his fleshly body. This was enough to prove that he was a body refinement martial cultivator. After the initial shock had passed, everyone realized that he had implied that Xaden was a member of the War King Club as well. So they all turned to look at Xaden with questioning eyes, especially those from the Five Elements Club.
So, it turns out that you really are a member of the War King Club after all, Trudy. You have cruelly disappointed us.
At this time, Hunter Waltham, who seemed to have suddenly recovered from his injuries, stood up to question Xaden. At this moment, Joe Wright looked at Xaden and yelled,
No wonder our fifth elder failed to take you down if you had a martial king expert helping you in the shadows.
Then he looked towards Hunter Waltham and the others and said,
Everyone, now do you believe that he is from the War King Club?
Xaden looked at the man that had suddenly appeared, and a cold light flashed across his eyes. Do I even know you? He asked coldly.
Brother, your mission has been completed. Come with me. If you stay in the Five Elements Club, your life will be in danger.
The middle-aged man looked at Xaden with a strange expression.
Not so fast. You can't take him away. Tell me, what was your mission for bringing him to our club? If you don't speak, I promise you won't leave this place alive.
Hunter Waltham shouted at the middle-aged man. The other core members of the Five Elements Club were also glaring at the middle-aged man and Xaden. Ever since the situation between the four clubs had grown tense, the four clubs had been paying close attention to their movements and looking out for any spies that the other clubs could have planted. After all, they were in an extremely tense situation. The moment they were careless, a great battle would break out between the clubs, so they didn't want the other clubs to know anything about their own situation. Therefore, all four clubs were quite sensitive to the mention of a spy. If the middle-aged man in black said that Xaden's mission was completed, Hunter Waltham and the others naturally wondered if Xaden had taken something from the Five Elements Club.
Ho ho ho! Just a small heavenly martial skill. Nothing you should worry about. Also, threaten me again, and I will kill all of you.
The middle-aged man snorted, and without saying anything further, he punched Hunter Waltham.
Martial King warriors are not allowed to fight against other members of the 4 clubs. Have you forgotten this rule?
Hunter Waltham shouted in response. After Zayden and Joe Wright fought for a while, the latter pulled out a royal armament that caught Zayden by surprise. He was about to ask Blair for help when a man flew in, claiming that Zayden was a spy for the War King Club, which confirmed everyone's suspicions. After hearing this, Hunter Waltham confronted the man and asked what their mission in the 5 Elements Club was, then accused him of breaking the rules of the 4 clubs.
What rules? No rules that I know of. Besides, who would know if I were to kill you?
The middle-aged man shouted coldly. Then, he arrived in front of Hunter Waltham in a split second. Hunter Waltham gritted his teeth, took out the Golden Jade Talisman, and quickly crushed it. The Golden Jade Talisman exploded in a beam of strong golden light that shot toward the middle-aged man. This Jade Talisman was able to block the middle-aged man's attack, but it couldn't do more than that. The middle-aged man charged toward the golden light again.
If Tiago were to come here personally, I would be slightly afraid. But seeing as all you've got is this Jade Talisman forged by him, there's nothing for me to fear,
the middle-aged man shouted. It was true that Jade Talismans could store a martial artist's strike, but that was only a normal strike. There was no way they could store their strongest attack. Whoever wanted to imprint their attack into the Jade Talisman could only imprint their spiritual strength attack, as it was impossible to imprint a martial skill attack too. Furthermore, imprinting spiritual strength inside talismans also required strong control. Therefore, the Jade Talisman could only display the normal attack of the person who had engraved it. Tiago was a half-step martial monarch, while the black-clothed middle-aged man had entered the heavenly martial perfection stage, so Tiago's normal attack couldn't do anything to him.
Be careful, Hunter.
When the other 5 core members of the 5 Elements Club saw the black-clothed middle-aged man charge towards their leader in such a valiant manner, they also hastily took out their Jade Talismans and crushed them. Instantly, spiritual strength shockwaves of different colors from the martial way struck the middle-aged man at once.
Ha ha ha! An insignificant skill!
The middle-aged man shouted coldly and laughed. Compared to Hunter Waltham's Golden Jade Talisman attack, these attacks were much weaker. The middle-aged man instantly threw out 5 heavy punches that completely shattered the shockwaves of the spiritual strengths. Hunter Waltham and the rest were surprised to see that the black-clothed middle-aged man was much stronger than they'd expected.
Waltham, we'll help you as well,
Joe Wright shouted as he arrived at his side. He too crushed the Jade Talismans from several members of the Beast Taming Club and struck them towards the middle-aged man. This time, the middle-aged man did not dare to underestimate the attacks of the Jade Talismans, because the attacks from Joe Wright's Jade Talisman were similar to Hunter Waltham's.
Waltham, let's hurry up and leave,
Joe quickly said when he saw that the middle-aged man was temporarily trapped, giving them an easy out.
Oh, all right. Thank you, everyone.
Hunter Waltham agreed. Then, he quickly flew away with the 5 members of the 5 Elements Club. Joe took one last look at Zayden and the middle-aged man from the War King Club, then also instructed the Beast Taming Club warriors to abandon the place. Facing so many attacks, the middle-aged man brandished his fists and broke all of them. Zayden had also wanted to leave, but one of his attacks had missed him. Distracted, Zayden had missed the best opportunity to escape. Now, when the middle-aged man finally came to his senses, Zayden was the only one there and had no way to escape.
Come with me.
The middle-aged man sneered at Zayden. Just who are you? Zayden questioned the man coldly.
You'll know in a moment.
The middle-aged man arrived beside Zayden in a flash and trapped him. Then, he grabbed onto Zayden and took off flying in one direction, leaving the city of Feiyu behind. The two of them were neither moving towards the Five Elements Club, nor in the direction of the War King Club. Zayden, who had recently looked at a map of Hansu, realized that they were heading toward the Beast Taming Club. Confused, Zayden asked the middle-aged man, "Are you really from the War King Club?"
Well, since you are about to die, I guess there is no harm in telling you. I am actually from the Beast Taming Club.
The man sneered, as if he had just revealed a big secret. When Zayden heard this, a hint of doubt flashed across his eyes. He knew firsthand that other warriors had cultivated the body refinement arts to the heavenly martial stage that weren't from the War King Club. However, reaching the martial king stage was no easy task, and other than the experts within the War King Club, Zayden didn't think that other forces and small clans had such experts. On the other hand, he had never thought that someone from the Beast Taming Club would be able to cultivate the body refinement arts to such a profound level.
This person is a demonic beast,
Blair said in Zayden's mind. Demonic beast? How is that possible? Zayden used his consciousness to communicate with Blair. Back in the Wood Spirit Peak, Zayden had read some books on martial arts. In the martial cultivator of the Myriad clan, the human clan was considered beautiful, and many creatures would take human form and walk amongst the tens of thousands of clans. However, if one wanted to transform, one had to at least reach the martial saint realm. If there were not even martial saints on Hanzo, how could there be a true martial saint? Furthermore, how could he also be a demonic beast?
To transform, not only can you follow the path to becoming a martial saint, but you can also use a body transformation pill and other pills to achieve the same result,
Blair said. Zayden thought about what had happened and nodded to himself. The body of the demonic beast itself was very strong. To let a demonic beast take human form and then use its strength to impersonate a member of the War King Club to provoke two clubs was indeed a flawless plan. You guys want to start a war between the Five Elements Club and the War King Club, don't you? Zayden looked at the middle-aged man in black and said coldly,
You're very smart. Actually, I initially doubted whether the clubs would believe that I was from the War King Club, but you actually helped me pull it off.
The middle-aged man sneered. Zayden, being in danger and questioned for his identity, had given him the perfect opportunity to appear and save him, making it easier for people to believe that he and Zayden were both from the War King Club. He knew that when the core members of the Five Elements Club returned to the club, they would definitely inform the club experts about this matter. At that time, they would definitely start a fight over this with the War King Club. And because Joe Wright and the others had helped them escape, and they also used 6 of their jade talismans, sacrificing a lot, they wouldn't suspect the Beast Taming Club of anything. It really was a flawless plan, Zayden thought to himself. You really put in a lot of effort to start a war between the clubs, Zayden sneered.
Well, by passing down our Eastern Desolation dynasty and weakening the opponent's strength, we are strengthening ourselves. Ha 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 ha.
The middle-aged man laughed loudly. He flew for thousands of miles with Zayden before they finally reached the periphery of the Beast Taming Club instead. Hunter Waltham and the members of the Five Elements Club used their jade talismans to fight off the middle-aged man, but to no avail. Seeing this, Joe Wright instructed the members of the Beast Taming Club to help and do the same. These many simultaneous attacks were enough to distract the man and give them all enough time to escape. However, Xaden was in the middle of an attack and missed this opportunity. Then, the middle-aged man grabbed him and took off in the direction of the Beast Taming Club. Xaden knew that if the middle-aged man brought him to the Beast Taming Club, then he would be in an extremely dangerous situation. Therefore, he began discussing with Blair how to escape.
This demonic beast just broke through the Martial King realm. Even if you use the jade talisman that Maximilian Lennox gave you, you still won't be able to escape. But I can help,
Blair offered. She also knew that once Xaden was in the Beast Taming Club, it would be extremely difficult for him to escape. If there was a Martial King expert in the Five Elements Club, then there would definitely be one in the Beast Taming Club. And right now, Blair was still unable to take them head on. Thank you. Very much. Xaden knew that he could only rely on Blair now. Suddenly, he lost control of his body as it was filled with vitality, and Blair began taking him over. The middle-aged man who was carrying Xaden felt the changes in Xaden's body. He thought to himself that this wasn't a good sign, but it was already too late to do anything about it. Xaden punched out, releasing dark green energy from his fist and sending the middle-aged man flying away from him.
Who the hell are you?
The man stopped in his tracks and asked Xaden. He could feel that the energy in Xaden's body was in no way inferior to his anymore. It was inconceivable that a practitioner who was just in the heavenly martial stage would actually be in the Martial King realm all of a sudden. Could this be his true strength? Whatever the case was, it was too scary. What kind of warrior could reach the level of perfect Martial King in their mid-20s? The middle-aged man now believed that Xaden definitely wasn't from the War King Club, because the War King Club couldn't nurture such an abnormal person.
I'm the guy who's going to kill you.
At this moment, Xaden's voice overlapped with Blair's, and it sounded extremely weird. Blair was consuming her strength of origin to do this, so she did not want to waste her time. She controlled Xaden's body again, and with a flash, he arrived beside the middle-aged man. His palm struck at him, hitting his chest, and pushed him downwards. The martial skills that Blair cultivated were all top-grade Dragon Clan martial skills. Even if she was in the same realm as the middle-aged man, he was still far from being as good as her. The middle-aged man didn't even have time to react before he was fiercely smashed into the ground. Xaden stood high up in the sky. His demeanor was peerless, and he had an invincible presence. He looked in the direction of the middle-aged man that was laying on the ground and let out an ape's cry. All of a sudden, a black ape rushed up from below with a big stick in its hand. It seemed the middle-aged man was really an ape demonic beast, just like Blair had predicted. The black ape was as tall as two people. It held a large, jet-black rod in its hand, and, with a fierce look in its eyes, it swung it towards Xaden. Xaden looked at the black ape with disdain. He raised his hand and pressed downward as a dark green palm covered the sky. When the black ape saw this move, the ominous glint disappeared from its eyes and turned into a look of fear. Then, it waved the jet-black rod in its hand, and streams of black ki struck the jade-green palm in an attempt to destroy it. However, when the black ki struck the jade-green palm, It did not have any effect. With a destructive force, the jade green palm shattered the jet black light instead, and finally smashed onto the black ape's body. The black ape let out a blood-curdling screech as it was struck by the jade green palm again and fell to the ground, creating a loud vibration. The ground had sunken, the area shaped like a palm, and the black ape was lying down inside of it, not moving at all. With a flash, Xaden landed on the ground. At this moment, Blair had already withdrawn from Xaden's body, as she said,
He's dead. Extract all the blood essence from his body. Then, your body will be able to increase another level.
Xaden looked at the black ape's corpse and revealed a stunned expression. He was shocked to have witnessed Blair's true strength. She had managed to kill the ape with just a few strikes of her palm. Perhaps only Blair, the proud daughter of heaven who had roamed the thousands of clans in the past, could be so powerful. Xaden walked towards the black ape's corpse, cut it open, and found the blood essence inside. Then he swallowed it and refined it using the 10,000 Beasts body refinement arts. Very soon, Xaden's body emitted a strong ki and blood energy, and his body became stronger. He had reached half a step into the martial king realm, yet all the blood essence doesn't seem to be that effective. Xaden shook his head in dissatisfaction.
Just be content with what you have. This is not too bad,
Blair said. Xaden nodded. After all, he had just refined the essence of his opponent's cultivation base, so it was natural for his cultivation level to not improve greatly. It seems that he doesn't have any innate talent, Xaden said, as he felt the blood essence taking effect.
He was just a low-race ape. To obtain bloodline inherent skills, you must go for either a divine beast or for extremely powerful demonic beast races. The realms of their ancestors must have depended on good fortune because they can also form their own bloodline,
Blair said.
Only these two are suitable. The other demonic beasts do not have any innate talent,
she added. Only now did Xaden realize how difficult it was to obtain a bloodline talent. However, what Blair said seemed reasonable. After all, in the human clan, only martial emperors could form unique bloodlines. Even martial saints couldn't. Hence, bloodline talent was very precious. Xaden waved his hand, retrieved the black ape's corpse, and put it into the treasure gourd. Then, his body flashed, and he flew towards the Five Elements Club. After Hunter Waltham and the rest returned, they would surely report what had happened to the club leader and the others, and that would arouse the hatred and resentment that the Five Elements Club felt towards him. Furthermore, this might even lead to a great battle, and if that were the case, the Beast Taming Club would get their wish. To avoid this, Xaden needed to get back quickly and explain this misunderstanding. While he was on his way, Hunter Waltham and the others had already arrived at the Five Elements Club. Currently, within the Great Hall, other than Hunter Waltham and the other warriors, the leader of the Five Elements Club and the 4 Great Peak Masters were all present.
Waltham, are you telling the truth?
Tiago Quealy frowned at Hunter Waltham.
Everything I said is absolutely true. My group saw it with their own eyes and can contend with it,
Hunter Waltham said.
Yes, Master Quealy. We didn't know that Xaden was from the War King Club until the man appeared and confirmed our suspicions,
another core member of the Golden Spirit Peak said.
Besides, other than the War King Club, there are no other forces in Hanzhu that have body refinement martial cultivators at the martial king stage.
and Zayden was an incomparably powerful body refinement martial cultivator. One of the core members of Earth Spirit Mountain also spoke up. When Tiago Quealy and the rest heard Hunter Waltham's narration, and then thought about Zayden's sudden appearance in the Five Elements Club, they thought there might have been something odd about his identity. Tiago looked at Maximilian and asked,
Lennox, what do you think about this matter?
Right now, the four major clubs were already in a tense state, and all of their preparations were made for the inheritance of the Eastern Desolation dynasty. Only the elite members of the clubs knew what the plan was. If Zayden had really gotten what he wanted, then only Maximilian would know.
Zayden has been cultivating since he joined the Five Elements Club. There are no abnormalities that I can point to. I don't believe he was a spy from the Working Club,
Maximilian Lennox said plainly.
Mr. Lennox, the matter is obvious. Why are you still protecting him?
Hunter Waltham looked at Maximilian with confusion and a hint of questioning. Maximilian glanced at him and replied,
I am not protecting him. I'm just stating the facts. He is not with the Working Club. He never was to begin with.
Mr. Lennox, you can't deny the truth. Just because Zayden is a member of your Wood Spirit Peak and is a very rare ninth grade attribute,
Hunter Waltham argued.
That middle-aged man also said that Zayden's mission in the Five Elements Club had been completed. He has been staying in the Wood Spirit Peak the entire time, so I believe that only you know what he knows, Mr. Lennox.
His tone was raised as he looked at Maximilian with a slightly unfriendly expression.
You dare to question me?
Maximilian looked at Hunter Waltham and said with a displeased tone. The other Peak Masters also looked at Hunter Waltham with dissatisfaction. Hunter Waltham's talent was great, but it wasn't okay for him to talk back and disrespect his superiors like this.
All right, no matter if Zayden is from the Working Club or not, that middle-aged man definitely is. Well then, we must find the Working Club and demand an explanation. Attempting to kill the core member of the Five Elements Club must not go unpunished,
Tiago Quealy stated. After all, Hunter Waltham was his right-hand man, and Tiago Quealy did not want the other Peak Masters to be displeased with him, so he quickly changed the topic.
No need.
At this moment, a voice came from outside the Great Hall. When everyone heard this familiar voice, they all revealed surprised expressions. Then, they saw Zayden walk in.
How dare you come back?
Hunter Waltham shouted at Zayden. I am a member of the Five Elements Club. Why can't I come back? Zayden looked coldly at him.
Where's that middle-aged man?
Hunter Waltham questioned Zayden. Dead, Zayden said.
Dead? And you're going to say that it was you who killed him, right? As if we would believe you. In case you didn't know, he was a profound practitioner of the Martial King level. So even if there were 10 of you, you wouldn't be strong enough to defeat him.
You're right. I did kill him, Zayden said lightly. Everyone present was confused by the turn of events. The middle-aged man had claimed to know Zayden and to be a practitioner from the Martial King realm. However, according to Hunter Waltham and the others, he was most likely a practitioner at the peak of the Martial King realm. But now Zayden was saying that he had killed him? What was going on? The Five Elements Club leader and several Peak Masters were all as confused.
Zayden, Hunter Waltham and the others have already told us everything. They said that you have some type of connection to the working club. But I want to hear what you have to say.
Tiago Queally looked at Xaden with intrigue. It didn't matter if Xaden was from the Working Club. He wasn't in a hurry to capture him, because there were 4 Martial King level experts present. He had also reached the half-step Martial Monarch level, so he didn't think that Xaden would act irrationally or try to flee in front of them.
Speak, son. What do you want to say? If you're not a member of the Working Club, no one can wrongly accuse you.
Maximilian Lennox spoke up. Okay. Xaden recalled everything that had happened since their arrival at Feiyu. However, when he got to the part where Blair had taken over his body and killed the Black Ape, Xaden just said that he had a trump card that could protect his life, and nothing else.
You're saying that the person was a demonic beast from the Beast Taming Club, who had taken the shapeshift pill and purposely disguised himself as a member of the Working Club?
Tiago Queally asked in surprise. Yes, Xaden said.
If he's from the Beast Taming Club, then why would Joe Wright and the others break their own jade talismans to help us escape?
Hunter Waltham asked, unable to believe Xaden's story. It was just an act. If they didn't sacrifice something, how would we believe that they were on our side? Xaden said lightly. Tiago Queally and the other Peak Masters nodded. If what Xaden said was true, then they had a huge problem on their hands. They weren't focusing on the fact that the Beast Taming Club had deliberately framed Xaden, but rather on the shapeshift pill. The birth of the Eastern Desolation Dynasty legacy had attracted the attention of the 4 major clubs, who were now wary of spies sent out by other clubs. Every club was afraid that the others would find out what ace they had up their sleeves when it came time to fight over the inheritance of the Eastern Desolation Dynasty. However, shape-shifting pills simply did not exist in Hanzo anymore. Ever since the Eastern Desolation Dynasty had been destroyed, the way of cultivation in Hanzo had been weakened, and no one had been able to refine those sorts of pills since. From this, it could be inferred that the Beast Taming Club had very possibly invited experts from other provinces to help them fight over the inheritance of the Eastern Desolation Dynasty. In other words, Xaden had helped the 5 Elements Club a lot by passing over this piece of information. At least they now knew that the Beast Taming Club had outsourced experts to assist them in the fight. Tiago and the others exchanged glances with each other. Now they had to carefully discuss the countermeasures they would take.
Xaden, you said that Hunter Waltham was injured by Joe Wright surprisingly easily.
Maximilian Lennox looked at Xaden and asked. When Maximilian Lennox asked this question, Hunter Waltham started to get visibly nervous. An unnatural expression flashed across his face. Tiago Queally and the others frowned slightly. Even though Joe Wright was the Beast Taming Club's #1 core member, Hunter Waltham wasn't any worse than him because he was also the 5 Elements Club's #1 core member. Grade 9 metal-type physiques were extremely rare, so no matter what, he could fight Joe Wright to a standstill. So how could Joe Wright have defeated him? Yes, the rest of the group can testify to this as well, Xaden said.
Is that so?
Tiago Queally looked at the other 5 core members and asked. They all nodded, agreeing with Xaden's words. While Xaden was on his way to the 5 Elements Club, Hunter Waltham and his team had already arrived there and were retelling the events to the leader and Peak Masters. However, Maximilian Lennox didn't believe that Xaden was a member of the War King Club. In the midst of this, Xaden appeared and was finally able to tell his side of the story. Everyone was surprised to learn that it had all been a ruse by the Beast Taming Club to frame Xaden, and that they had acquired shape-shifting pills. Then, when Xaden brought up that Hunter Waltham had been easily defeated by Joe Wright, everyone was even more confused. When several core members nodded, confirming that Hunter Waltham had been easily defeated by Joe Wright, Tiago Queally and the others looked at him meaningfully. Among them, Maximilian Lennox's face showed signs of anger. Hunter Waltham looked at the faces of the club experts and instantly felt a huge pressure coming down on him.
It was only due to carelessness that I was injured by Joe Wright,
Hunter Waltham said hurriedly, trying to defend himself. However, everyone could see that his reasoning was very far-fetched. Even if they couldn't know what Hunter Waltham was truly thinking, they could still guess that he was making up excuses. Seeing as Xaden's talent and strength overpowered Hunter Waltham, he might have secretly wanted Xaden to be harmed.
All right. Let's talk about that later. You guys can leave now. I still have some matters to discuss with the Beakmasters,
Tiago Queally said, dismissing the core members. Hunter Waltham had already disappointed everyone present. If he continued to talk, Tiago Queally was afraid that everyone's opinion of him would get worse, and things might get out of hand. So he was thinking about Hunter Waltham when he dismissed them all. However, Hunter Waltham said unexpectedly,
Sir, Xaden said he killed the demonic beast, but what evidence does he have?
Hunter Waltham was unrelenting. However, it was true that ever since Xaden had come back to the club, he had relied on his words to explain everything, without showing any substantial evidence. Tiago Queally frowned. No matter what, Hunter Waltham had already left a bad impression on the minds of the Beakmasters. He had tried to dismiss Hunter Waltham because he didn't want everyone to investigate the matter further, but Hunter Waltham was still holding on tightly and wouldn't let go of the matter. When Xaden heard Hunter Waltham's words, he sneered. Then, with a wave of his hand, a corpse appeared on the ground. This is the evidence. The demonic beast is at the perfection stage of the martial king and should have a reputation within the beast taming club as well. So you should recognize it, right? Xaden pointed at the black ape's corpse as he spoke.
That's the demonic beast,
Tiago Queally exclaimed as he looked at the black ape that lay on the ground. The other 4 Peak Masters also revealed looks of surprise. Then, they looked up at Xaden with disbelief. Of course, they knew about this demonic beast. Who would have thought that such a powerful demonic beast would be killed by Xaden? How powerful was his so-called trump card? Although this made Tiago Queally and the other 3 Peak Masters even more suspicious, Maximilian Lennox was not as shocked. He knew that Xaden had the Emperor's level bloodline in him, and was capable of doing something like this. Hunter Waltham looked at the black ape on the ground without saying anything. He had heard rumors about the black ape. It was a demonic beast that followed the beast taming club leader and wouldn't normally leave his master's side. Xaden couldn't possibly have gone to the beast taming club to kill such a powerful demonic beast and return in time. Furthermore, if that middle-aged man was from the War King Club, he wouldn't have dared to do that either, which left only one possible option. The middle-aged man had indeed transformed into a black ape. Hunter Waltham was speechless now, and the opinion that the other Peak Masters had of him now was even worse. Now, they were all worried about whether or not letting such a revengeful person in charge of their club would lead to its decline in the future. Tiago Queely sighed. Other people might not know much about him, but he understood Hunter Waltham's character very well. Hunter Waltham was afraid that Xaden would threaten his own position, so he wanted him out of the picture. Tiago Queely could understand that. He shook his head. It seemed that Hunter Waltham's idea of taking over the position of the Five Elements Club leader in the future was still under consideration.
Listen up, everyone. The matter of Xaden's return shall not be publicized. As far as the outside world knows, we will follow Hunter's recount of events and just claim that Xaden is a spy for the Working Club.
Tiago Queely instructed the members of the club. The other 4 Peak Masters nodded, agreeing with his decision. Only a few core members did not understand what Tiago Queely's intentions were, but they didn't say anything.
Xaden, I'll have to trouble you for a while.
Tiago Queely looked at Xaden and showed an apologetic smile. Don't worry. I know you have your own reasons for doing this, Xaden said indifferently. Tiago Queely and Maximilian Lennox were pleased to see Xaden's lack of dissatisfaction. In terms of strength, Xaden was not any worse than Hunter Waltham, and in terms of character, he was more selfless than him. All of a sudden, they looked at Xaden with more respect. Even Tiago Queely, Hunter Waltham's master, felt that Xaden was much stronger than him. Then, Xaden, Hunter Waltham, and the other core members left the main hall. Before Hunter Waltham flew away, he looked at Xaden viciously and then left the place in a flash. The other core members waved at Xaden and also left. Only Hudson Yannick stayed behind. Xaden, I'm sorry. He looked at Xaden apologetically. What are you apologizing for? Xaden was surprised for a moment, then looked at Hudson Yannick, not understanding why he wanted to apologize. I shouldn't have doubted you, he said in shame. Xaden smiled and said, I don't blame you. Hudson Yannick wasn't a bad person. Even though he had misunderstood Xaden, he was still able to drop his pride and apologize, which was much better than what all the other core members were willing to do. Seeing that Xaden wasn't mad at him, Hudson felt a lot more at ease. I also didn't expect Hunter Waltham to be so vicious. He should have seen the obvious signs. Right after Xaden revealed his strength, Hunter Waltham was suddenly injured, clearly letting Joe Wright go to face Xaden. In the past, Hudson had only thought that Hunter Waltham was a little overbearing, but he had never thought that he would resort to such a despicable scheme to end a person's life. Let's go. Xaden smiled and did not say much more. Then, the two of them flew toward the Wood Spirit Peak together. As they flew, Xaden put Hunter Waltham on his death list. No matter what, that guy had to die. Not long after they got to the Wood Spirit Peak, Maximilian Lennox also returned. He did not walk to the Peak Master main hall, but instead went straight to the small courtyard where Xaden and Hudson were. Peak Master? Xaden stood up and welcomed him.
I need you to endure what's going to come for a while,
Maximilian Lennox warned him. Since they had decided to hide the truth, Xaden's reputation would definitely plummet, and he would be despised by some of the members of the Five Elements Club. Well, I am a member of the Five Elements Club now. It is only right for me to sacrifice some things for it. Xaden revealed a faint smile. Then he thought about it and added, I just don't understand why we need to do that. The truth had already been revealed, so why were they deliberately hiding it?
It's because of the inheritance of the Eastern Desolation dynasty.
Maximilian Lennox sighed. Why does that matter? Xaden was confused.
The Eastern Desolation Dynasty was once the strongest power in Hansul. Its legacy is not only something that our 4 major clubs want. If the powers of the other provinces find out about it, they will definitely want to take part in the competition as well.
Maximilian Lennox explained.
So, back then, we agreed. First, we could not announce this matter to the public. Only the higher-ups and some core members can know about it. So, right now, many people in Hansul do not know that the relationship between the 4 major clubs is this tense.
He went on.
Secondly, no matter what, no one is allowed to invite experts from other provinces to help. If that is the case, the inheritance of the Eastern Desolation Dynasty might very well fall into the hands of an outsider,
He said.
I never thought that the Beast Taming Club would break their promise.
He said with a hint of sadness.
But, since this is the case, we'll pretend that we have fallen into their trap, and then Quealy will make a trip to the Walking Club to put on a show. When the time comes to fight over the inheritance of the Eastern Desolation Dynasty, your presence will give them a fatal blow.
Maximilian Lennox explained. Xaden nodded. Because the Eastern Desolation Dynasty was such a great power, their inheritance would definitely attract the attention of others. If it was only the 4 great clubs fighting for it, at least it wouldn't fall into the hands of outsiders. If outsiders were to find out about this, it would most likely turn into a war. It was no wonder why the 5th Elder was so adamant about thinking that Xaden was from the Walking Club. It was probably because he was afraid that he would hear something from the Beast Taming Club that no one else was supposed to know. After Xaden heard about the 5 Elements Club's plan, he was sure that was the right way to go about it. Besides, he had never cared about his reputation. The only thing he regretted was not getting the chance to find out what was of Zeke Jonas and his group.
We also discussed what to do about Hunter Waltham, and have decided that if you want to, and can kill him, we will not intervene.
Maximilian Lennox added.
I only hope you make your move once the incident regarding the Eastern Desolation Dynasty has been settled.
He said. Did the club leader agree to this? Xaden thought to himself.
The first rule of the 5 Elements Club prohibits members from killing each other. Seeing as Hunter Waltham broke this rule, even the leader cannot protect him now.
Maximilian Lennox explained, as if he could read Xaden's mind.
Furthermore, you are much stronger than him in every aspect, so losing him is not as big of a deal as it was before.
Maximilian Lennox said. That's great. Then I won't have to worry about anything else, Xaden said.
I still have to report this to my master. You can start your cultivation here first.
After Maximilian Lennox finished speaking, he turned to leave. Peakmaster, I have another request. I have reached the Heavenly Martial Perfection Realm and wish to enter the formation aperture of the 5 Elements Club to comprehend the true meaning of the 5 elements. I hope that you approve, Xaden quickly said. Right now, to him, nothing was more important than being able to raise his strength.
I can't open the formation aperture. I'll bring you to see my master and have him open the formation aperture for you,
Maximilian Lennox said. Then, he took to the small mountain where Sawyer Zimmer was secluded. He was sitting on the same small platform, under the same ancient tree. He quietly listened to Maximilian Lennox's report.
I can't believe the Beast Taming Club is this conniving. But there is no need to panic. Even if they invite other experts, that person will not leak news of this matter,
Sawyer Zimmer said lightly. It was unlikely that this news would leak out because no one wanted to share such a powerful inheritance with others.
But this way, the strength of the Beast Taming Club will definitely surpass ours. So we discussed it with the leader and decided to join forces with the Walking Club to fool the Beast Taming Club and give it a fatal blow,
Maximilian Lennox said. Once the matter had been cleared, Tiako Queely stated that they were to pretend that Zayden was a member of the Working Club for the time being. Then, they were dismissed, and everyone returned to their respective peaks. Then, when Maximilian Lennox returned to the Wood Spirit Peak, he explained to Zayden what the plan was. He also mentioned that he had the club's permission to kill Hunter Waltham if he so desired. Then, the two of them visited Sawyer Zimmer again and shared with him the latest news.
That's a good plan. But I think I'll have to go visit the Glory Club,
Sawyer Zimmer said.
The Beast Taming Club doing this will definitely arouse the displeasure of the Sword of Radiance Club. When the time comes, the clubs will work together to seize the Beast Taming Club first,
he added. The four major clubs had long since set a rule that prohibited them from inviting experts from other provinces to intervene in their matters. But now, the Beast Taming Club had broken this rule and was secretly hiding something from them, which allowed them to call upon other clubs for help.
Master, Zayden has already reached the Heavenly Martial Perfection realm. He wants to use the formation aperture of the 5 elements to comprehend its true meaning. What do you think?
Maximilian Lennox asked.
Oh, you've actually reached the Heavenly Martial Perfection already. All right, I'll go open the 5 elements formation aperture right now.
Sawyer Zimmer rushed to Zayden's side and said with a smile, Sawyer would try his best to satisfy all of Zayden's needs. After all, Zayden had the bloodline of the Emperor level, and his future achievements were limitless. Sawyer hoped that when the time came, Zayden would be able to help the 5 Elements Club progress towards a higher level of glory. Thank you, sir, Zayden said gratefully.
The stronger you are, the happier I am.
Sawyer laughed and then waved his hand. The 3 of them suddenly disappeared, and when they appeared once again, they were in the middle of the 5 mountain peaks from the 5 Elements Club. Zayden was very surprised, as he did not expect the Martial Monarch expert to be so fast. In the blink of an eye, he had covered dozens of miles. The 5 Elements formation connected to 5 mountain peaks, and the formation aperture was located in the middle of the 5 peaks. It was an extremely tall piece of jade, and its entire body was translucent. This was the eye of the 5 Elements formation.
This is the Dimensional Stone, the location of the formation aperture. I will open the seal for you to enter the space inside before it closes. Then, I will open it again 5 days later and let you out,
Sawyer said, and then placed his right hand on the jade, which suddenly emitted a gentle 5-colored light.
Go in,
Sawyer said. Zayden nodded and walked into the jade. His figure was submerged within the stone and disappeared without a trace. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an extremely vast space, and the most surprising thing was that the entire space was actually filled with demonic beasts. There were at least 100 of them. Furthermore, these demonic beasts were divided into 5 different colors, which corresponded to the 5 elements.
After 10,000 years of evolution, the 5 elements in this space are filled with an abundance of spiritual energy. It is not surprising that some illusionary demonic beast life forms have appeared.
Blair spoke in Xaden's mind.
After you capture these demonic beasts, absorb their blood essence into your body. This will help you comprehend the true meaning of martial arts,
she said. Xaden looked at a golden rock soaring in the sky. He leaped up and smashed his fist toward it. Although the golden rock was not a real demonic beast, it still had the instinct to dodge the attack. Not only could it dodge, but it could also strike back. The golden rock waved its 2 giant golden wings and charged towards Xaden.
This golden rock is actually at the level of heavenly martial perfection, and its attacks are even sharper than those of warriors who cultivate the metal attribute's spiritual strength.
Blair pointed out as Xaden looked at the golden wings that the golden rock waved towards him. The golden rock was formed from a metal attribute's spiritual strength, so its 2 golden wings were extremely sharp, and Xaden did not dare to face it head-on. However, he was not afraid of the golden rock, because there was no need for him to hide the fact that he had cultivated the 5 elements creation spell here. Xaden had the plan to deal with this golden rock. He formed a seal with his hands, and a fiery red bell appeared in the air, enveloping the creature. The fire element was able to restrain the metal element. Moreover, Xaden's heavenly bell barrier was a king-level martial skill, so its power couldn't be underestimated. The golden rock was trapped by the red bell and had no way to escape. In the end, it could only watch helplessly as the red bell tightened around it. Once the golden rock was suppressed within the bell, its form disappeared, transforming into a golden stream of air. Xaden removed the red bell, opened his mouth, and swallowed the golden stream of air. He then sat cross-legged on the floor and quietly comprehended the true meaning of the metal attribute. Once he was finished, he felt that his understanding of the metal attribute of spiritual strength had deepened. He looked at the sky. Luckily, the demonic beasts formed by the spirit energy did not attack him unprovoked, because Xaden would not be able to handle so many of them at once. Xaden aimed at another target, a fire-red phoenix. It was very beautiful. Fire countered metal, and water countered fire. This time, Xaden used the water attribute's spiritual strength to suppress the phoenix with ease. A stream of red ki appeared, and Xaden swallowed it. Then, he comprehended the nature of the fire attributed to spiritual strength. Xaden felt that this space was like his own personal paradise. While Xaden was capturing all kinds of demonic beasts, his reappearance in the 5 Elements Club had once again sparked intense discussions. Although last time, everyone was amazed at Xaden's talent, this time, the entire club denounced him. The members of the 5 Elements Club were very angry and resentful towards Xaden, so much so that if he appeared in front of them, some of them would definitely grind his bones and scatter his ashes. On this day, a rumor that greatly shook the nation of Hanzo spread. It appeared the 5 Elements Club had discovered that the Working Club had sent spies into their club and stolen some important things. However, the Working Club strongly denied it, believing this claim to be false. In the end, the Working Club leader and the 5 Elements Club leader had even gotten into a fight, causing the already tense relationship between the 2 clubs to become even tenser. At the same time, almost all of the Beast Taming Club's upper echelons had gathered in the hall for a meeting. On the highest seat of the hall sat a middle-aged man wearing a purple gold robe. This man was the elder of the Beast Taming Club.
The Black Ape hasn't returned yet.
The leader of the Beast Taming Club asked as he looked at the elders.
Not yet. We can't reach him,
answered the fifth elder, who had chased after Zayden.
That's odd. I heard that Diago Queely has already gone to the walking club, meaning that our plan succeeded. So why hasn't the Black Ape returned?
He felt that there was something wrong.
Before he left, he said that to put this matter into perspective, he would first fly in the direction of the walking club, then turn back.
An old man, older than the fifth elder, said. This man was the great elder of the club, and he was much stronger than the fifth elder.
Perhaps the Black Ape decided to stay within the boundaries of the walking club, to act out a little more truthfully. No matter what, all is fine as long as there is a conflict between the Five Elements Club and the walking club,
the Beast Taming Club leader said.
According to Wright, it seems Satan might not be a member of the walking club after all.
The great elder looked at the fifth elder and said, After Zayden and his master told Sawyer Zimmer what had happened, he agreed to open the Five Elements formation aperture for Zayden. When he went in, he found that countless demonic beasts were flying about space. So he got to work and defeated a rock first, then a phoenix, absorbed their blood essence, and comprehended their attributes. Meanwhile, all hell broke loose in the Five Elements Club because they had discovered that there were spies from the Walking Club in their club. At the same time, the upper echelons of the Beast Taming Club had gathered and were discussing the disappearance of the Black Ape. Then, the Great Elder said that Joe Wright had mentioned that it was possible Zayden wasn't from the Walking Club after all.
You may be right. I think I went too far. Anyways, he's most likely already dead if the Black Ape did his job.
The fifth elder sneered.
In that case, please release the poor kids. After all, they're inner members, and they are good students,
instructed the leader of the Beast Taming Club. The fifth elder hesitated. After Zayden was brought into the Beast Taming Club by Zeke Jonas and the rest of his group, the fifth elder ordered the group of youths to be imprisoned.
What's wrong?
The Beast Taming Club leader asked.
I've already abolished their cultivation,
the fifth elder confessed.
In that case, let them fend for themselves. Re-nurturing them would be a waste of the club's resources,
the Beast Taming Club leader said without mercy, and the fifth elder nodded in agreement.
There is not much time left for the rebirth of the Eastern Dynasty's inheritance. We must get ready,
the Great Elder announced.
I believe that the inheritance of the Eastern Dynasty belongs to the Beast Taming Club. Our club will become the new generation hegemon-level power of Hanzo in the future,
the leader said proudly.
If the other three great clubs find out that we went to the other provinces and invited outside experts, they will definitely join forces against us,
the Great Elder said, sounding somewhat concerned.
Don't worry. The expert that we invited is extremely skilled in concealing his presence, and he will be able to blend in as one of our club's Marshal King experts. The other clubs won't be able to discover him,
the club leader assured him.
I don't think our plan to provoke the Five Elements Club and the Walking Club is working as we hoped it would,
said the second elder of the Beast Taming Club. This person was a middle-aged man, and he looked somewhat stiff.
They aren't stupid. They wouldn't start a fight before the birth of the Eastern Dynasty,
he added.
You're wrong. When the inheritance is up for grabs, the two clubs will definitely think of a way to kill each other. When that happens, we can take advantage of it.
The Beast Taming Club leader's face revealed a faint smile.
I wonder how many martial monarch experts there are in the other 3 clubs,
wondered the third elder from the Beast Taming Club. The Beast Taming Club had sent out spies to investigate exactly how many martial monarch experts the other clubs had, because martial monarch experts would play a big role in the competition that was about to ensue.
Although we don't know the specifics, according to the analysis, there are only 2 martial monarch experts currently in the 5 Elements Club. One is a veteran martial monarch, and the other is a newly advanced martial monarch. In the Sword of Radiance Club, there should be 2 of them. Our club has 2 martial monarchs, and we also have a martial king demonic beast. Counting the experts that we have invited, we should be the strongest of the 4 major clubs,
the leader announced.
That is great news. Soon, the Beast Taming Club will be the true master of Hanzo,
the 5th elder remarked with excitement.
All right, elders, you're dismissed. Notify me whenever you hear from the Black Gate,
the leader declared as he waved his hand. The atmosphere in the outside world was tense, but it had nothing to do with Xaden. Xaden was still in the 5 Elements space, happily capturing the demonic beasts formed from the spirit energy one by one. 5 days later, Xaden was only a step away from comprehending all 5 Elements' true intent to the entrance realm, and had already stepped into the Martial King realm. At this moment, a ripple came from space, and a suction force pulled Xaden out of it. Mr. Zimmer? Xaden nodded slightly towards Sawyer.
The inheritance of the Eastern Dynasty is about to appear, so I'm going to the ruins of the Imperial City. If I didn't take you out from the formation now, I'm afraid that you would have been stuck in there forever had I suffered an accident while fighting over the inheritance,
Sawyer stated. Only a martial monarch or a martial saint could open the formation aperture from the outside. Sawyer didn't know if he would return from the fight, so he had to rescue Xaden first. Otherwise, he might have been trapped to death inside. Is everyone from the club going? Xaden asked. He didn't think that the inheritance from the Eastern Dynasty would appear so soon.
No, only those that have passed the Martial King stage can go, so you can forget about it. Your presence there would only cause more casualties and won't benefit anyone,
Sawyer replied. Then please, give these weapons to the other members of the club, Xaden murmured. He waved his hand and handed the remaining 10 royal armaments to Sawyer. He had obtained a total of 16 royal armaments in the Sky Ditch, but he had left 6 back in his world, so he only had 10 left. These armaments could help the Martial King stage experts increase their strength, so this was his contribution to the club. Sawyer looked at the 10 armaments and gratefully turned to Xaden as he said,
Thank you.
He himself was excited to refine his own life artifact, because refining a weapon into one's own life artifact could connect its own mind and heart, and the attack it could unleash would also be multiplied. However, due to the decline of the martial way, many martial kings were unable to refine their own life artifacts nowadays. However, Xaden's royal armaments were a huge boost to the 5 Elements Club.
If our club can acquire the inheritance of the Eastern Dynasty, I promise the innate 5 Elements key of the Eastern Dynasty will definitely be yours,
Sawyer announced. Innate 5 elements key. What's that? Zayden asked.
When the club founder obtained the 5 elements creation spell, it was accompanied by a ball of energy that was formed from an innate 5 elements key,
Sawyer explained.
However, the innate 5 elements key was later stolen by the Eastern Dynasty. This was the founder's constant regret, that he was unable to cultivate the innate 5 elements key from start to finish. Although the Eastern Dynasty was destroyed, their inheritance is now in this world, so I assume that the innate 5 elements key should still be inside it.
If even the founder was so concerned about the innate 5 elements key, it must be very precious, Zayden said.
Indeed. If it fell into the wrong hands, it wouldn't be of much use. Only when it falls into the hands of someone who cultivates the 5 elements creation spell would it be able to play its greatest role,
Sawyer said with a smile. Thanks, sir, Zayden said with gratitude.
All right. You return to the Wood Spirit Peak now. I want to gather the experts of the club and head towards the Eastern Dynasty ruins,
Sawyer stated as he waved his hand and disappeared.
Zayden, you must obtain that innate 5 elements key,
Blair said after Sawyer Zimmer left. Is it that important? Zayden questioned. He was surprised that even Blair paid so much attention to him. Clearly, this innate 5 elements key must be something valuable.
Of course it's important. The innate 5 elements key is on the same level as the innate spirit roots. Do you think it's important?
Blair countered. Zayden's heart shook when he heard Blair's words. He did not expect that the innate 5 elements would be on the same level as the calabash vine and the tree of life. If that was the case, he must get his hands on it. However, it was useless to be anxious about it now. He would only know what to do next when things came to an end. Right now, he still had to consolidate his strength. His true intent of slaughter, his 5 elements of true intent, and his body's strength were about to reach the Martial King realm. Since all 3 cultivation methods had been used to train in the half-step Martial King realm, no matter which cultivation method he used, he would still be able to contend against Martial King warriors. Not to mention that thanks to his Asura bloodline and with the support of the Dharma body, Zayden would still be able to contend against an expert at the initial stage of the Martial King realm. Furthermore, if he revealed his 5 element strength, he could at least match or be stronger than an introduction level Martial King warrior. However, since Zayden had the celestial rock killing arts, it shouldn't be a problem for him to contend with body refinement martial cultivators and introduction level Martial Kings. Despite all that, Zayden could not reveal his identity. So even if he had that kind of strength, he would still not be able to participate in the competition for the Eastern Dynasty's inheritance. And even if he did go, with his strength, he still wouldn't be able to take the lead and affect the outcome of the battle. Zayden knew that it was better for him to just stay in the Wood Spirit Peak. The moment he arrived there, Hudson Yannick came to look for him.
Zayden, I heard that no one in the club has seen Hunter Waltham since we came back from Bayou. They think he's disappeared,
he said in an alarmed tone. Zayden frowned slightly. Perhaps he sensed the club's change of attitude towards him and hid somewhere. This is a key moment in the competition for the inheritance of the Eastern Dynasty, so I think we should wait for the leader and elders to come back before reporting anything to them, Zayden advised.
Yes, I agree.
Hudson nodded. Although no one knew what Tiago Quealy and Maximilian Lennox had discussed that day, the members of the club were not stupid. They could tell that the club's upper echelons were dissatisfied with Hunter Waltham and now favored Xaden instead. Hunter must have noticed this shift himself, which explained why he was hiding. However, the higher-ups of the club were too busy preparing for the competition to care about him. Xaden himself had been too busy trying to comprehend the true meaning of martial arts and hadn't noticed Hunter Waltham's disappearance.
I wonder how the others are doing,
Hudson said worriedly. The competition for the inheritance would definitely turn into a bloody mess, and there would definitely be heavy casualties on all sides. Who knows? Maybe the Five Elements Club would completely perish in this battle, he thought to himself with doom. This isn't something that we can control right now. We just need to focus on our cultivation, Xaden said with conviction.
That's right. I'll go cultivate too. Bye, Xaden.
With that, Hudson left in a flash. After that, Xaden started to consolidate his cultivation level. He stayed in the Wood Spirit Peak for 2 days, after which Maximilian Lennox returned, covered in blood. Xaden ran towards him immediately. "Peak Master, you're injured," Xaden shrieked worriedly. At this moment, half of Maximilian's dark green robe was stained red, and there was a visible wound on his chest. However, the blood was no longer flowing out from the wound, which seemed to be healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xaden assumed he had taken the healing medicine.
It's fine,
Maximilian croaked and waved his hand. "Peak Master, has everyone returned safely?" Xaden asked.
No, I'm the only one who came back.
Maximilian replied. "What?" Xaden's heart shook. Could it be that someone had killed the Five Elements Club expert, and only Maximilian Lennox was able to escape? Maximilian Lennox looked at Xaden's expression, smiled, and said,
Don't worry. It's not what you think.
Then he proceeded to recount what had happened. Although Sawyer Zimmer and the rest hadn't come back, they hadn't died there either. 2 days before, they had gone to the Eastern Dynasty to meet up with the other 3 great clubs. The moment they saw each other, the Five Elements Club, the War King Club, and the Sword of Radiance Club had combined their forces to deliver a fatal blow to the Beast Taming Club, as planned. In consequence, almost all of the experts of the Beast Taming Club were killed. Even the Martial Monarch expert that had been invited by the Beast Taming Club lost his life there too. After exterminating the Beast Taming Club, the experts of the 3 remaining clubs intended to enter the remnants of the Eastern Dynasty to search for the inheritance, when unexpectedly, a group of 6 extremely powerful Martial Monarch experts had appeared out of nowhere. Facing so many Martial Monarch experts, the 3 clubs had no choice but to join forces again and fight against them temporarily. A bloody battle ensued, and countless martial artists from the 3 clubs died in the process. In the end, both sides stopped and prepared to enter the Eastern Dynasty ruins, but they did not expect that outside the ruins there would be a powerful barrier blocking them. Then, they discovered that this barrier could only be entered by practitioners below the Martial King realm. Therefore, the people from the Five Elements Club and the Sword of Radiance Club returned to their club to bring their core members over to the ruins of the Eastern Dynasty to compete for their inheritance. The 6 Martial Monarchs, who are they exactly? Xaden asked with curiosity.
Well, you see, all of this was caused by Hunter Waltham.
Maximilian Lennox sighed. When Xaden heard Hunter Waltham's name, inspiration struck him, and he blurted, Did he tell the forces in the other provinces about the inheritance so that they would send their experts there too?
That's right. We believe that he sensed the attitude our Five Elements Club had towards him. So 5 days ago, he secretly left Hanso and went to Fëanor and told the Wind God Club about the news of the Eastern Dynasty's legacy, which is why they then sent over 6 Martial Monarch experts,
Maximilian Lennox informed him. So, they sent their members to compete for it? Xaden asked.
Indeed. So, at this point, there's no need for you to hide your 5 elements strength anymore. You must help us obtain as much of the Eastern Dynasty's inheritance as possible,
remarked Maximilian Lennox.
Even if the 5 elements creation spell that you cultivate is stronger than the Eastern Dynasty's cultivation technique, if you were to obtain the Eastern Dynasty's unrestrained cultivation technique, then you would be able to rise to an even higher level of glory,
he added.
Besides, other than the most precious inherited cultivation techniques and martial skills, there should also be other cultivation resources within the ruins. The more you can get, the better.
After Xaden returned to the Wood Spirit Peak, Hudson Yannick found him and told him that Hunter Waltham had been missing for a few days, which didn't surprise Xaden. Then, he told Hudson not to worry and went back to cultivating. A couple of days later, Maximilian Lennox returned covered in blood. When Xaden ran towards him, his master told him what had happened. As it turned out, the 5 Elements Club had joined the War King Club and the Sword of Radiance Club to fight against the Beast Taming Club, which had been exterminated. However, when they were about to enter the ruins of the Eastern Dynasty, a few foreign martial monarchs from the Wind God Club had arrived and fought with them. These had been sent by Hunter Waltham to join the competition. In the end, Maximilian told Xaden to enter the ruins and obtain as many treasures as he could. Don't worry, Master. I won't let anyone else get their hands on the Eastern Dynasty's inheritance, Xaden assured him.
Good. But you must be wary of the Wind God Club. They are the #1 power in the entire province of Fëanor. They are comparable to the Eastern Dynasty, and their members cannot be underestimated,
Maximilian advised. Got it. If I get the inheritance, would the people from the Wind God Club take action against me to try to take it for themselves? Xaden asked in confusion.
You won't be alone. The 3 main bosses of Hanso have reached an agreement. No matter which of the 3 forces gets the inheritance, all 3 clubs will have to work together to fight the Wind God Club, so as not to let the inheritance fall into the hands of outsiders,
Maximilian replied. If the Wind God Club is the #1 power in Fëanor, there are bound to be many strong practitioners there. What if they send even stronger practitioners over? Xaden asked with worry.
No, they wouldn't. If they send out even stronger warriors, it might attract the attention of other forces, and in the end, their gains would not make up for their losses,
Maximilian explained. Then, he and Xaden flew to the main hall.
All of the core members, please make your way to the main hall,
Maximilian Lennox shouted over the peak, his voice spreading across the entire 5 Elements Club. 2 days ago, the upper echelons of the 5 Elements Club had summoned back all of the wandering core members. They were afraid that the outcome of the competition would cause dissatisfaction from the other clubs and put their core members in danger. So now, All the core members of the Five Elements Club were within the club. Not long after, all of them gathered in the main hall. Other than Zayden, Hudson Yannick, and the others who had traveled to Feiyu, there were 3 more people. One was a member of Water Spirit Peak, one was a member of Fire Spirit Peak, and the other was a member of Earth Spirit Peak. Before Zayden's arrival, Wood Spirit Peak had been the only peak that didn't have 2 core members, but now they were all even. Moreover, Wood Spirit Peak could only be as good as its core members, and since Hudson was at the Great Perfection stage of the Heaven Realm, so was the peak. It was no wonder why Wood Spirit Peak had declined. However, with Zayden there, the situation had turned for the better. Without Hunter, the once strong Gold Spirit Peak appeared to wither away. The other core members knew what had happened a few days ago, so they knew that Zayden hadn't betrayed the club. Hunter had. They also knew that Zayden was the strongest among them, so they had a good attitude toward him. After Maximilian gave a simple introduction to the 8 core members, he gave each of them, other than Zayden, a storage ring that normally only Martial King elders could have. He looked at the crowd and said,
To ensure our own safety, we must obtain the inheritance of the Eastern Dynasty and obtain as many cultivation resources as possible.
Yes, everyone shouted. Zayden thought for a while and said, Master, give me a ring.
Don't you have a spatial treasure?
Maximilian asked in confusion. It was not that they were unwilling to give Zayden a dimensional ring. It was just that they didn't think he'd need one. When I obtain something from the dynasty, it will be stored in the ring, Zayden said. The club experts had no way of knowing how many items a person would get. The other core members had all been given rings, so it was basically impossible for them to keep the treasures they obtained for themselves. However, Zayden was different. He had a spatial treasure, and all the upper echelons of the club knew about it. Thus, to prevent others from talking too much, Zayden decided to keep all the things he obtained from Hansu in the dimensional ring. Although he couldn't make others completely trust that he wouldn't put the items into his own treasure space, this was the way he wanted to do it.
All right.
Maximilian understood Zayden's intention. Satisfied with his behavior, he handed a dimensional ring over to Zayden. Impressed by his ethics, the other core members also had a whole new level of respect for him.
Follow me.
Maximilian Lennox's figure flashed as he flew into the distance. Zayden and the rest followed him. Maximilian Lennox was at the perfection stage of the Martial King realm, so he was extremely fast. After flying for half a day, he finally arrived at the remains of the Eastern Dynasty, along with Zayden and the others. The Eastern Dynasty used to be the overlord of the continent, and its imperial palace was established in the very middle of Hansu. The ruins of the imperial city were huge, and any city Zayden had ever seen in Hansu seemed small and paled in comparison. Although the imperial city was now in ruins, one could still see the glory of the past. The walls were nearly 300 feet tall and over 40 feet thick. The streets of the imperial city were so wide they could fit over 10 carriages. The group of Zayden leaped up to the outskirts of the imperial city and flew to the imperial palace, which was located in the middle of the ruins. Although the buildings on the outskirts of the imperial city were somewhat damaged, they were in far better condition than the imperial palace. Not a single building in the Eastern Dynasty palace was left undamaged. The palace that was once made of gold and jade was now covered in spiderwebs and thick layers of dust. Zayden and the others arrived at the center of the palace and saw dozens of experts fighting. Lying at their feet were more than 20 corpses. Some of them were demonic beasts, but most of them were members of the Beast Taming Club. Maximilian led Xaden and the others toward where Sawyer Zimmer and Tiago Quealy stood.
Xaden, look who it is,
Sawyer asked, and pointed at the man who was lying on the ground by his feet, seriously injured, but not yet dead. When Xaden saw him, a devilish smile appeared on his face. "Fifth Elder, long time no see," he said. Sawyer knew that the Fifth Elder had once hunted down Xaden, so instead of killing him quickly, he had kept him alive for Xaden.
Xaden, you have caused quite a bit of harm. My Beast Taming Club has been exterminated by your hand.
The Fifth Elder said angrily as he looked at Xaden. Now, the Fifth Elder already knew why the Black Ape did not return to their club after being killed by Xaden. He also knew that it was because of this that the Five Elements Club had found out about their plan and joined hands with the other two clubs to slaughter all of the Beast Taming Club's experts here. In his mind, Xaden was the detonator, and he blamed him for everything. "You brought this upon yourselves. You cannot blame me. But I want to know, how are Zeke Jonas and the others doing now?" Xaden asked coldly, as he looked at the Fifth Elder.
They were locked up in a dungeon. Their cultivation was destroyed. They should be dead by now.
The Fifth Elder smiled coldly. He knew that he would not be able to survive, so he wasn't going to try to beg him for anything. Instead, he tried to push Xaden's buttons. Hearing this, Xaden's heart was instantly filled with anger. He roared, "You deserve to die a slow, painful death." He waved his hand and sent out a stream of flame that surrounded the Fifth Elder, whose cultivation had already been destroyed by Sawyer Zimmer and had no strength to resist the attack. In the end, the Fifth Elder screamed as he was burned alive. Tiago Quealy and the rest saw the change in Xaden's expression, but they weren't surprised by how cruel he was. Looking at the Fifth Elder's charred body, Xaden silently mourned for Zeke and the others. Xaden felt sad. He blamed himself for the deaths of Zeke Jonas and the others. No matter what, he was responsible for this. After this matter is resolved, I must make a trip to the Beast Taming Club. At the very least, I must find their corpses and bury them properly, Xaden thought to himself. Then he suppressed his negative emotions and looked around. It was Xaden's first time seeing people from the War King Club and the Sword of Radiance Club. It was easy to identify the members from different clubs because they wore different colored clothes. The War King Club warriors all wore loose clothes that revealed the strength of their physical bodies. Their experts dressed casually, but their core members all wore a set of black training uniforms, which was very formal. There were a total of 9 core members in the War King Club, the same as the Five Elements Club. The clothes of the Sword of Radiance Club were rather extravagant, white robes with streams of gold light embroidered on them. The core members of the War King Club were all males, while the 3 core members of the Sword of Radiance Club were female. Xaden turned to look at the 5 people from the Wind God Club. They wore light green clothes, and all of them were emitting an extremely tyrannical aura. They all stood there calmly, quietly waiting for the arrival of the rest of their Wind God Club. Because the Wind God Club was further away from here than the other 3 clubs, most of their members had yet to arrive. Xaden focused his attention on the 65-foot-tall, 6-foot-wide white jade pillar that stood in front of the palace. There was a transparent layer of light surrounding it.
Inside are the remnants of the Eastern Dynasty.
Maximilian Lennox whispered to Xaden. Is this similar to a dimensional stone? Xaden replied.
This is not a dimensional stone. This is only the point at which a small space attached itself to the space within the 9 regions continent,
Maximilian Lennox explained.
Martial Master experts can have their own domain space. In the past, the expert who created the Eastern Dynasty was able to reach the Martial Saint realm, so they had their own domain space. After the creator of the Eastern Dynasty died, they saved their own domain space and then used this pillar to form a node. After passing through this pillar, one would be able to enter the domain space, which is also known as the Eastern Dynasty's inheritance,
Maximilian said. Xaden did not expect that a martial artist could still have their own domain space. It was incredible. Then, why do you think that martial king experts cannot enter? Xaden asked.
We do know that there is a barrier surrounding the stone pillar. But because the barrier was created by the creator of the Eastern Dynasty, and also has the support of generations of strong practitioners from the dynasty, even martial saint experts cannot break in. We have to wait for the barrier to shatter before we can enter, which, according to our calculations, should happen today,
Maximilian Lennox replied.
However, behind the first barrier, there's another barrier. We've tested it and found that it's no weaker than the first barrier. Even martial experts are unable to force our way in,
He added.
Fortunately, this barrier does not restrict anyone from under the Martial King stage from entering. That's where you come in,
Maximilian explained. I see. Xaden nodded. Princess Blair, can you enter? Xaden asked worriedly. After all, Blair's current strength was equivalent to the perfection of Martial King. Xaden didn't know if this barrier would be able to detect Blair or not. If Blair was forbidden from entering, Xaden would have to retrieve the treasure cord from his sea of consciousness and place it elsewhere. As a result, Blair felt that the situation was somewhat unsafe.
This barrier was set up by a martial saint. My treasure cord is a peak holy artifact, so this barrier shouldn't be able to detect my existence,
Blair said. Xaden felt relieved when he heard this. About 3 hours later, a series of whistling sounds came from the sky in the distance. In the blink of an eye, 60 warriors arrived and stood behind the rest of the Wind God Club. Then, the 60 heavenly martial stage experts cried out at the same time, their voices rising to the sky, even forming an invisible shockwave which shook and dispersed the clouds in the sky, giving off an intimidating aura. Although Xaden was not intimidated by their aura's excited mood, which was due to the great increase in his strength, crashed and burned when he saw so many powerful warriors. It seems like this is still going to be hard work, he thought. When the 60 members of the Wind God Club arrived, most of the people from the 3 great clubs stared at them with hostile glares. There were 9 members of the 5 Elements Club, 9 from the War King Club, and 10 from the Sword of Radiance Club. In total, there were no more than 30 people on their side. If they were to enter the ancient ruins, their members would be in extreme danger. Above all, what they feared the most were the 7 people that stood at the very front of the Wind God group. All 7 of them were actually at the half step into the Martial King realm. Xaden looked at them. The one on the right was a young woman in her 20s. She was extremely beautiful and wore an exquisite green robe, which made her look like a fairy. She was also the most powerful of the Wind God Club members. Xaden could feel that she seemed to be a step away from reaching the Martial King realm. The second person on the right was a 23-year-old man, and the tyrannical aura he exuded also couldn't be underestimated. When he saw the third person, Xaden was shocked, and his expression darkened. "Hunter," he muttered coldly. Because Hunter was also wearing a green robe, Xaden hadn't recognized him until now. Hunter stood there indifferently. When he looked at the Five Elements Club, his face revealed a cold smile. When he looked at Xaden, he even revealed a trace of killing intent. Xaden's gasp caused the other people from the Five Elements Club to look at Hunter as well. When they realized who he was, they all looked at him with anger. Now, Hunter, despite having tried killing a fellow club member, was also betraying the Five Elements Club. If the situation hadn't been tense already, the experts of the club would have tried to kill him with a single strike. When the members of the Wind God Club arrived, everyone understood that it was time to make their final preparations. The clubs gathered their members together. Sawyer looked at Xaden and the others. Because he had been in closed-door cultivation for a long time, no one other than Xaden and Maximilian had ever seen him. So, for most of them, this was the first time they were seeing the club's strongest expert, and they were all extremely excited about it.
All right. I have some important information to tell you. Listen carefully,
said Sawyer, with a serious expression. While they waited for the rest of the Wind God Club to arrive, Xaden inspected the rest of the clubs. Then, he spotted the infamous Eastern Dynasty's inheritance, and Maximilian Lennox explained everything they knew about it. A few hours later, 60 members of the Wind God Club finally arrived, and with them was Hunter Waltham. Now that they were all ready to begin, Sawyer Zimmer gathered the Five Elements Club for a talk.
Although I don't know the specific details of the ruins, according to the records left behind by past members of the club, I can speculate a bit,
Sawyer Zimmer stated.
There should only be metal-type and fire-type spiritual energy in the space. So take these spiritual stones and leave them there.
Sawyer waved his hand, took out 18 spiritual stones from his pocket, and handed them over to the core members. Xaden wanted to refuse because he already had spiritual stones inside the treasure board. However, Sawyer didn't take it back and still forced him to take it. Xaden finally had no choice but to accept it.
I've already discussed this with the leaders of the other two great clubs through sound transmission. Once you enter the ruins, you will all have to fight the Wind God Club together,
Zimmer warned.
There are no avoiding injuries, so take these healing panaceas as well.
He took out 9 pills and gave them to Xaden.
The important part of the ruins is the place that houses the cultivation techniques and martial skills. Once you've taken them, you should search for the tunnel that leads to the outside world. Remember to get out in time. Even if you can't get any cultivation techniques or martial skills or some treasures, it doesn't matter. Living is most important,
Sawyer said with conviction.
Yes, sir.
Hudson Yannick and the others were filled with excitement because they were proud to represent their club. What's more, they were moved by Sawyer's words. He was the club's elder and the strongest member, yet he actually made them put their own safety first. Any martial practitioner would know that even the clubs were sometimes very ruthless for their own benefits. There weren't many clubs that prioritized human feelings like the Five Elements Club did. Xaden was glad he joined the Five Elements Club. Sawyer Zimmer and Maximilian Lennox treated him very well. Even Tiago Quealy, as Hunter Waltham's master, hadn't protected Hunter Waltham when he'd needed it the most, and instead gave Xaden permission to punish him, which was rare. At the very least, Tiago Quealy knew how to discern right from wrong.
All right, go. Be careful,
said Sawyer Zimmer. Xaden and the rest nodded and rushed toward the white jade pillar. At this time, the members of the other two major clubs and the Wind God Club had also finished preparing and were also rushing towards the white jade pillar. When they made contact with the barrier, they all disappeared without a trace, as if they had vanished into thin air. Xaden's vision darkened as he arrived in another world. Then, he suddenly felt his body sinking, as if the gravity in this space was extremely strong. He looked around and discovered that there was no one around him. The members that had rushed towards the pillar with him had all disappeared. There was no one around. Sawyer was right. There was only metal-type and fire-type spiritual energy in the entire space, but none of the other spiritual energy existed. There were only two colors in the entire space. The hills, trees, flowers, and rivers on the ground were gold, and the sky was purple. While gold represented metal, purple represented fire. It was Xaden's first time seeing this kind of scene, and he felt that it was quite magical. Princess Blair, what's going on? Why are there only two colors of spiritual energy in this space? He asked. Besides, the gravity is so strong that I can even feel a sense of oppression. Am I the only one who came here? Why are there no traces of other people? Blair was an encyclopedia of martial arts. She knew everything, so Xaden wasn't scared to ask.
This space is the domain of the creator of the Eastern Dynasty. Whatever kind of spiritual strength they cultivated determines the spatial attribute and color of the space. Clearly, the creator cultivated the metal and fire attributes, which is why Sawyer Zimmer deduced that the space only has metal-type and fire-type spiritual energy.
Blair explained.
As for the issue of gravity, it was also set by the creator of the Eastern Dynasty. This is their space, and everything here is under their control. Although that person is already dead, the rules they put in place still remain. As for your concern, you'll be glad to know that you are not the only one that came into this space. However, the other people must have scattered around different places. This must be another rule set by the creator,
Blair said lightly. Xaden looked around and noticed that there was a faint barrier behind him. It looked extremely dark, and he didn't know what it was. He looked towards the center of the space. There was a vague outline there, but due to the distance, he couldn't see clearly what it was.
That should be the location of the Eastern Dynasty's inheritance, its cultivation techniques, and martial skills, as well as some important treasures. They should all be there,
Blair guessed. Can you feel the presence of other people around you? Xaden asked. If everyone who had come in had been scattered to different places, but there were twice as many members from the Wind God Club compared to the three major clubs, it was more likely for them to end up together. Xaden thought that if he could use Blair's powerful perception to gather the members of the three major clubs together, then their chances of defeating the Wind God Club's members and winning would increase greatly.
No, I can't feel them. I'm not very strong right now, and this space is also affecting my exploration methods, so I can't see too far away.
Blair said. Although her understanding of martial arts was incomparably high, her soul was still a part of his body. Moreover, her strength was no longer the same as it was in the past, so she couldn't use many of her usual techniques. All right, I'll move towards the center then. The others probably had the same thoughts, so when the time comes, we will meet each other, Xaden said with confidence. Then his figure flashed, about to soar into the sky in the middle of the space. However, when he leaped, he only managed to jump 15 to 20 feet in the air. It seemed there was no way for him to float in the air. Damn, not only is the gravity strong, but now I can't even fly, Xaden said gloomily. He had no choice but to run toward the center using his legs. Due to the restriction of gravity, he wasn't very fast either. He had been running for about 10 miles when he heard the sound of fighting in front. Then, he also felt the fluctuations of the water's spiritual strength in front of him. Xaden knew that this was most likely a member of Water Spirit Peak who was fighting with someone else. He increased his speed and rushed in the direction of the fight. As expected, when he finally was close enough to take a look, he saw 2 Wind God Club members surrounding and attacking Sue Langston from the Water Spirit Peak. Now that Xaden had been in the Five Elements Club for a while, he had gotten to know the names of the club's core members. Sue Langston was the arrogant female member that had traveled to Feiyu with Xaden and the others. Sue Langston was an expert on the great perfection of the Heaven Realm. She was fighting 2 members of the opposing Wind God Club. One was of the Heavenly Martial Perfection, and the other was of the small success of the Heaven Realm. Sue Langston was obviously no match for them. Her right sleeve had been cut by her opponent's longsword, revealing her snow-white skin. The 2 members of the Wind God Club looked at each other, lust flashing through their eyes. Sue Langston's beautiful appearance aroused the evil desires of the 2 of them. They purposely humiliated her, and soon after, her other sleeve was cut open, revealing her flawlessly white and shiny skin yet again. Shame and indignation flashed across Sue's face. She vowed to fight back, but no matter how hard she tried, she wasn't a match for the 2 men, who looked at her with even more aggressiveness now. Fortunately, Xaden arrived at the right moment. He jumped and shielded Sue Langston with his body, positioning her behind him. When the 2 men saw Xaden, their eyes flashed with a trace of fear. Since Hunter had already pledged his allegiance to the Wind God Club, he would have definitely told them everything related to the Five Elements Club, so they probably knew about Xaden's strength. The 2 Wind God Club members thought that they were no match for him, so they obviously tried to escape. However, they were enemies, and this was a life-and-death situation, so how could Xaden let them go free? Deciding to no longer conceal the Five Elements' strength, he stretched out his finger and released 2 sharp golden lights that charged toward the 2 men. Xaden was currently half a step into the Martial King realm and had used his metal attribute, which was good at attacking, to carry out a finger attack. As a result, the 2 men didn't even have time to react before Xaden's finger attack pierced through their hearts. Sue Langston stood behind Xaden and stared blankly at his back, feeling a sense of security. After Xaden killed the 2 men, he spotted the dimensional ring on their hands and walked over to remove them. Dimensional rings were considered extremely precious objects in the 4 major clubs of Hansu, and even core members weren't usually allocated one. Now that he had 2 of them at his disposal, of course Xaden would take them. A look of satisfaction flashed across his face. The Wind God Club was indeed rich and imposing, and within every member's dimensional ring, there were 3 pills and 5 low-ranked spiritual stones. They were even better equipped than the dimensional rings that the members of the 5 Elements Club had. "Are you all right?" Xaden turned around and asked Sue Langston.
I'm fine. Thank you.
She said gratefully. At this moment, she no longer had her usual pride. She was very grateful to Xaden for having saved her, but she was also surprised by how powerful he was. So she looked at him with interest, her impression of him improving by the second. "We're fellow members. There's no need to thank me. Follow me," Xaden said. Sue nodded and followed behind him. Xaden led her to the center of the small space. After walking for a short distance, they came across another member of the 5 Elements Club. Yanis Harris was a member of the Earth Spirit Peak, and one of the 3 core members that Xaden had already met before. He was already wounded, and it was obvious that he had just gone through a fierce battle. When he saw Xaden and Sue, a hint of joy flashed across his face. "Is it serious?" Xaden asked as he looked at his injuries. "Don't think so. I just came across a Wind God Club member a moment ago. Luckily, he was a bit weaker than me, so I was able to kill him. I just took some of the medicine that Zimmer gave us, so the wound should heal soon," Yanis said as he winced. "As long as you're fine, let's go," Xaden said, before they continued to walk forward. Since they had just entered this space, Xaden guessed that they must be on the outskirts. Everyone would be walking towards the center, so the further in they went, the more people they would meet, he guessed. After walking for a few more minutes, Xaden and the others met 2 War King Club members who were also covered in blood. It was obvious that they had gone through an intense battle. When they saw Xaden and the others arrive, they breathed a sigh of relief. Their injuries were extremely serious. Although they had already taken the healing medicine, they weren't healing as fast as Yanis. Having recognized Xaden and the others, the 2 of them felt a lot more relaxed. In their current state, if they were to come across members of the Wind God Club, things would definitely end badly for them. But if Xaden and the others took care of them, they would be safer. Xaden offered them some of his medicinal pills to help their wounds heal faster, which they gladly accepted. After a few minutes, the men looked visibly better, so they joined the group and went on their way. With that, Xaden's small team had grown into a group of 5 people. They were not far from the center now, and Xaden could clearly see the vague outline of what looked like a gigantic tower that reached the sky, like a mountain that stood upright and looked extremely magical. Xaden estimated that they were still over 100 miles away from the Great Tower of Heaven. In the outside world, with their strength, they would only need 10 minutes to reach it. However, the gravity in this space was extremely strong, which meant that they would probably need at least half a day to get there on foot. A while later, they arrived at a place filled with strange stones. There, they met 4 Wind God Club members, and both sides stopped. Xaden stared at the 4 people in front of him. There was 1 half-step Martial King warrior and 3 Heavenly Martial Perfection warriors. When Sue Langston and the other 3 saw the formidable lineup of the other party, they thought to themselves, "This is bad." Although Xaden had been hiding his strength from them, others could not tell that he was at the half-step Martial King realm. However, as members of the 5 Elements Club, Sue Langston and Yanis Harris knew about Xaden's true strength. Sue had even seen Xaden fight against Joe Wright not long ago, She had also just witnessed him killing 2 members of the Wind God Club with 2 fingers, which made him look extremely powerful. She was positive that Xaden would have no problem going against a half-step martial king. However, a few of them were not able to do anything. Sue and Yanis were in the heavenly martial realm, and so were the 2 members of the War King Club. Facing the 3 heavenly martial perfection warriors, they knew they had no chance of winning. Xaden looked at the 4 people that stood behind him and said, "Step back."
Are you sure you want to deal with them by yourself?
They looked at Xaden in disbelief. Sue knew that Xaden wasn't to be underestimated, that he was as strong as Hunter Waltham. However, she didn't think that Xaden was strong enough to defeat the 4 members of the Wind God Club. "Don't worry, just take care of yourselves," Xaden said lightly.
Wow, you're an arrogant little shit, aren't you? Said one of the Wind God warriors with a laugh.
He knew that Xaden was a half-step martial king, but he still thought Xaden was crazy for wanting to fight 4 against 1. "Why don't you come here and find out?" Xaden let out a cold snort. With the tip of his feet touching the ground, he rushed towards the 4 people from the Wind God Club. On the way, he made a hand gesture, and a dark green mountain and river seal was released, rushing toward his opponents. When Xaden found Sue Langston being harassed by 2 members of the Wind God Club, he didn't hesitate to kill them. Then, he and Sue kept walking toward the center of the space. Not long after, they came across a bloodied Yanis Harris, who then joined them. A while later, they came across 2 members of the War King Club, and after Xaden healed them, they too joined their group. Finally, they ran into a group of 4 members of the Wind God Club, and Xaden offered to take them all on by himself. As his first move, he unleashed the river and mountain seal.
He's at the heavenly martial perfection realm and has a king-level martial skill,
one of the men from the Wind God Club said with disdain. Xaden's current performance of spiritual strength had only reached the level of heavenly martial perfection, which was why the other party thought that he was at the level of heavenly martial perfection. One of the Wind God Club members pulled out the longsword from his back and shouted, "Wind-splitting slash!" And azure sword light that seemed to be able to tear apart the heavens and earth struck against the mountain and river seal. The 2 powerful attacks collided and finally shattered with a loud bang. The powerful rebound forced Xaden and his opponent to retreat a few steps back.
He does have some strength. Let's kill him.
The half-step martial king warrior raised and waved his hand, and the 3 heavenly martial perfection members behind him all pulled out their own weapons and rushed towards Xaden. At the same time, 2 rays of sword light and 2 rays of blade light came slashing towards Xaden. When he saw this, he immediately summoned a large earthen yellow bell that enveloped him. The 4 attacks landed on the bell, but were unable to break through the defense. They all looked at Xaden in shock, unable to understand why Xaden's defense was so abnormal. They were all puzzled. Didn't Hunter Waltham say that this person only trained in wood attribute spiritual strength? Then why was he using an earth attribute spiritual strength? Furthermore, when Xaden had burned the 5th elder to death, the martial monarch of the Wind God Club had seen it all, so they all knew that Xaden also cultivated a fire attribute spiritual strength. However, it was Xaden's usage of the earth attribute spiritual strength that shocked them. Actually, they weren't the only ones who were shocked. Sue Langston and the other 3 were even more shocked than them. The War King Club and the Sword of Radiance Club were both part of the 4 major clubs, so they had a deep understanding of the 5 Elements Club and its history. Therefore, they knew that there were very few people that could cultivate 3 kinds of spiritual strength at once. As core members of the 5 Elements Club, both Sue and Yanis naturally knew the difficulty of cultivating 3 spiritual strength attributes at the same time. This not only required talent, but also perseverance and time. It was definitely not something any practitioner could do. Sue was the most shocked. She had seen Xaden use wood-type spiritual strength, fire-type spiritual strength, and metal-type spiritual strength. Now he had used earth-type spiritual strength. Could it be that Xaden cultivated a special technique? She knew that there was a cultivation technique that only the founder of the club had been able to successfully cultivate in the past 10,000 years. Was that what Xaden cultivated? Sue's breath quickened. If it was, that could only mean that Xaden's future achievements would be limitless. Sue Langston was such a prideful person, but she couldn't help being amazed at Xaden's talent. She usually viewed the male members who pursued her with contempt. Even a core member of the Fire Spirit Mountain who had pursued her for many years gave up in the end. This wasn't to say that Sue's heart was as hard as a rock, but rather that she hadn't met anyone that could move her and spark her interest. However, at this moment, Xaden had. Xaden looked coldly at the 4 people in front of him and did not waste any time with them. He took a step forward, and with profound steps, he walked towards them. Even in this extremely heavy space, Xaden's figure disappeared in the blink of an eye. When he reappeared, he was right in front of the Wind God Club members. He instantly extended 4 fingers, and 4 golden lights shot toward the men's throats. For ordinary Heaven Realm warriors, or even half-step King Realm warriors, cultivating one type of King-level martial skill was already extremely rare. People like Xaden, who had several kinds of King-level martial skills, were very few. So when you added the Green Finger skill to the 9 Steps to Heaven skill, it was basically impossible for the 4 members of the Wind God Club to get away. 3 members of the Wind God Club were struck through the throats, dying with hatred. However, the half-step Martial King reacted at the last second and blocked Xaden's attack with his longsword, which was split into 2 by the powerful attack of the Green Finger. The huge recoil caused this half-step Martial King warrior to go into shock. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body fell to the ground. He looked at Xaden, then stood up with difficulty while clutching his chest.
If you let me go, I can negotiate with the members of the club and convince them to spare your life,
he offered. This member of the Wind God Club was convinced that Xaden and the others would die in the ruins, so he wanted to negotiate with him about it. Don't be silly. I won't let you off that easily, and I won't let anyone from the Wind God Club off either. Xaden sneered in response. Before he entered this ruin, Xaden had had to get rid of all the jade talismans in his possession because they contained the energy of a profound practitioner and could not be brought into the ruin. Without a jade talisman, no matter how many opponents he faced, sometimes it was not possible to win. When Xaden pointed out his finger at the man, it shot out a sharp ray of light from it and pierced the man's chest. After killing them, Xaden took all of their dimensional rings. "Let's go," he said, as he looked at the 4 people that stood motionless behind him. At this moment, as Yanis looked at Xaden, he also considered the idea that Xaden might have practiced the same cultivation technique that the founder had created. Although he was shocked, His heart was filled with wild joy. If Xaden had cultivated the five elements creation spell, then their safety in this ruin was assured. In the past, not only was the founder the #1 expert in Hanzo, but he was also extremely famous in the 9 regions continent. All of this was due to the five elements creation spell. Now that Xaden had recultivated it, even the members of the Wind God Club would not be able to withstand this kind of fierce power. Xaden and the rest continued to the Great Tower of Heaven. Before long, they came across a member of the Sword of Radiance Club. When this person saw Xaden and the others, he naturally joined the group, and they all continued walking together. When he was wandering the space alone, he was always cautious and on alert. It was fortunate that he had met Xaden and the others, so he could finally relax and let his guard down. The 6 of them walked for a few miles until they saw a dead body on the ground. It belonged to a member of the Sword of Radiance Club.
Oh, no!
The member of the Sword of Radiance Club cried out in grief when he saw the corpse. The man was dead, and his dimensional ring was gone. The member of the Sword of Radiance Club put his fellow brother's corpse into his own dimensional ring so that he could bury him properly once they left the ruins. As they continued walking forward, they saw a few more corpses. These belonged to the War King Club, the Sword of Radiance Club, and the Wind God Club. There was even a corpse from the Five Elements Club. Yanis Harris took the corpse of the member of the Five Elements Club and put it into his dimensional ring. The rest did the same with the members of their own clubs. Then, they continued to head toward the Great Tower of Heaven. Before they arrived there, they found 2 more corpses. Xaden did some calculations in his mind and figured out that ever since he had arrived in this space, excluding the members from the Wind God Club that he had killed himself, they had only come across corpses from the 3 clubs, 6 of them in total. In the outside world, these people were the pride of the club and the idols of countless other members. He had never imagined that so many of them would perish here. Xaden sighed as he raised his head to look at the Great Tower of Heaven, which towered into the clouds. It had a total of 10 floors and was entirely purplish gold. It looked extremely extraordinary. The main door of the first floor was wide open. 2 corpses of members of the Wind God Club and several trails of fresh blood were strewn across the doorstep. Clearly, there had been a fierce battle here. People fought to get in there already. This means this should be the location of the Eastern Dynasty's inheritance. Let's go in quickly before the Wind God Club takes all the treasures, said Yanis Harris in a hurry. Let's go. Xaden nodded and walked in first. The space on the first level was extremely vast, with a high-energy area of 300 feet and a surface area of 3,000 square feet. There were a few bookshelves in the middle of the floor, but none of the books were there.
It seems like we're late. Someone else must have gotten the treasures,
said Sue with a frown. Not necessarily. Look at these bookshelves. They are covered with a layer of dust, and this dust is completely intact, like no one's touched it in ages. I think whatever was here was taken many years ago. Xaden pointed at the bookshelves as he spoke. Sue and the others looked carefully and found that Xaden was right. The dust on the bookshelves was extremely even, and there was not a single place that wasn't covered by it. It was obvious that there hadn't been anything there recently. In that case, those who had arrived before them probably didn't take anything. Thinking of this, Sue and the others felt slightly relieved. Although this was only the first of 10 floors, This tower was still a place that held whatever had been collected by the Eastern Dynasty in the past. If someone else beat them to it, and they didn't manage to get any treasures, they would naturally be at a disadvantage in the future. Xaden and the others walked past the corner and headed to the second floor. The first floor was over 300 feet tall, so of course, the staircase was very long. Xaden estimated it must have had over 1,000 steps. However, to them, this was nothing. The second floor was only slightly smaller than the first floor. It was tidier, and there weren't even any bookshelves. In fact, it was completely empty. There was a lot of dust on the ground, and only a few footprints. Nothing else. Xaden and the others continued to the third floor. There, they finally found something, but it was just another corpse. The corpse of a member of the Sword of Radiance Club. The body was still warm, so the person had just been killed. After placing the corpse into one of their dimensional rings, Xaden and the rest continued to the fourth floor. There, they found 2 more corpses, both from the Wind God Club. When they reached the 5th floor, they didn't see anything. The entire space was empty, except for some footprints. "Shouldn't there be something inside the tower?" Yanis asked with doubt. If an empty, dusty space was all there was here, then their trip would have been in vain, and the deaths of so many of their fellow members would have been for nothing. "I'm not sure. Let's keep going up," Xaden insisted. Just when Xaden and the others were about to head to the 6th floor, Xaden sensed a powerful energy wave coming from below. "Be careful. Someone is coming up," he said in alarm. However, just as he finished speaking, a figure jumped up from the staircase to the 4th floor. It was a member of the Wind God Club. Xaden remembered this person. He had stood between the Wind God Club girl and Hunter Waltham before they'd entered the Jade Pillar. From his position, Xaden could tell that he was a little weaker than the girl and a little stronger than Hunter Waltham, so he guessed that he was the second strongest person in the Wind God Club. Sue and the others dodged to the side without Xaden having to order them to. They knew that they were far from being skilled enough to fight against this person. Only Xaden could contend against him, and if they tried to help, they would only cause trouble for him. This person was holding a green-colored longsword in his hand, which was still stained with blood, so evidently he had just killed someone. When Chuck Hill saw Xaden, he was stunned for a moment. Then, without saying anything, he raised his sword and charged towards Xaden. In response, Xaden extended his finger, and a ray of light shot out toward Chuck Hill. When Chuck Hill saw this attack, his expression changed slightly, but he did not retreat. Instead, he waved his swords and slashed out a huge green sword key. When the sword key and the light from Xaden's finger clashed together, the 2 powerful attacks shattered and created a violent wind. Xaden didn't expect his attack to be disintegrated so easily. However, Chuck Hill was a genius member of the Wind God Club, whose strength was equivalent to the strength that the Eastern Dynasty had held in the past, so the members that they nurtured were naturally much stronger than the members of the 4 major clubs. Core members of the 4 major clubs were only equivalent to inner members of the Wind God Club. That's how different their strengths were. Chuck Hill shouted, and once again charged at Xaden. His sword key was incomparably sharp. As the sword slashed out, the air in the entire 5th level seemed to transform into sharp daggers, stabbing at one's skin and causing one to feel excruciating pain. In return, a large earthen yellow bell appeared around Xaden's body, enveloping him. The earthen yellow bell had many spiritual strengths, and they all followed a specific trajectory in circulation, so the entire bell looked extremely sturdy, as if it could defend against any attack. The powerful sword key struck the earthen yellow bell with an unstoppable force. Chuck Hill's sword was not only extremely sharp, but also extremely powerful. Xaden's bell, which normally seemed to be able to withstand any attack, was now filled with cracks. Finally, it exploded with a bang, creating a counterforce. Xaden took 2 steps back, shocked by the turn of events. Chuck Hill took this chance to shoot towards a certain direction, which was precisely where Sue and the others were standing. Xaden cursed under his breath, realizing that Chuck Hill intended to kill the others first, and he was infuriated. He pushed off the ground with his feet and took a step forward. In the blink of an eye, he instantly arrived in front of Sue and the others. After a long walk and a lot of corpses found along the way, Xaden and his group finally reached the Great Tower of Heaven, where the Eastern Dynasty's inheritance was hidden. However, as they ascended through the first 4 floors, they discovered nothing but dusty shelves and corpses on the floor. However, when they reached the 5th floor, they were suddenly ambushed by a member of the Wind God Club, Chuck Hill. His powerful sword key managed to break Xaden's protective bell, and while Xaden was down, he turned to attack his group. But Xaden quickly got up and put himself between Chuck Hill and the others. Xaden shouted loudly and released a fiery red mountain and river seal that was the size of a human towards Chuck Hill. The mountain and river seal was created using the fire attribute spiritual strength, so the entire room instantly became extremely hot. Seeing Xaden's ferocious mountain and river seal, Chuck Hill did not dare to take it head on. Instead, he jumped to the side and dodged the attack, so the mountain and river seal did not hit him. It just hit the wall. The collision made the tower shake a little. Xaden looked at Chuck Hill coldly and shouted,
"If you want to kill them, you'll have to kill me first."
Then, he took the initiative to attack. He extended his finger and channeled all his killing intent into it. Immediately after, a new mountain and river seal was unleashed, and it flew towards Chuck Hill again. Seeing how skillfully Xaden was at using a king-level martial skill, Chuck Hill brandished the longsword in his hands and used the king-level sword technique of the Wind God Club while he shouted, "Whirlwind!" He waved his longsword and slashed out countless times in an instant, so countless sword keys formed a green tornado in front of him, which started from the ground and reached the top of the 5th floor's ceiling. Then, the tornado moved towards Xaden's green finger and mountain and river seal. The green sword key tornado created a strong suction force in the air, with it as the center, as if it was going to suck in everything in the world and then shatter it. The suction force was so strong that even Sue and the others, who were hiding far away from the battlefield, felt as if they were about to be sucked into the tornado.
We need to work together to stabilize our bodies,
she shouted. A powerful water spiritual strength appeared on the surface of her body, enveloping them and firmly attaching itself to the ground to prevent them from being sucked away by the tornado. Yanis and the rest also activated their spiritual strength, absorbing the spirit energy on the ground, resisting the force of the tornado. The 2 members of the War King Club also steadied their bodies, With their combined efforts, they were finally able to resist the effect of the tornado. However, Zayden's attack had already been shattered by the tornado. Seeing this, Chuck Hill sneered and commanded the green tornado to attack Zayden. Zayden knew that he had to use some of his real strength to fight this tornado. So far, he had only been using his heavenly martial perfection strength against others. Once he embraced his half-step martial king realm, he'd be strong enough to fight the tornado. However, by doing so, he would be testing the strength of his own body. The aura on Zayden's body changed. His ki and blood overflowed into the sky as a result of his extremely powerful physical body. Seeing the change in Zayden, Chuck Hill was not the only one who was shocked. Even Sue and the rest had an expression of disbelief on their face. They never expected Zayden's body to be so strong. Especially the two working club members, as body refinement martial cultivators themselves, were able to sense Zayden's power even more thoroughly. The ki and blood they could feel from Zayden were even stronger than the ki and blood of the #1 core member of their club.
We'll see how powerful your tornado is.
Zayden let out a loud shout, and with a flash, dashed toward the tornado. Everyone present revealed a look of shock. This tornado was formed from sword ki. Moreover, these swords already contained traces of the true intent of the wind, which caused the might of the tornado to multiply. Nonetheless, Zayden charged through it like it was nothing. Was he ignorant? Fearless? Or was he confident in his own strength? They wondered. Soon, Zayden gave them his answer. He rushed to the edge of the tornado and formed claws with his hands. Turning to face the countless sword ki, he waved his claws and crushed the sword ki that was attacking him. Finally, he shouted,
Annihilate!
Then, he waved both his claws, and like the claws of a heavenly rock, they tore a hole into the tornado. As a result, the tornado formed from the sword ki was blocked, and it spun far away, eventually disintegrating into nothingness. Zayden landed safely on the ground. There were no injuries on his body at all, and his clothes were completely undamaged. Chuck Hill looked at him with extreme anger. Hunter Waltham had told him that Zayden only cultivated the wood attribute spiritual strength. So why did he not only have the fire attribute spiritual strength, but also the metal and earth attribute spiritual strength? And didn't they say that his body was not even close to heavenly martial perfection? How did he suddenly become a half-step martial king? Now that he was facing Zayden and knew how powerful he was, Chuck Hill realized that he could not defeat him. For this, he hated Hunter Waltham. If Hunter Waltham had told him that Zayden was this powerful, he wouldn't have fought with him so directly and on his own. At least he would have teamed up with others so that they had enough strength to suppress him. In reality, Chuck Hill wasn't the only one who felt this way. Almost everyone in the Wind God Club would basically hate Hunter Waltham as soon as they met Zayden. It was because of his inaccurate information that none of them would survive Zayden's attacks.
Enough playing! Now die!
Zayden gave a loud shout, used the 9 Steps to Heaven skill, and rushed toward Chuck Hill. Because he cultivated both his spiritual strength and his physical body at the same time, this movement technique made him much faster. He leaped up, formed a claw with his hand, and attempted to grab Chuck Hill's head. Chuck Hill felt as if he was fighting against a super divine beast, and knew it would be very difficult for him to dodge this attack. He braced himself and swung his sword toward Zayden's claws in an attempt to block him. However, Zayden's physical body was extremely strong. Not only that, but he also had the Celestial Rock killing arts. So how could his opponent block that attack? Zayden grabbed onto Chuck Hill's longsword and broke it with his claws. Then, his other hand also took the shape of a rock claw and tried to grab Chuck Hill again. If Chuck Hill was hit by Zayden's claw, even if he didn't die, he would definitely be heavily injured. However, just when Zayden was about to get his way, he felt his head turn cold. A sound that could split the air came rushing toward the back of his head. He instinctively knew that if he let this attack hit him, he would definitely be seriously injured. Therefore, he jumped to the side and dodged the attack that had come at him from behind. In doing this, he also lost the best opportunity to kill Chuck Hill. Then, he noticed an arrow piercing the wall. Zayden turned around to look towards the stairs. There was a Wind God Club member there, holding a large bow in his hand, pointing it at Zayden.
Fenton!
Chuck Hill's face lit up when he saw the person who had just appeared.
Chuck. How are you?
Clark Fenton appeared beside Chuck Hill in a flash. Zayden looked at Clark Fenton silently and immediately knew that he was in the half-step Marshall King realm. He also remembered having seen him standing by Hunter Waltham's side at the start of the gathering, so he was clearly a powerful warrior.
I'm okay for now, but that guy is stronger than we thought. If we fight him together, we might have a chance of winning.
Chuck Hill looked at Zayden, his expression full of fear. Clark Fenton looked at Zayden too. He didn't expect him to be so powerful. According to what Hunter Waltham had said, although Zayden was talented, he was only half a step into the Marshall King realm. However, Clark Fenton had seen the scene just now. If he had come in a few seconds later, Chuck Hill would have undoubtedly been killed by Zayden's claw attack.
Did Hunter Waltham lie to us then?
He said angrily.
I don't know, but we should just kill him before he kills us.
With that, Chuck Hill took out a pill from his dimensional ring and swallowed it. His fight with Zayden had consumed a lot of his spiritual strength, so he needed to replenish it. A few seconds later, the spiritual strength around him started to move unrestrainedly, proving that he had recovered to his peak state. When Zayden saw this, he thought to himself, as expected of the #1 power in Fennel, a single pill is actually able to instantly recover all of their lost spiritual strength. They didn't have these kinds of pills in their 5 Elements Club. The pills that Sawyer Zimmer had given them were just used for healing. If he wanted to recover the spiritual strength that had disappeared from his body, he would need to absorb another spiritual stone to replenish his energy. However, absorbing spiritual stones wouldn't instantly restore the energy that was used up. Instead, his body would recover slowly. Clearly, the Wind God Club had much better and further advanced resources than them. Chuck Hill needed to replenish his spiritual strength, but Zayden did not, as the quality and quantity of his spiritual strength was much stronger than that of the average person. Furthermore, Zayden had 5 crystal nucleus in his body, each gathering spiritual strength. As a result, Zayden didn't normally worry about not having enough spiritual strength. Chuck Hill, who had already recovered his spiritual strength, looked at Zayden and said,
We have only been defeated by one person, the #1 member in our club, who is much better than you. So today is the day you rats die. With that, Chuck Hill rushed toward Zayden. He raised the longsword in his hands and waved it out with an incredibly condensed green sword light, slashing towards Zayden. Just as Zayden was about to smash the sword key into pieces, a strong wind attacked him. He knew it was coming from Clark Fenton. Although he was not as strong as Chuck Hill, Zayden did not dare to underestimate him. Clark Fenton's arrows were crafted from precious metals, and they were all concentrated in one place, so their attack power was much stronger than an ordinary attack. To make matters worse, Clark Fenton's attack angle was very tricky and aimed at the fatal spots on Zayden's body. Beforehand, when Zayden had almost killed Chuck Hill, Clark Fenton's arrow was aimed at the back of his head. This time, it was aimed at his throat. Without a choice, Zayden could only dodge to the side instead of clashing with Chuck Hill. If he was determined to fight Chuck Hill head-on, he could injure him, but he would also be injured by Clark Fenton's arrows in the process. However, this time, his arrows behaved differently from the previous ones. After Zayden dodged them, the arrows turned around and came back at him. Zayden did not expect Clark Fenton's archery skills to have reached such a profound level. At this time, Chuck Hill once again raised his sword and charged forward, leaving Zayden to face an attack from both sides. Zayden shouted loudly and released an earthen yellow mountain and river seal that blocked Chuck Hill's attack. Then, his right hand exploded with a tyrannical strength and transformed into a claw that grabbed Clark Fenton's arrow. Zayden looked at the arrow in his hand, and with the force of his palm, he broke it in half, even though the arrow was made of rare metals. "Here you go!" Zayden shouted coldly before he threw the first half of the arrow toward Clark Fenton. Zayden's body refinement had reached half a step into the martial king realm, so his physical body was extremely powerful. Therefore, when he threw the arrow, it was like a meteor piercing through the sky as it flew through the air, creating sparks as it shot towards the center of Clark Fenton's brows. Clark Fenton didn't expect Zayden to have such a powerful strength with just a casual strike. However, this was not enough to threaten him. Clark Fenton took 2 steps to the side and dodged the arrow. On the other side, Chuck Hill, who had destroyed Zayden's mountain and river seal, once again charged towards him. He thrust his sword, and the green sword key flew towards Zayden's chest. Zayden pointed out his finger, and a ray of light collided with Chuck Hill's sword, destroying it. At this moment, 2 of Clark Fenton's arrows shot towards Zayden, aiming for his eyes. Zayden hurriedly dodged them, and just as he did so, an extremely sharp sword key flew towards his throat. Facing the combined efforts of Chuck Hill and Clark Fenton was giving Zayden a headache. Chuck Hill was in charge of close combat, while Clark Fenton was attacking him from afar. He would need to have eyes on the back of his head to be able to successfully fight both at once. Zayden felt truly helpless. After ruminating about it for a quick second, Zayden decided it would be better to finish off Clark Fenton, who was a skilled archer, first. Therefore, he dodged Chuck Hill's attack. His toes tapped on the ground, and he took a big step. His figure instantly appeared beside Clark Fenton, and he struck out his palm towards him with brute force. Clark Fenton's pupils constricted. He didn't expect Zayden to be so fast. He cultivated his skills in archery, so his long-range attacks were his best support. In close combat, he truly did not have any advantage, which was also why he had kept his distance all this time.
Clark Fenton was aware of his weakness. For this reason, he also specially practiced a movement martial skill, which allowed him to move like the wind and escape difficult situations. In the end, he barely managed to dodge Zayden's palm. With Clark Fenton there, Chuck Hill was confident that they would defeat Zayden. He used his longsword to attack him from the front, while Fenton attacked from behind with his arrows. After being attacked constantly on both sides, Zayden decided that his best move would be to get rid of Fenton, the archer, first. So he ran towards him and struck him with a red palm. However, Fenton managed to escape unscathed. Clark Fenton, who had just dodged Zayden's attack, didn't dare to get too close to him again. As long as Zayden made an unusual move, Fenton would use his movement technique to change his position. Zayden looked at the two men and thought to himself that their coordination was just right. It would be difficult for him to take them down and defend himself at the same time. Regardless, Zayden fought with the two for a long time, and for a while, it was difficult to determine who the victor would be. However, not long after, two more members from the Wind God Club came up to the 5th floor. As soon as they appeared, Sue, Yanis, and the other two killed them. Chuck Hill and Fenton's eyes flashed with anger when they saw their fellow club members getting killed. In retaliation, Fenton brandished his bow and shot 5 arrows at each one of the group members. Because his cultivation was much higher than theirs, once the 5 of them were faced with Fenton's arrow, there was absolutely no chance of them defending. However, Zayden was still there, and how could he let Clark Fenton succeed? He raised his hand and summoned a gigantic earthen yellow bell that enveloped Sue and the rest. The King's Bell could not only defend itself and suppress its enemies, but it could also protect others. The 5 arrows smashed into the earthen yellow bell and shattered it. However, they lost all their strength and fell to the ground, unable to harm Sue and the rest. Fenton realized that there was no way he'd be able to kill Sue and the others with Zayden there. So once again, he joined forces with Chuck and concentrated on dealing with Zayden. They fought back and forth, and because each of their battle strengths was so extremely strong, the entire 5th floor shook without a break. Not long after, another person arrived. He was none other than Hunter Waltham. If Zayden had to fight with Chuck, Fenton, and Hunter Waltham without exposing more of his strength, his chances of winning were minimal. When Hunter Waltham saw Zayden's powerful defense, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he greeted Chuck Hill and Clark Fenton with a smile on his face.
Fenton, Chuck, let me help you,
he offered. Despite Hunter Waltham's enthusiasm, Chuck and Clark ignored him and continued to fight with Zayden. They were still angry at him for giving them a false report on Zayden. If the situation had allowed it, the two of them would have beat him up gladly. Hunter Waltham didn't know why the two of them were ignoring him, and although he was unhappy with their attitude, he didn't dare to show it. It was only because of his betrayal of the 5 Elements Club that he'd been able to join their club. Compared to members like Chuck Hill and Clark Fenton, who were born within the Wind God Club, his reputation was non-existent. Nonetheless, Hunter hated Zayden with a passion, so even if Chuck and Fenton ignored him, he would still join the two of them to fight Zayden. However, just as he was about to make his move, another person came up from below. This was the #1 core member of the Working Club, Taylor Brown. Hunter Waltham's face sank when he saw him. Needless to say, Taylor Brown was also on Xaden's side. Although Hunter Waltham's arrival had given the Wingod Club the upper hand in the battle, now that Taylor Brown was there, their advantage was dissipating. When the two members of the Working Club saw that the strongest core member of the club had arrived, they were extremely excited.
Taylor!
They greeted him enthusiastically. Hunter Waltham's arrival had made their hearts sink. For a split second, they thought they would die here. Thankfully, Taylor Brown had shown up at the perfect time. Taylor Brown, who was tall and sturdy and had exceptionally developed muscles, waved at them while he glared at Hunter Waltham. Hunter Waltham was not only hated by the Five Elements Club, but also by the other two clubs. If it wasn't for him, the inheritance of the Eastern Dynasty wouldn't have ended up in the hands of outsiders, and many of their fellow club members wouldn't have died fighting against the Wingod Club. Taylor's body was emitting a strong ki and blood energy as he stared at Hunter Waltham with a gaze as sharp as knives. Hunter Waltham took out his golden longsword as he looked at Taylor. The battle was unavoidable. However, before the two of them could start the fight, another person appeared. When the members of the Sword of Radiance Club saw Francisco Bolton, they shouted in surprise, "Fran!" Francisco Bolton was the #1 core member of the Sword of Radiance Club. His arrival caused a huge shift in the situation. The originally balanced fight was suddenly thrown into disarray. Now, Xaden and the others had the absolute advantage. Chuck and Fenton's expressions changed, while a strong uneasiness rose in Hunter's chest. Suddenly, the three of them rushed up to the 6th floor in tacit understanding. Quickly, Xaden and the others also chased after them. The two groups of people charged upward, one after the other. They passed the 6th, 7th, and 8th floors, but there was nothing to be found on any of them. So they continued until they reached the 9th floor. The 9th floor was rather small, only about 5,000 to 6,000 square feet. However, unlike the other floors, a young woman was standing in the middle of the room with a corpse at her feet. This corpse belonged to a member of the Sword of Radiance Club. Chuck and the other two looked at the woman with relaxed expressions. As long as she was here, Xaden and the others wouldn't be able to win the fight, they thought. Francisco Bolton from the Sword of Radiance Club looked at the corpse with anger in his eyes. However, when he looked up at the beautiful young woman, he suppressed his anger. He was half a step into the Martial King realm and could feel an incomparably strong energy exuding from the beautiful young woman. Kiera Fitzpatrick looked at Chuck and the other two, as well as Xaden and the others. She didn't say anything. She just stood there, quietly. At the same time, Chuck and the other two didn't dare to speak either. Xaden, however, glanced at her. He didn't understand why she was standing there and hadn't gone up to the 10th floor. There was nothing in the first 9 levels. If there was anything to be found, it was definitely on the 10th level. Why was she stuck on the 9th floor then? Xaden scanned the space around them and realized that there were no passages from the 9th to the 10th floor. In other words, there was no way to reach the 10th floor from here. This can't be it, Xaden thought to himself. The 10th floor was definitely there, because he had already counted the levels from outside the tower, and he was sure that the purplish gold tower had 10 floors. However, why was there no way up to the 10th floor from the 9th floor? Xaden was puzzled. Xaden looked at Kira and guessed that she was also wondering what was going on. He walked around the wall on the 9th floor to see if there were any traps or hidden door locks. However, after looking around for a few minutes, he didn't find anything. It would be unrealistic to use brute force to break through the roof, he thought. After all, they had been fighting for hours on end on the 5th floor, and they still hadn't caused any damage to the purple gold tower. The others couldn't understand why there wasn't a passageway to the 10th floor either. However, the troops from both sides had yet to make a move. Everyone was quietly standing there. Before long, the rest of the members of both sides arrived at the 9th floor. There were 13 members from 3 great clubs combined, including Xaden. Xaden let out a sigh of relief when he saw Hudson Yannick appear. Amongst all the members of the 5 Elements Club, Hudson was the closest one to him, so Xaden would have definitely been upset if something bad happened to him. Now that he saw that Hudson was fine, Xaden smiled at him. Hudson waved back at Xaden with a shy smile. Adding the members from the Wind God Club that had just arrived, there were now a total of 32 people on their side. Over half of the members of the 3 great clubs had died. If it wasn't for Xaden, who had killed some Wind God Club members, even more of them would have survived and killed those from the other 3 clubs. However, it was worth mentioning that none of the surviving members from the Wind God Club was past half a step into the Martial King realm. Besides the one that Xaden had killed, the other 2 were also gone. Xaden suspected that Taylor and Francisco had killed them. The 2 of them were of similar strength to Hunter Waltham, so they could kill someone who was half a step into the Martial King realm. After they gathered there, these members also realized that there was no passage to the 10th floor, and everyone began pondering whether or not there was a 10th floor at all. Was it possible that the legacy and treasures of the Eastern Dynasty were not here at all? What was most terrifying was that if they could not find the place where the Eastern Dynasty's inheritance was passed on, they would not be able to return to their original world and would be trapped here forever. The mood in the room suddenly became very heavy. It was then that Kira spoke.
Now that everyone who's not dead is here, we should annihilate everyone who's not with the Wind God Club, leaving no one alive.
Yes.
The Wind God Club members agreed. Hearing Kira's words, Xaden cursed under his breath. This woman looked harmless, but she was ruthless. From the way that the Wind God Club members were looking at her, Xaden could tell that they respected her and held her in high esteem. Did she have some sort of powerful background? Xaden wondered. However, the situation wasn't looking good for them, so Xaden didn't have the time to dig into that. He looked at Taylor and Francisco, who were beside him, and said, "Leave the half-step Martial Kings to me. You deal with the rest." Xaden thought that this was the only way they could compete with each other. The Wind God Club now had 4 people at half-step Martial King realm, and these were the strongest of the original 7, so their strengths were extremely tyrannical. Taylor and Francisco didn't think Xaden had any chance of winning against the 4 of them alone, but they still agreed to go along with his plan. Sue and the others had watched Xaden fighting against Chuck and Fenton without losing out, so they knew he was very powerful. Even so, they also didn't think that Xaden would be able to fight against the 4 half-step Martial Kings on his own. Hunter Waltham was stronger than Fenton, while Kira was stronger than Chuck. This meant that fighting the four of them would be more than twice as difficult as his fight with Chuck and Fenton had been. In fact, Xaden suspected that Kira was even stronger than him. Although he was set on wanting to fight against the four of them by himself, they didn't know what he was thinking. So, when they heard Xaden's plan, Chuck and Fenton laughed with disdain. They admitted that Xaden was very powerful. However, wanting to fight all four of them by himself was simply suicidal thinking. Hunter Waltham looked at Xaden and sneered.
Xaden, I never thought you'd be so arrogant. Aren't you too confident in your own strength? Do you really think you can hold off the four of us together?
Although Chuck and Clark agreed with Hunter Waltham's words, they were still extremely angry with him. Especially Chuck, who had almost died at the hands of Xaden while believing Hunter Waltham's misinformation. Thinking of this, he looked coldly at Hunter. Hunter felt a chill running through his body. He could guess why Chuck was so angry at him, so he smiled at him in embarrassment, not knowing what to say in his defense.
I didn't know Xaden was this strong. Who knew he was hiding such strength?
He thought gloomily. When Kira heard Xaden's words, a trace of disgust appeared on her calm face, and she gave him an indifferent glance. Xaden really didn't know his place if he dared to suggest such ridiculous ideas.
Xaden, I don't think this is appropriate. I know your strength is extraordinary, but the four of them are all very powerful,
Taylor said to Xaden with concern. Francisco also nodded in agreement. Even Marshal King experts wouldn't dare to face the four of them head on. Was Xaden delusional? They wondered. Well, as long as I can stop the four of them, or hold them off for a while, that should give you all enough time to fight the rest. You'll need to eradicate them as soon as possible, so you can come over to help me, Xaden said with conviction. This is the best way forward if we don't want the others to be quickly slaughtered, he added. Until now, Xaden had no intention of showing his other abilities. However, he could feel a wave of fear coming from Kira's body and knew that it was time to show his true strength. Although Taylor and Francisco did not believe that Xaden had that kind of strength, they didn't have any better ideas. Besides, there was a certain reason for Xaden's arrangement. When Hudson, Sue, and the others saw Xaden being so stubborn about his plan, worry flashed across their eyes. Although Xaden's strength seemed to be limitless, they would never know where the line was. Regardless, the other four half-step Marshal Kings were truly frightening, and Xaden's way might be the only way to come out on top. Xaden smiled faintly at them, indicating that he would be fine. Not long after, the surviving club members began to appear. In the end, there were 32 members of the Wingott Club and 13 members of the other three clubs combined. When they realized that there was no way to access the 10th floor, Kira called for the Wingott Club to attack the others. Then, Xaden came up with a plan to defeat them, which involved him going against the 4 half-step Marshal Kings. Although everyone thought that he was delusional, they agreed to his plan. Seeing how confident Xaden was, Hudson and the rest didn't say anything more. Xaden was no fool. Since he dared to have that much confidence in his plan, then it must be for a reason, although they didn't know where Xaden's confidence came from. However, just because Xaden had arranged it like this, didn't mean that the Wingott Club planned on following his instructions. Kira looked at Chuck and the other two and said,
You guys can deal with the insignificant ones. Leave this arrogant piece of shite to me.
Yes. Chuck, Fenton, and Hunter nodded. Although the three of them together were stronger than Kira, they were still half a step into the Marshal King realm. However, they respected her identity. When Xaden heard Kira's words, he knew that she didn't think much of him. If you can, then stop me by yourself, he thought to himself. Since things had already come to this, there was no need to talk things out anymore. This time, Xaden did not hide the fact that he had a spiritual strength that was half a step into the Marshal King stage. A majestic momentum erupted from Xaden's body. It was like a monstrous wave that engulfed the entire 9th floor.
Green thing!
Xaden shouted. Then, 4 extremely powerful finger lights shot out from his right hand, all of them rushing toward Kira. Any one of these 4 finger light beams could cause a great threat to anyone, not to mention that all 4 of them were charging toward Kira at the same time.
Be careful!
Chuck shouted. Then, he, Fenton, and Hunter all rushed to Kira's side. Each of them intercepted 1 finger light beam, leaving the remaining one for Kira herself to deal with. Her eyes were filled with panic and astonishment at the same time. She hastily waved her hand and shot out an incredibly condensed wind blade, shattering Xaden's finger light beam. The collision of their attacks made her have to take 2 steps back. The same thing happened to the 3 men. They intercepted Xaden's 3 finger light beams and destroyed them, but they were also pushed to the corner before coming to a stop. Everyone looked at Xaden and thought that they were seeing things. Xaden really hadn't exaggerated. He had actually forced 4 half-Marshal Kings to retreat. Hudson, Sue, and the others were very excited by this turn of events, especially Sue, who looked at Xaden with even more infatuation. Taylor and Francisco looked at Xaden with a strange glow in their eyes. With his strength, their victory would be a piece of cake. Chuck and Fenton also looked at Xaden with shock. When Xaden had been fighting with them earlier, he had only used the spiritual strength of the heavenly martial perfection realm. But now, he had used spiritual strength from the half-step Marshal King realm with a simple wave of his finger. This was enough to prove Xaden's talent. At this point, Chuck, Fenton, and even Kira had to put away their contempt and were now extremely angry. She had just said that she would take down Xaden alone, but in the blink of an eye, he had pointed 4 fingers at her and caused the 4 of them to step back. This made her feel embarrassed. Kira glared at Hunter with anger burning in her eyes. According to him, they should have been able to easily crush Xaden. However, Xaden had repeatedly revealed his even more powerful strength, causing her to feel extremely disgusted with Hunter. Although she had previously wanted to deal with Xaden on her own, now it seemed impossible for her to win against him alone. As a result, Kira felt her heart sink. Naturally, like the others before her, she blamed Hunter because his description of Xaden was inaccurate. When Hunter felt Kira's cold gaze, his heart trembled and his face turned bitter.
Why do you blame me? This is all Xaden's fault,
he thought bitterly. He also didn't understand why Xaden was so strong all of a sudden. He had only been at the 5 Elements Club for less than 2 months. Besides, he could tell that Xaden had cultivated the 5 Elements creation spell. Did he really reach such a level in less than 2 months? Hunter did not dare to go there. If that was really the case, then how powerful would Xaden's talent be? Not only did he possess these 5 attributes, but he could also advance so quickly through the realms. No matter what, Xaden's strength was unquestionable. Even Kira, who was unbelievably strong, was very wary of him now. She didn't dare to even be the slightest bit careless. No one present at the scene would still dare to doubt that Xaden didn't have the strength to fight against 4 half-martial kings, especially the people from the 5 Elements Club, who had already started to idolize him. Every member of the 5 Elements Club knew about the 5 Elements creation spell, and they also knew about the founder's glorious past. Now that Xaden had cultivated the 5 Elements creation spell, and had also reached the half-step martial king realm, even those in the same realm wouldn't be able to defeat him. Those who knew Xaden, such as Hudson and Sue, knew that he had cultivated several different kinds of king-level martial skills at the same time, and that all of them had reached very profound realms. Furthermore, he had also cultivated his physical body to half a step of the martial king realm. A person like that was simply invincible and undefeatable to those within the same realm.
Hunter, fight the others. Chuck and Fenton, the 2 of you, help me deal with Xaden,
said Kira. There were 2 reasons why she would do this. Firstly, even though the 3 major clubs had a relatively small number of members, once Taylor and Francisco, the 2 half-martial kings, were to attack their heavenly martial stage warriors, even if they had the advantage of numbers, they would not have the upper hand. Therefore, Kira ordered Hunter and the other Wind God Club members to fight against Taylor and the others. Another reason for her plan was that if Hunter wasn't allowed to fight against Xaden, then they wouldn't be following his original intentions. This made Kira quite proud. If the 4 of them were to fight Xaden together, it would hurt her ego.
Yes.
Hunter accepted gladly. Deep down, he was a bit scared to deal with Xaden because he could feel the killing intent coming from him and knew that if the 4 of them had fought Xaden together, he might have been the first one to die. So if Kira didn't want him to participate, he was more than happy to oblige. Xaden couldn't help but laugh when he heard Kira's instructions, as if he could see through her thoughts.
What are you laughing at?
Her expression turned cold. None of the people present were fools. They all knew that Kira's specific distribution was designed to make sure she didn't lose to Xaden. However, everyone knew how powerful Kira was, so they didn't dare to say it out loud. That was everyone except for Xaden, who unexpectedly laughed on the spot and said, "Not brave enough to face me on your own anymore, are we?" He looked at Kira with a teasing smile. This made Kira exceptionally angry. Who was he to expose her thoughts in public? She condensed her anger and shouted, so a towering momentum surged from her body, almost the same as Xaden's imposing manner.
Infinite Wind Blade!
She screamed. Then, countless green wind blades appeared in front of her. These wind blades were like sharp daggers, each of them compressed to the extreme by elegance and possessing tremendous power. Kira looked coldly at Xaden. Then, with a wave of her hand, the wind blades shot toward him. When he saw her powerful wind blade, he did not dare to push it too far. He covered his body with earthen yellow spiritual strength and had a large earthy yellow bell formed to protect him. The countless wind blades landed on the large earthen yellow bell with a loud "ing." However, even after the wind blades attacked, the earthen yellow bell didn't break at all. This showed just how powerful Xaden's bell was when he used the spiritual strength of half-step Martial King. When he'd used the heavenly martial perfection bell, even Chuck and Fenton had been able to destroy it using their full strength. However, now that Xaden had raised his spiritual strength to the half-step Martial King stage, even Kira could not easily break his defense. The wind blaze disappeared as Xaden removed the earthen yellow bell. He then took a step forward and disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already by Kira's side. Xaden's right hand turned into a claw shaped like the claw of a divine rock, capable of ripping everything apart. Then, he clawed at Kira. Xaden's movement technique was so fast that all of this happened in a millisecond, making all the warriors present exclaim in surprise. This was especially true for Francisco. The Sword of Radiance Club was an expert in movement techniques. In this area, the Great Club had always been at the top. They had never been surpassed. Today, Francisco realized that Xaden was actually so fast that he was even faster than him. Taylor was shocked too. Even though he already knew that Xaden's physical body was extremely strong, now that he saw his claw, he felt that no one would be a match for Xaden. Taylor and Francisco exchanged a glance, and they both saw the great shock in each other's eyes. The two of them were the top core members in their respective clubs. One specialized in cultivating the strength of the body, and the other specialized in movement techniques. Besides that, Xaden's cultivation technique was even more powerful. The Five Elements creation spell was created by the Five Elements Club's founder during an era in which he dominated over all of Hanzo. Taylor and Francisco had heard of him, and the two of them knew about the Five Elements creation spell. If Xaden used the Five Elements creation spell to fight the two of them, even without using physical strength or movement techniques, he would still win. Xaden's power could not be surpassed. The two of them sensed that the Five Elements Club would once again usher in a glorious era, just like when their founder was still alive, maybe even more prosperous. After all, the founder of the Five Elements Club had only cultivated the Five Elements creation spell, while Xaden had also cultivated the body refinement arts. Furthermore, his rock-like claw technique was extremely exquisite. All of this confirmed to them that Xaden's achievements would definitely surpass the Five Elements Club founders in the future. When Xaden attacked Kira, Chuck and Fenton naturally couldn't sit idly by and watch. Chuck held his sword with both hands and roared. A huge green sword key flew towards Xaden. At the same time, Fenton took out 5 arrows from his dimensional ring and placed them onto his bowstring. Then, he shot 5 arrows at Xaden. The two of them used their powerful ace attacks and went against Xaden with no regard for their lives. If anything happened to Kira, even if they survived in the relic, they would not be able to survive in the outside world. Although Xaden was undoubtedly powerful, Chuck and Fenton's full-strength attacks still shouldn't be underestimated. Seeing this, Xaden stopped attacking Kira and used his left hand to create a mountain and river seal, blocking Fenton's 5 arrows and breaking them in half. At the same time, he used his right hand to face Chuck's huge green-colored sword key. Everyone present knew that Xaden was very powerful, but they never thought that he would actually use his physical strength to resist such a powerful sword key. The members of the 3 great clubs felt their blood pumping. They were deeply worried for Xaden. wondering if he would be able to withstand this sword attack. The members of the Wind God Club, however, were somewhat gloating. They really wanted to see Xaden injured by this sword strike, although they knew that he wouldn't be killed. Xaden's strength had already become extremely apparent to everyone present in the room. They didn't think that Chuck would manage to kill him. Soon, the warriors from both sides got their answer. Xaden's hand intercepted Chuck's powerful sword attack. The sound of metal colliding echoed through the 9th floor, causing everyone's eardrums to hurt. There were even 2 or 3 martial artists from the lower realms who went pale because of this sound. They couldn't even withstand the sound of the mighty force, yet Xaden's claw managed to withstand the attack. This showed just how strong his body was. After Xaden absorbed the sword's energy, he let out a roar and exerted his strength. "Break for me," he said. Then, with a forceful squeeze, the green sword energy shattered, so the powerful wind attribute spiritual strength contained within it rampaged and flew in all directions. A few members were unable to dodge it in time and were struck by the berserk spiritual strength, which resulted in internal injuries. The remnant waves of the sword key were enough to injure a heavenly martial stage warrior, yet Xaden had managed to crush it with his hands. All the warriors present had a new understanding of Xaden's body strength. Xaden's strength intimidated the others, but not Kira. She raised her hands into the air, and a green scythe appeared in front of her. The scythe was 10 feet long, and as soon as it appeared, everything stopped moving. Even the wind in the entire space halted as if it had sunk into a vacuum. The aura coming from the scythe caused all of the martial artists present to hold their breath, not daring to make any movements. When Kira decided not to face Xaden alone, he laughed, which angered her. To retaliate, she conjured countless wind blades and threw them at him, but Xaden protected himself with the King's Bell. Now that he was channeling the spiritual strength from the half-martial king realm, the bell was much sturdier and didn't even crack under the attack. Seeing this, Chuck and Fenton jumped to help Kira. Fenton shot 5 of his arrows towards Xaden, and Chuck shot his green sword key at him. But Xaden managed to stop both attacks with his hands. Then, Kira conjured a green scythe. Xaden looked at Kira's scythe, and his expression also changed slightly. This should be the result of her cultivating the king level of martial skill to the mastery stage. It was even more profound than Xaden's comprehension. Kira must be more talented than I imagined, Xaden thought to himself. However, no matter how talented Kira was, Xaden didn't think that he was any weaker than her. Though Kira was a genius, she had been involved in martial arts since she was very young, and had even cultivated the king-level martial skill to mastery. But in Xaden's opinion, she was only slightly better than him. Xaden had only started cultivating a king level of martial skill recently, since he had joined the 5 Elements Club. In such a short period, he had been able to simultaneously cultivate several king-level martial skills, and all of them to the initial stage. If Xaden had been taught martial arts since he was young, he might even be able to comprehend saint-level or even emperor-level martial skills. Even though his comprehension of king-level martial skills was not as profound as Kira's, she wasn't that much stronger than him. Xaden's current advantage was the 5 Elements creation spell. Its grade was unimaginably high, and the quality of his spiritual strength was much better than Kira's. Kira looked coldly at Zayden. With a gentle wave of her hand, the wind scythe sliced toward him. Wherever the wind scythe passed by, space would be cut off and cracks would appear. Only when the scythe streaked across the sky would the air be able to make up for these cracks. Zayden looked at the scythe and instinctively felt that Kira's attack had reached the level of introduction to Marshal King. Facing such a powerful attack from the scythe, Zayden shouted, and a big bell appeared, protecting him. The scythe sliced the earthen yellow bell. The bell, which was supposed to have an invincible defense, actually cracked. The cracks gradually expanded and soon spread throughout the bell. However, it was only a crack. In the end, the green scythe dissipated, unable to break Zayden's defense. Kira's face darkened when she realized that she was still unable to deal any damage to Zayden, even with such a powerful attack. She then looked at the stunned hunter and yelled,
What are you waiting for? Why aren't you guys fighting yet?
Hunter, frightened by Kira's shout, responded,
Oh, okay. Got it.
Zayden was too powerful. Hunter and the others were so intimidated by him that they'd forgotten that they were supposed to be fighting their enemies. It was only when Hunter was reprimanded by Kira that everyone finally reacted.
Kill!
The crowd yelled. The three great clubs had relatively fewer people on their side. Other than Zayden, there were another 12 warriors. However, on the Wind God Club side, other than Kira and the other two, there were 29 more people. Having Taylor and Francisco, the two half-step Marshal Kings, and 10 other members fight against 28 people at the Heavenly Marshal stage shouldn't be a problem. Taylor and Francisco could defend against several Heavenly Marshal practitioners on their own. They could even help the other members when they were in trouble. However, Hunter could take down Taylor and Francisco. This way, the three clubs would still be at a disadvantage. When Zayden saw Hunter rushing toward Taylor, he pointed his finger toward him. Seeing that Zayden was trying to stop Hunter, Kira shouted coldly,
Arrogant bastard!
And used her hands to shoot wind blades at Zayden. Chuck and Fenton saw Kira move, and they also attacked Zayden. After Hunter barely managed to dodge a fingerlight beam from Zayden, cold sweat instantly appeared on his face. If he was hit, he would definitely have suffered heavy injuries. Then, he saw Kira and the other two besieging Zayden, so he slowly let out a breath and continued charging at Taylor. However, just as he moved, another fingerlight beam shot over from the distance, giving him no choice but to turn his body to dodge it. Zayden looked at Hunter and said coldly, If I were you, I'd join those three to fight against me. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that you'll stay alive. I'll keep my eyes on you until you're dead, he threatened. Hunter quivered under Zayden's stare and stood still, not daring to move. If Zayden was specifically targeting him, then he definitely wouldn't have a way out. After weighing the pros and cons, he joined Kira and the other two, leaving Taylor alone.
Bastard!
Kira shouted coldly when she saw that Hunter was listening to Zayden's threats instead of following her orders. Kira's voice was so loud that everyone present heard her. Hunter's face darkened, but he did not dare to retort.
Kill him as soon as possible.
Kira spoke again. Chuck and the others nodded. When Zayden saw that all four of them were charging at him, he was relieved. His plan was working. This way, the members of his team would not be faced with death. He was confident that Taylor and Francisco would be strong enough to ensure the safety of the others. Now, Zayden would be able to relax and have a smooth battle with the four half-martial kings. Kira, Chuck, and Hunter surrounded and attacked Zayden's face, while Fenton was fighting in the distance. A long green whip appeared in Kira's hand. She swung it in the air, producing explosive sounds. Every time she swung the green whip at Zayden, it was like a snake in the wind, aiming straight at his vitals. Upon inspecting the long whip, Zayden discovered that it was actually a defective half-step royal armament. When Chuck saw Kira take out her royal armament, he also took out another longsword. Zayden looked at the slender longsword in Chuck's hands and noticed that it was actually a half-step royal armament as well. Even Fenton, who was still fighting from a distance, had swapped his bow for a half-step royal armament. The longsword in Hunter's hands was also a half-step royal armament now. Since he had been the #1 core member of the Five Elements Club before his betrayal, many of the club's resources had all been used on him. It wasn't strange that Tiago Quealy had found a half-step royal armament for him. Now that the four of them had half-step royal armaments in their hands, they charged towards Zayden, who instantly felt the pressure increase. However, this further stimulated Zayden's fighting spirit. He had cultivated the five element strength and his body to the realm of a half-step martial king. Therefore, the more Zayden fought, the braver he became. Even if his opponents had half-step royal armaments, he was not afraid of them. However, instead of attacking Zayden, Kira turned and aimed her long green whip at a person fighting against the rest of the Wind God Club. This person was a member of the Sword of Radiance Club. When he saw the long green whip coming at him, his expression froze for a moment before his body slowly fell to the ground. The moment Francisco saw that one of his fellow brothers had died, his anger soared and his attacks became even fiercer. But the Wind God Club members that were fighting him had the strength to resist them. The other members of the three clubs were also angry. Zayden had tried to intervene when he'd seen Kira's long whip about to hit someone else, but it was already too late for him to do anything about it, as he wasn't close enough. Like the others, Zayden was also very angry. With a roar, he let out a mountain and river seal, sending Kira and the other two flying backwards. Then, he extended his 10 fingers and shot 10 incomparably dazzling golden finger light beams toward the Wind God Club members. Only 3 people managed to dodge his attack. The remaining 7 beams all hit the target. In the end, 6 died, and 1 was left severely injured. I already told the 4 of you to fight me, and only me. I will kill you all if you go after someone else again, Zayden said, while looking at Kira. With his fighting strength, Zayden could kill all of the Wind God Club's members in a heartbeat without considering the consequences. But if he did this, at the same time he slaughtered the Wind God Club members, Kira and the others would also slaughter the members of the 3 major clubs. Zayden did not want to see such a life-and-death battle take place, especially since there were only a few members from the 3 big clubs left. He did not want this fight to result in any more casualties. That was why he had told Taylor and Francisco to lead the members of the 3 major clubs to fight the members of the Wind God Club while he dealt with Kira's group. Regardless, Kira had just killed a member of the Sword of Radiance Club, ignoring Xaden's plan and crossing a line. Xaden had killed 6 people, injured one of them, and subdued Kira and the rest. Now, everyone understood that he wasn't kidding around. If they were to attack the members of the 3 major clubs, Xaden would retaliate by killing all of the Heavenly Martial Stage practitioners in a short period of time. At the same time, Kira didn't want to see all of the members of her club being killed. Therefore, she followed Xaden's orders, and the 4 of them continued fighting with Xaden. From then on, even if the members of the 3 great clubs accidentally brushed past them, none of them would dare to make a move. This was Xaden's deterrence. Kira was currently very aggrieved in her heart. Even though she was only the number 1 member in the inner club, no one dared to disobey her orders in the Wind God Club. Since Kira was born, she had always had the upper hand. No one dared to restrain her. She didn't think that she would be defeated by Xaden. She looked at him with a strong fire of anger in her eyes and releasing a terrifying aura from her body, oppressing the entire 9th floor. Xaden looked at Kira with wide eyes. Had she just used the secret arts to increase her strength? Ever since Xaden had arrived at the 9 Regions continent, he had rarely seen anyone using the secret arts to forcefully increase their strength, and he had almost forgotten about it actually. Although Kira's normal strength did not surpass Xaden's, now she seemed to have the upper hand, which annoyed him because up until now he hadn't managed to find the secret arts to cultivate in the human clan. After forcefully raising her strength with the secret arts, her attacks became even sharper. Now that he had to fight her, Chuck, Fenton, and Hunter, Xaden was slightly overwhelmed. He himself did not cultivate the secret arts of the human clan, so if this continued, once Kira was done using the secret arts, their side would be completely slaughtered. Then, Chuck, Fenton, and Hunter released their secret arts as well, and 3 terrifying auras engulfed the entire 9th floor. Now that they had increased their strength, their attack power had more than doubled. Even so, they were surprised that Xaden hadn't resorted to using the secret arts too. Doubt flashed in their eyes. A cold smile appeared on Kira's face.
You haven't cultivated the secret arts, have you?
She teased. Under normal circumstances, warriors of the 9 Regions continent wouldn't use the secret arts for their benefit. If they did, their own strength would fall into a weakened state shortly after, at which point it would be dangerous for them to fight other warriors. Therefore, unless it was a life and death battle, most warriors wouldn't normally use the secret arts to fight. However, even if they were not used often, every warrior would train their secret arts. Kira and the others couldn't believe that Xaden hadn't cultivated them because he was so powerful. But, from the looks of it, it seems he hadn't.
I'm trying to figure out if you're really confident in your own strength or arrogant enough to not even cultivate the secret arts.
Kira looked at Xaden and snorted. Chuck and Fenton also looked relaxed. Hunter even had a mocking expression on his face. Since Xaden did not cultivate the secret arts, it would be easy for the 4 of them to take him down together. With him gone, they could easily kill the others, and then they would be able to slowly search for the Eastern Dynasty's inheritance and secret treasures. The people from the three clubs looked at Xaden with disbelief. How could he not cultivate the secret arts? Were they destined to die here today? This thought flashed through the minds of the martial artists from the three great clubs. Meanwhile, Xaden was feeling the urgency of the situation. If this place had been filled with enemies only, then he would have released his King of Killers bloodline and activated his blood slaughter heavenly fire, killing everyone at once. However, there were still people from the three great clubs here, and he couldn't kill them either. Besides, if the news got out, that would definitely put Xaden in a dangerous situation. Seeing as he really had no other choice, all he could do was let Blair take action. Just when Kira and the other three were about to attack him, Xaden asked Blair for help. Suddenly, a purplish golden vortex that was roughly 30 feet in diameter appeared in the middle of the 9th floor. The purplish gold vortex slowly revolved. There seemed to be some sort of magical power within it, wanting to suck a person in. When Kira tried to stir away and kill the member of the Sword of Radiance Club, Xaden retaliated by killing 6 people at once. Seeing how powerful Xaden was, she realized it would be best not to anger him. Then, Kira, Chuck, Fenton, and Hunter all unleashed their secret arts and quickly discovered that Xaden didn't have them, which would make this fight a piece of cake for them. Knowing he was in danger, Xaden enlisted Blair's help. However, before they could get back to the fight, a sudden purple gold vortex appeared in the middle of the room. All of the martial artists on the 9th floor were now motionless, unable to move. The purple golden vortex released an incomparable pressure, which caused everyone's bodies to stiffen, making it exceptionally difficult to even move a finger. Although this pressure restricted their movements, it did not restrict their thoughts. Xaden was thinking, just what was this thing that was so powerful?
There is a martial saint in it,
Blair said in Xaden's mind. Martial saint? Xaden was shocked. Does that mean there's a martial saint expert on the 10th floor? He wondered. But wasn't the Eastern Dynasty completely destroyed? Why would such an expert still exist? Had the experts from other provinces arrived here before them? These were questions he didn't have answers to.
There must have been an array formation up there that completely isolated the aura of the 10th floor before someone removed it. My strength is limited now, so I can't investigate it,
Blair said. As Blair's voice faded, a figure slowly descended from within the violet gold vortex. It was a woman, and one who looked flawless at that. Her skin was as white as snow, and her facial features were extremely beautiful. 2 handsome eyebrows framed her face, which exuded an incomparable heroic spirit. At around the age of 30, she revealed a mature charm. The purplish gold silk robe she wore accentuated her unapproachable height, making her seem untouchable. The woman's appearance was so outstanding that even Kira had nothing on her. To Xaden, only Nori and Blair could compare to this woman. She slowly descended from the purple gold vortex, floating in the air, while she looked down at all the martial artists present. The last empress of the Eastern Dynasty, Taylor exclaimed with shock, while he gazed at the woman in awe. Everyone was staring at this flawless woman who had a mature and heroic air to her. The Eastern Dynasty had been the strongest power within Hanzo 1,000 years ago, so the members of the 3 major clubs all knew about it. They knew that before the Eastern Dynasty had gone extinct, the last person to be in charge of it was a woman, whom Hanzo practitioners called the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty. According to legend, this woman had reached the martial saint realm by the age of 30, which had led her to become a famous figure in Hanzo history, not only because of her strength, but also because of her peerless appearance. Hanzo warriors all thought that she was the most talented warrior since the establishment of the Eastern Dynasty, and that she would lead the dynasty to an even higher level of glory in the future. However, something unexpected happened. An expert from the outer world came to the Eastern Dynasty and destroyed it in one go, causing the Empress and everyone else to disappear along with it. Everyone thought that she had died in the battle, yet here she was, years later.
Oh, someone who knows me.
The Empress's voice was firm, yet beautiful. It was pleasant to the ear. Although the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty had a devastatingly beautiful appearance, and her voice was incomparably pleasant, everyone present lowered their heads, not daring to look up at her. If her aura alone was making it difficult for the people on the scene to move, they believed that she could kill them with a single glance. So, they didn't dare to do anything rash. However, there was one person who dared to look straight at this Empress. It was Xaden. Out of the corner of their eyes, those around him saw Xaden looking straight into the Empress's eyes. While they admired his courage, they also broke out in a cold sweat for him. Even Taylor and the others coughed and gave Xaden a knowing look. However, he acted as if he couldn't hear or see anything. The Empress of the Eastern Dynasty noticed Xaden and looked at him meaningfully. Instead of lashing out at him, she looked at the Wind God Club members led by Kira and coldly asked,
Is the Wind God Club planning on obtaining the inheritance of the Eastern Dynasty?
All of a sudden, the 9th floor seemed to have entered into winter. Everyone present trembled in fear, unable to utter a word. In the end, Kira braced herself and said,
We only came here under the orders of our elders. We did not have any intention of offending your majesty. If we knew that your majesty was here, we wouldn't have come. We hope that your majesty can forgive us. Since that's the case, you may leave now. I do not wish to start a massacre against you.
With a wave of her pale hand, a purplish golden light enveloped the martial artists on the scene. Then, everything around them disappeared. Xaden and the rest felt their vision darken. When they saw the light again, they realized that they were back in the outside world. The leaders of the clubs were all waiting for the results, when suddenly there was a strong fluctuation in space, and all of their members appeared out of thin air. They wanted to go up to their fellow club members and ask them what had happened. However, when they saw the person that stood behind Xaden, they immediately froze on the spot. Some of the core members could recognize her as the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty. The situation was very clear to them now. The club members must have come across the last genius of the Eastern Dynasty, the Empress, and she had kicked them out. This turn of events was going to be troublesome, they thought. If everything related to the Eastern Dynasty had been annihilated, then it wouldn't be a problem for them to enter the ruins in search of their inheritance. However, if the Empress was still alive, this was an offense. Although they did not know the last Empress of the Eastern Dynasty had survived, that was no longer important. What was important was whether she would be angry or not. From the aura she emitted, it was obvious that she was a martial saint expert. Even if all of them attacked her at the same time, it wouldn't be enough to defeat her. Everyone present had their backs drenched with sweat from anxiety.
I don't care what your purpose for coming was. Each of you should take your own members and go back to your clubs,
said the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty while she looked at the crowd.
Yes, yes, we will leave now.
Sorry to bother you.
Many thanks to your majesty for letting us out.
Members from all the clubs apologized to the Empress before leaving with their respective clubs. The leaders didn't even have time to ask if they had found the inheritance. It was already good enough that they were able to keep their lives. Suddenly, the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty pointed at someone and said,
"Leave him behind."
Everyone looked around to see where the Empress was pointing and realized that she was referring to Xaden. None of the experts present could understand why the Empress wanted him to stay behind. However, those who had been in the ruins with him could guess that it was Xaden's disrespectful look that had angered this martial saint. Those from the three great clubs were worried about Xaden. The people from the Wind God Club, on the other hand, were gloating. He was arrogant enough to dare stare at the Empress, which was not something that a mere half-step martial king like him could afford to do. Amongst them, Hunter even sneered. From his point of view, Xaden was completely toast. No one could save him from the Empress's wrath. The atmosphere at the scene was so quiet that one could even hear the sound of a pin dropping. So when Hunter laughed, it was extremely loud. A look of disgust flashed in the Empress's eyes as she shouted,
"How boring!"
A few seconds later, her eyes shot out two beams of purple and gold light toward Hunter. These beams of light possessed unrivaled divine might, and they were so fast that Hunter didn't even have time to react before he was hit. His body was blown into nothingness and completely disappeared from the world. When the crowd witnessed the Empress's godly prowess, their hair stood on end and cold sweat oozed out of their bodies. Just a moment ago, after seeing that the Empress was very easy to talk to and had a good temper, they had relaxed. Then, unexpectedly, Hunter had sneered, and she had killed him without a second thought, making it clear to everyone that she would kill anyone she disagreed with. The people from the Five Elements Club looked at Xaden with worry, and in the end, Sawyer Zimmer braced himself and stepped forward.
Your Majesty.
He addressed the Empress. However, just as he was about to continue speaking, he was interrupted by the Empress.
I have no ill intentions towards him, if that's what you're worried about. Now, it's time for you to leave.
Although her voice was calm, it was still filled with an unquestionable power, so no one dared to go against her word.
Yes.
Sawyer Zimmer nodded. Although the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty had an unpredictable temperament, she would generally abide by any promises she made. If she said that she had no ill intentions towards Xaden, then he believed that Xaden wouldn't be in danger. The people from the Five Elements Club let out a sigh of relief. Then, everyone left, one after another. In the end, only Xaden and the Empress were left at the scene. Xaden looked at her and said, "I wonder why your Majesty wanted me to stay behind." Although he tried not to show it, Xaden was very nervous. He hoped she wasn't angry just because he had looked at her a few times. However, his instinct told him that he shouldn't have done so because she had killed Hunter mercilessly just for laughing. However, if he had really pissed her off, surely she wouldn't have let him live until now.
Don't worry. The reason I wanted you to stay behind is so I can give you the innate Five Elements key,
the Empress said to Xaden with a smile. Seeing her smiling at him and offering to hand over the innate Five Elements key, Xaden's brain struggled to process what was going on.
It was your father who saved me when I was close to dying,
said the Empress. My father? Xaden was surprised.
That's right,
she nodded. It turned out that 1,000 years ago, when the outer space expert came to the Nine Regions continent to attack the Eastern Dynasty, the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty had dragged her heavily injured body and hid inside the Purple Gold Tower. At that time, her injuries were extremely severe. After arriving at the Purple Gold Tower, she had difficulty lying down on the ice stone, her body failing, moribund. Only her soul and weak consciousness remained. To her surprise, the ice stone had a special effect. Although it could keep one's body immortal for a long period, it could prolong one's life. It was only a dozen years ago, when the ice stone had begun failing to protect the Empress's body, that a mysterious person came into the Purple Gold Tower. This mysterious man's unparalleled power had awakened the Empress's body, healed her injuries, and restored her to her former state. In the end, it took him a whole day to restore the Empress's cultivation, which allowed her to smoothly progress from the Martial Monarch Perfection realm to the Martial Saint realm. Before the mysterious man left, he told the Empress that if his child ever came around, he would like her to give him the innate Five Elements key. The Empress of the Eastern Dynasty was grateful to the mysterious man for saving her life, so she agreed to his request. For the past 10 years, she had been cultivating in the small space, waiting for the arrival of the mysterious man's child. How can you be sure that I am the child you're waiting for? Xaden asked. After all, he had concealed his cultivation of the secret arts of the Dragon Clan, and even his own bloodline.
Your father taught me how to sense it. You can cultivate secret arts that hide your true identity, but I can still feel it,
the Empress said with a faint smile. Xaden nodded. Then he asked, Since you were alive all along, why did you allow Martial King warriors to enter your space?
More than 10 years ago, when your father came to this place to help me reach the Martial Saint stage, he taught me a method for me to cultivate, and using that, I have progressed from the entry level to the initial level. A month ago, I felt that I was about to break through to the next level again,
she said.
When my cultivation technique breaks through, I can't be disturbed. If I am, I will go berserk, and I will die on the spot,
she explained.
That's why I laid another spirit formation to stop the people outside from entering. The reason I have allowed only the practitioners below the Martial King realm to enter is that the top experts can forcefully break through the barrier,
she continued.
and those with malicious intent would definitely disturb me and stop me from breaking through. However, those with lesser strength can't disturb my breakthrough. The second reason is that if these powers think that they can obtain our Imperial treasure, they won't let anyone else know about it, which gives me enough time to break through,
The Empress explained. Xaden nodded. The Empress was doing this to protect herself, not to harm anyone. Furthermore, these people had fallen to such a state because they wanted to snatch the inheritance and treasure of the Eastern Dynasty, so they were at fault for their own bad luck. What is my father's name? And where is he now? Do you know? Xaden asked, unable to hold back his curiosity. Xaden didn't know anything about his father, as his father was like a distant dream to him.
I'm not sure. I didn't even see through your father's appearance. He hid under a faint layer of light.
The Empress felt somewhat regretful. Xaden's father was unimaginably powerful. It was quite a pity that she was unable to see such a powerful individual's true appearance. When the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty asked for Xaden to stay behind, everyone was worried about his fate. All except for Hunter, who laughed and was quickly killed by the Empress. Then, she reassured them that she had no ill intentions towards Xaden. Once everyone had left, the Empress explained to Xaden that she knew his father. Then, she told him why she didn't allow anyone over the Martial King realm to enter her space.
First, follow me to the 10th floor of the Great Tower of Heaven, and I will give you my innate 5 elements key.
The Empress of the Eastern Dynasty waved her hand and disappeared along with Xaden. When Xaden opened his eyes again, they were in a space of about 1,000 square feet. There were countless cultivation techniques, martial skills, spirit herbs, spiritual stones, spirit artifacts, and pills all around him. Moreover, there was a huge blue jade stone beside him that was emitting cold air. It was extremely extraordinary. And this must be the piece of ice that kept the Empress's body alive for 1,000 years, Xaden thought to himself. Seeing this, he finally understood that the Empress had kept these items on the 10th floor. She slowly walked towards a stone box in the corner, took it, and placed it on the stone table in front of Xaden. The stone box was square and engraved with a beautiful pattern. Xaden had never seen something like it before, but since it contained the innate 5 elements key inside, the material it was made of must be extraordinary. The Empress of the Eastern Dynasty opened the stone box, unveiling a cloud of colorless gas that quietly floated within. Although it was called a gas, it was also like a light fog, but unlike air, it flowed very mysteriously in place.
This is a masterless object. You just need to put it in your sea of consciousness. I assume you know what that is,
said the Empress. Xaden nodded, confirming that he did. Before coming to the Imperial City, the thing he looked forward to the most was obtaining an innate 5 elements key. Now that it was in front of him, he was naturally very excited. With a thought, Xaden absorbed the innate 5 elements key into his mind and stored it beside the treasure gourd. Thank you very much. He looked at the Empress with gratitude.
Without your father's help, I would have died, and I wouldn't have been able to avenge the Eastern Dynasty. Therefore, I am willing to give you something precious in return, she said.
Is your enemy very powerful? Destroying a power like the Eastern Dynasty in one night was definitely not something that a simple practitioner could do.
They are very strong. Even among their human clan, they possess a great reputation.
The Empress's eyes were filled with killing intent as she spoke of her enemy. The Eastern Dynasty had been the strongest power within Hansu, yet so many of them had been annihilated in one night. The Empress must have been harboring a deep hatred for them for a long time. Are you going to seek revenge? Zayden asked, looking worried. After all, his father had saved the Empress before, and she had been waiting here for him for more than 10 years. Zayden didn't want her to take a big risk like this either. Her enemy had a reputation for being the strongest in the human clan. One could only imagine how strong of a power he must be. Although the Empress was now a martial saint, Zayden didn't think she was strong enough to take revenge now.
Not now. I have to protect you before you grow up,
she answered. Protect me? Zayden pointed at himself in surprise.
Yes, I'm not strong enough to take my revenge now. Furthermore, I promised your father that I would protect you until you were all grown up,
she added.
Look at that, Zayden. It seems like your father already laid your path for you,
Blair commented in his mind, showing some admiration for Zayden's father. He must have been an impressive man to be able to save the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty and help her break through to the martial saint realm before she died. How many people in this world could do that? Now, Blair was also curious to know who exactly Zayden's father was. She wondered if his father had even expected Zayden to cultivate the 5 elements creation spell. Otherwise, why would he want the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty to wait for Zayden here and give him the innate 5 elements key? Blair wondered. If that was true, not only was Zayden's father unbelievably strong, but he was also very meticulous and able to even deduce some of the matters between heaven and earth. Even a martial saint would not be able to do such a thing. Only martial emperors could. It was because martial emperors had already returned to their origin that they were even able to detect some of the heaven and earth powers. It was easy for such a character to pave the way for his own descendants. There was one more point that Blair didn't want to admit, but this thought still arose in her heart. She had a feeling that Zayden's father must have known about her existence. Even though she had no proof of it, her intuition told her so. If Zayden's father had truly become a martial emperor, there was no way she would have been able to escape his attention in Zayden's world. Even the Tree of Life could not escape his sight. However, if he had known about it, why hadn't Zayden's father taken away the Tree of Life that all the powerful martial artists coveted? He must have made all of these arrangements for a reason. Blair theorized that Zayden's father knew that Zayden would meet him one day and that he would help his son. At the very least, Blair had passed the 10,000 Beasts body refinement arts on to Zayden. Maybe Zayden's father had left the Tree of Life for Blair as a form of payment. Thinking about it now, it all made sense. Zayden had the Emperor level and Asura bloodlines, had cultivated the 5 elements creation spell and the 10,000 Beasts body refinement arts, and even obtained an innate 5 elements key. Once he reached his peak, Blair had no clue how strong he would be. He might even become the strongest person in history. Therefore, she was sure that Zayden's father had paved the way for him to be successful. Such a powerful figure would have obviously encountered difficulties and would have had no choice but to help Zayden out. Although Blair didn't know what kind of difficulties Zayden's father had encountered in the past. In fact, most people didn't even know about Zayden's father's whereabouts. Perhaps only after Zayden had reached a certain level would he find out the truth of the matter. Zayden also thought that his father was unimaginably powerful, but he still didn't know about his father's true appearance. His heart was a mess. Only after a long time did he manage to suppress the negative emotions he was feeling. He needed to become strong, become an unparalleled expert, become an omnipotent expert. Then, everything he wanted to know, he would know.
I'll leave everything here to you. You can do whatever you want with it.
The Empress pointed to the cultivation resources scattered around the 10th level. You're leaving everything to me? Zayden asked in shock. He looked around the room at the countless treasures. This must be the inheritance of the Eastern Dynasty.
The Eastern Dynasty no longer exists, and I don't want to rebuild it either. Right now, I only have two goals. One is to protect you, and the other is to exterminate my enemy. Therefore, these things are useless to me,
the Empress said. She had now reached an extremely profound level, and ordinary cultivation resources were no longer worth keeping. Zayden looked at it all in a daze. He had not expected that the Eastern Dynasty's inheritance would fall into his hands so easily after such a struggle. Do you mind if I give it to someone else? Zayden asked the Empress. He thought that it would be better to give these resources to the Five Elements Club. After all, the club had given him quite a bit, and he wanted to repay them.
I don't mind. You can give it to anyone you want,
she answered.
Even if you give it to the Five Elements Club, it doesn't matter. The Five Elements Club has had quite a good reputation since its very creation, and they may replace the Eastern Dynasty and become the strongest power in Hanzhou soon,
the Empress said. Then she waved her hand and left the space with Zayden, leaving the tower in her domain space. Once they were back in the outside world, the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty restored the enchantment in the small space. That way, those whose current strength didn't exceed hers wouldn't be able to enter the small space. After doing that, she waved her hand again, and a purplish golden ray of light wrapped around Zayden as the two of them were taken away. In about 10 seconds, the two of them arrived at the Five Elements Club. Zayden stared blankly at the space in front of him, his heart racing. Even to a practitioner who had completed the Martial King realm, such as Maximilian Lennox, it would still take him half a day to fly from the Eastern Dynasty to the Five Elements Club. However, the Empress, who was a martial saint, had brought them here in only 10 seconds, crossing over thousands of miles. It was truly incredible. When he came to the Nine Regions continent, the most important thing Blair had done was to help him block one of the attacks from the Fifth Elder of the Beast Taming Club, and she had also helped him kill the Black Ape Martial King. However, from the degree of destruction caused by the Eastern Dynasty, he could roughly deduce one or two things. The Eastern Dynasty had been bigger and stronger than any of the four major clubs. Some of the buildings that had been destroyed in the battle 1,000 years ago were still standing. On the other hand, the traces of destruction caused by the fights between the martial kings of the four major clubs and the Martial Kings of the Wind God Club were quite obvious. If any of the four major clubs had been involved back then, they would have been razed to the ground by this level of battle.
Where do you live?
The Empress looked at Xaden and asked, "Follow me." After Xaden finished his sentence, he flew away toward Wood Spirit Peak. The Empress followed behind him leisurely. Of course, although Xaden was flying with all of his strength, she was barely using any energy. When the two of them arrived at the small courtyard of the Wood Spirit Peak, Xaden noticed that there was someone else there. Maximilian Lennox had felt something strange and came to check it out. Seeing that Xaden had returned safely, he heaved a sigh of relief. When he saw the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty by his side, his expression changed, and he said,
I did not know that your majesty wanted to visit the Five Elements Club.
I came here with Xaden. I have nothing else to do, so go on. Do what you need to do.
The Empress said, as she waved her hand dismissively. Maximilian Lennox looked at the Empress and then looked at Xaden. Xaden nodded at him, indicating that he was fine. So he left with a relieved heart. It was now noon. Xaden looked at the Empress and said, "Empress, you've been in this small space for such a long time. You must have forgotten the taste of real food. How about I cook something for you?" The Empress's eyes lit up with excitement. After 1,000 years of starvation, she had almost forgotten what food tasted like.
Thank you so much.
She accepted his offer gladly. "Don't thank me, Your Majesty. I'll do anything for you," Xaden said with a smile.
Don't call me Your Majesty from now on. Just call me Adara,
she said. Xaden did not expect the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty to reveal her true name to him and ask her to not call her by her title. Although his father saved her life, he was, after all, just another martial expert. Nonetheless, he was quite flattered by the sentiment. Perhaps she felt oddly close to him because of her connection to his father. "That's a lovely name," he said, not knowing how to react to receiving such an honor. Adara looked at him with a faint smile and said,
Your father saved me, and even taught me powerful cultivation paths. I am indebted to him, and, by association, to you.
"That's good to know," Xaden said. With such a powerful connection, no one in the Nine Regions continent would dare to antagonize him in the future. "Adara, sit down and rest for a while. I'll go cook us some food." Xaden stepped forward to hold Adara's arm as he pointed to the rattan chair in the yard. Adara flinched slightly when she felt Xaden's touch on her arm, but she quickly returned to normal and allowed him to walk her to the chair. Powerful women often struggle to find a companion. Adara was one of them. In the past, many people had felt too ashamed of their inferiority when facing her to be able to pursue her. Xaden was the first man, other than her father, to have such close contact with her, so she was a little uncomfortable at first. Xaden helped Adara up onto the rattan chair, then flew out of the small courtyard and started searching for the ingredients he needed around the Five Elements Club. As he was doing so, Blair started to complain.
With such a good-looking and powerful friend, you won't need me anymore.
Blair's words were full of resentment. Xaden found her complaints funny, but he didn't dare to laugh out loud. This thought only flashed through his mind for a split second, so Blair wasn't able to catch it. Adara's temper was volatile, and she could kill people without a word. Blair was short-tempered as well, and Xaden had experienced it himself. Of course not. I don't know if I would be alive without you. You are very important to me, he replied quickly. Hearing Xaden's words, Blair's mood seemed to improve a little. Then, she snorted and asked,
How important is it to be very important?
After being offered all of the Eastern Dynasty's treasure, Xaden asked the Empress if he could give it to the Five Elements Club, which she accepted. Then, she flew them there at an incredible speed. After checking in with Maximilian Lennox, Xaden offered to make the Empress some food, which she gladly accepted. Then, she asked him to call her Adara, which Xaden considered a huge honor. When he helped her to a rattan chair, Blair's jealousy took over her, fearing that the Empress would replace her. So she asked Xaden just how important she was to him. Xaden thought about it and replied, As important as my fiancée.
Not more important than your fiancée? Has she ever saved your life?
Blair snapped. Suddenly, a dark green light shot out from Xaden's body, turned around, and struck his chest, sending Xaden flying backward until his body slammed onto the mountain wall behind him like a cannonball. The collision was such that the sound of his body colliding with the mountain wall could be heard from miles away. Although Xaden was very strong, and Blair was a bodiless creature, she could beat him up if she wanted to. Damn it. I wasn't trying to offend you. I was just using an analogy, Xaden said as he touched his sore chest.
I don't like your stupid analogies,
Blair snorted. However, it was obvious that she didn't hold any more resentment toward him. Xaden sighed and continued searching for ingredients. Half an hour later, he returned to the Wood Spirit Peak's courtyard. He set up a bonfire and a set of tools and began cooking. Due to the abundance of spiritual energy in this world, there were many medicinal herbs of different varieties. Therefore, condiments were even more varied here than in Xaden's world. After a full hour of cooking, Xaden was finally done. He set up a large table in the courtyard and placed the 20 dishes he had prepared on it. He took out a bowl of rice and placed it in front of Adara. He had used the so-called spirit rice that was grown in a place with extremely dense spiritual ki of heaven and earth. Spirit rice was very precious in the Five Elements Club. Even core members were not qualified to eat it, while elders and peak masters could only eat it once in a while. Xaden had obtained the rice from the club leader himself, Tiago Queely. When Tiago Queely heard that he wanted to cook for the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty, he had gladly gifted him half of the spirit rice from the Five Elements Club. He even told Xaden to treat the Empress well on their behalf.
Thank you,
Adara said, as she took the bowl of rice that Xaden had given her. After taking a bite of it, she nodded and said,
That's delicious. I haven't eaten rice for such a long time.
Try some of the other dishes I made. Xaden pointed to the rest of the plates that decorated the table. All of these dishes were made from precious ingredients. Whether it was vegetables or meat, they were all grown in the same environment as the spirit rice.
Everything looks so good.
Adara looked at the different dishes with wide eyes and then picked a plate of steamed seven-tailed fish. As the fish entered her mouth, her eyes, which were as beautiful as the stars, instantly lit up.
It's even more delicious than what we used to cook in the imperial court,
She praised Zayden. I'm glad you're satisfied. I'll cook for you again in the future, Zayden said with a smile. Adara nodded with a smile and said,
With a cook like you, I'm sure I'll have a taste of fortune in the future.
Then she continued to eat her lunch in satisfaction. After Zayden had cleaned up the courtyard, Sawyer Zimmer brought Tiago Queely, Maximilian Lennox, and the Peak Masters, as well as the various elders, out to the small courtyard. It amused Zayden to watch a bunch of arrogant people act like obedient children in front of the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty. Mr. Zimmer, Mr. Queely, Master, this is my good friend, the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty. He introduced them. She's with us, so there is no need to be scared, he said. His good friend? The crowd looked at each other with confusion. Was there a connection between the two of them? How had the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty become Zayden's good friend? However, with her there, they didn't dare to ask any further questions and could only suppress their doubts. The higher-ups of the Five Elements Club greeted the Empress one by one. She did not want to reject Zayden's offer, so she greeted them indifferently. If it was up to her, she wouldn't have met Sawyer Zimmer and the others. Zayden invited the men to sit down and told them what had happened after they entered the Great Tower of Heaven. Many of the club's core members died inside there, Zayden said. Speaking of the dead core members, Tiago Queely's face darkened. Hunter Waltham had betrayed the Five Elements Club and died at the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty's hands. The only core member of his Gold Spirit Mountain was now dead. Now, the Gold Spirit Mountain didn't have a core member. Aside from the Wood Spirit Peak, one of the core members of each of the 3 peaks had died, so there were only a total of 5 core members in the Five Elements Club now, including Zayden. With so many core members dead, the higher-ups of the club were extremely upset. However, when they faced the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty, they did not dare to show any sign of unhappiness. After all, they wanted to get their hands on the inheritance of the Eastern Dynasty. Since the Empress was still here, they didn't want to anger her. Don't be sad, though. Her Majesty agreed to leave the inheritance of the Eastern Dynasty to the Five Elements Club, Zayden said as he looked at the crowd. Adara looked at Zayden, but didn't say anything. It was Zayden who had decided for himself to leave the treasures to the club, not her. She could tell that he was clearly trying to get the Five Elements Club to remember her good acts. She was very pleased with Zayden's actions and was moved by how thoughtful he was. When Sawyer Zimmer and the rest heard Zayden's good news, they thought they had heard wrongly at first. Since the Empress was still alive, they had thought that she would try to recreate her Eastern Dynasty. For that, those inherited cultivation methods and cultivation resources were essential. They didn't understand why the Empress would decide to give up such things.
I will concentrate on protecting Zayden in the future and let him slowly grow up. The dynasty is in the past, and we shall let it stay there. You should have more use of the dynasty's inheritance than I do,
the Empress said lightly.
And thank you, Your Majesty.
Sawyer Zimmer said in a trembling voice.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
The others also chimed in with gratitude. There were 2 types of supreme inherited Eastern Dynasty techniques. One was a metal attribute cultivation technique, and the other was a fire attribute cultivation technique. In the past, they relied on these 2 kinds of profound arts to move about unhindered, with no one able to stop them. Once the Five Elements Club received these two types of cultivation techniques, their club would definitely prosper and reach unimaginable heights. Furthermore, not only would they get those two types of cultivation techniques, but also the other cultivation techniques, martial skills, spiritual stones, spirit medicines, and other cultivation resources within the Eastern Dynasty's inheritance. Giving these things to the Five Elements Club would make it the #1 club in the whole of Hanzo. It was only a matter of time. Tiago Quili, who was originally a little dejected, immediately cheered up when he heard this. He was the Five Elements Club leader, and at the same time, representing the Gold Spirit Peak. If the Eastern Dynasty was willing to hand over their inheritance to the Five Elements Club, then the members of his Gold Spirit Peak would be able to cultivate the metal attribute cultivation technique, which would also make it very easy to nurture a new core member. The Peak Master of the Fire Spirit Mountain was also abnormally happy, because the other cultivation method of the Eastern Dynasty was of the fire attribute. Although the other Peak Masters were a little disappointed, they did not have any grievances. Although there was a small competition between the 5 peaks, they all placed the club's interests first. Zayden scouted around the club until he found special ingredients with which to cook his meal. Once he had prepared a few dishes, he offered Adara a taste. She couldn't be more satisfied. When they finished their lunch, Zayden invited the elders, Peak Masters, and leader of the club over to the courtyard to meet the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty. Although they were taken aback by how close Zayden and the Empress seemed to be, they quickly forgot all about it when he told them that the Eastern Dynasty's inheritance was now theirs to enjoy. Seeing that the other 3 Peak Masters were a little disappointed not to have their own attribute cultivation technique, Zayden said, "You don't need to worry. If I have a chance in the future, I will also find stronger cultivation techniques for your 3 peaks." Maximilian Lennox and the other 2 looked at Zayden and nodded. Now the higher-ups of the Five Elements Peak already knew why he could practice the Five Elements creation spell. Sawyer Zimmer had also told them that Zayden possessed a heaven-defying bloodline, known as the Emperor level. Hearing Zayden's words, and knowing that he had limitless potential, they felt very relieved. The 3 of them were confident that he would find them a higher-level cultivation technique sooner or later. After all, the only reason why the Five Elements Club had been able to obtain the Eastern Dynasty's inheritance and the cultivation resources they left behind was because of him. If it wasn't for Zayden, they might not have recovered the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty's gift at all. Zayden waved his hand, and countless cultivation resources and martial skills filled the small courtyard. These cultivation methods were all top-notch. There were even 2 kinds of martial saint-level techniques. Zayden had cultivated 4 king-level martial skills already, so he couldn't be too greedy and keep them all to himself. Moreover, he would be able to get Adara to teach him anything else if he wanted to cultivate in the future. As for the spiritual stones and the pills, Zayden kept a third of them for later cultivation. Looking at the innumerable cultivation resources in the courtyard, the others were so excited that they couldn't utter a word. Then, Sawyer took possession of all these things in one go, so that he could evenly distribute them later. He looked at the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty and said,
Your Majesty, do you intend for Zayden to participate in the 9 Regents Genius Battle?
The Empress of the Eastern Dynasty had returned, not to recreate the Imperial Dynasty, but to nurture Zayden and help him grow. If that was her intention, Sawyer Zimmer felt that the next step would be to let Zayden participate in the Nine Regents Genius Battle. When Tiago Quealy and the rest heard the Nine Regents Genius Battle being mentioned, their expressions darkened.
Yes, the plan is for me to bring him to Targua and to have him participate in the battle. I believe that it's already been 1,000 years since anyone from Hansu has participated,
Adara said lightly.
Yeah, we're ashamed.
Sawyer Zimmer sighed. What is the Nine Regents Genius Battle? Asked Zayden with intrigue.
It's a martial competition between the youngest geniuses of the 9 regions.
Sawyer Zimmer replied.
1,000 years ago, after the dynasty was destroyed, there were no more powerful geniuses in Hansu, and participating in the 9 regions genius battle was equivalent to humiliating yourself. So no one has participated in this competition ever since,
He added gloomily.
Yeah. In the past, when the Imperial City was still flourishing, Hansu was one of the top-ranked regions, and countless young geniuses participated in the 9 regions genius battle. But right now, we are quite far behind the other 8 regions,
Said Tiago Quealy. What's the use of this competition? Zayden asked with a confused expression on his face.
Well, by participating in the 9 Regions Genius Battle, one can enter the 9 Regions Genius Board. Not only do their names go down in history, but the top 50 warriors also receive generous rewards. Back then, when I took first place on the Genius Board, I stepped into the Martial Monarch stage from the peak of the Martial King,
Adara said. Hearing her words, Zayden roughly understood the use of the 9 Regions Genius Battle. The first was to reflect the strength of the young generation of each province. The second was to make the top 50 warriors famous throughout the 9 regions and attract the admiration of others. The third was to be able to exchange pointers with many geniuses and make up for their shortcomings. Zayden didn't care about the first 2 reasons, but he was interested in the last one. Being able to compete with the real geniuses of the 9 regions made his heart surge, and knowing that the fighters at the top of the rankings would also have to offer him a generous reward was also very tempting. Since it was a grand event that was going to take place throughout the 9 regions, the reward must be very generous, he thought. Using the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty as an example, once she took first place, she was able to step into the Martial Monarch realm from the peak of the Martial King realm, which was something that even the Eastern Dynasty would not be able to do back then. The lower the realm, the longer it would take to break through. This showed just how attractive the reward was. Sawyer and the others looked at the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty with flattering looks on their faces. It was the most honorable moment in the history of Hansu when a woman who at that time overshadowed other young geniuses of the same realm took first place in the 9 Regions Genius Board. It only lasted for a short while before she disappeared, but now that she had returned with an even stronger attitude, it was bound to shake the entire 9 regions.
Your current strength is not enough for the 9 Regions Genius Battle. If you want to make it onto the Genius Board, at the very least, you'll need to be a Martial King. And if you want to get a good rank, it's even more difficult,
said Adara, while she looked at Zayden with a serious look. Zayden nodded. If Hansu hadn't participated in the 9 Regions Genius Battle for so many years, it was obvious that without the strength of a Martial King, there was no point in participating. However, Zayden still had confidence in himself. Right now, he was only a step away from the Martial King realm, and if he were to enter the 5 Elements formation aperture once more, He was positive he would be able to smoothly break through to the Martial King realm. Then, he would be cultivating for some time. Even if he didn't end up at the top of the genius board, he wouldn't be at the bottom either. That was for sure. However, before entering the 5 Elements formation aperture, Xaden needed to go to the Beast Taming Club. He had to go and check whether Zeke and the others were dead or alive. After Sawyer and the others left, Xaden asked Adara to take him to the Beast Taming Club. He would need a few days to get there if he was flying by himself, but if Adara carried him, it would only take a few seconds. After she agreed, the two of them transformed into dazzling flowing lights and instantly disappeared from the small courtyard. Once they arrived, Xaden and Adara hovered in the air outside the Beast Taming Club's mountain gate and looked down at it. The members of the Beast Taming Club did not seem to know that their club's strongest individuals had met with an accident at the Imperial City, so everyone was running around restlessly. The person guarding the mountain gate saw 2 people suddenly appear in the sky and alertly shouted, "Who are you? The Beast Taming Club is not receiving any guests at the moment, so you can go back where you came from." "We didn't come as guests. I just want to ask you, where are Zeke Jonas and the others?" Xaden asked the gatekeeper. "What's your relationship with them?" the man asked Xaden. "I'm their friend," he said lightly. "Friend? How come I didn't know they had friends outside the club?" the man shouted coldly. "I'm Xaden," Xaden said after a few seconds. "Oh, so you are the infamous Xaden. I didn't think you'd dare to come back to the Beast Taming Club," the gatekeeper shouted at Xaden. Only the higher-ups and the core members of the Beast Taming Club knew about the Black Ape, so the outer club member that was guarding the gate was still clueless about it. Even the senior executives of their club had no idea what these ordinary members were doing. The gatekeeper knew that he was no match for Xaden, so he made a move to ring the alarm bell to inform the other members to come and arrest him. Xaden put out the cultivation techniques and martial skills that Adara had gifted him, and Sawyer Zimmer took them so that he could distribute them later. Then, he asked the Empress if she was planning on enlisting Xaden in the 9 Regions Genius Battle, which she said she did. After they explained to Xaden what this battle was, he agreed to participate. When the others left, Xaden asked Adara to take him to the Beast Taming Club to find out what was of Zeke Jonas and the others. Once there, they met the gatekeeper, who upon finding out who Xaden was, tried to ring the alarm bell. How could Xaden give him this chance? He flashed in the air and arrived before the men. He pinched his neck and said, "Take me to Zeke Jonas."
Zeke Jonas, he should already be dead,
the man said, with a red face and difficulty speaking, as he was unable to breathe due to the hold Xaden had on his neck. "If they're alive, I want to see them. If they're dead, I want to see their corpses. Got it? Now take me wherever they are," Xaden said coldly, before he let go of his neck.
"All right. I'll take you there.
The man stood still, bent over, and said while panting heavily. Then, he led Xaden and the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty, and they walked towards the Beast Taming Club together. Many members of the Beast Taming Club were practicing martial skills outdoors and when they saw two strangers walking by, they automatically ignored Xaden and focused their attention on the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty. She was unparalleled in appearance. Not only did she have a heroic aura, but she also had a mature air to her that made others unable to extricate themselves from her gaze. 3 members stepped forward to stop the foreigners. One of them looked at the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty with a lewd smile and asked,
"Which club are you from? Such a beautiful woman would certainly be known in all of Hansu."
Adara looked at this man with a hint of disgust. Then, a purplish gold light flashed in her eyes, just like she had done when she had killed Hunter Waltham. All of a sudden, the pair of purplish gold eyes blasted the member of the Beast Taming Club into nothingness. When the other 2 members saw that their fellow brother had been killed, they immediately paled in fright, and their legs trembled. The gatekeeper's heart was still in his throat, and he was afraid that the Empress would kill him with just a glance as well. The commotion attracted the attention of the other members of the club, and soon enough, a large crowd had gathered around them. Among them, many core members had brought their demonic beasts along to see who would dare to mess with their beast taming club. Because the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty had annihilated that member, when everyone arrived, they found nothing out of the ordinary, except that the atmosphere was a bit heavy, and that 2 of the members had pale faces and could not utter a single word. Although they didn't know why they were so obviously terrified, the core members sensed that something was wrong. The inner core members were Earthrealm martial artists. They were not very strong, but they were not weak either. Something terrible must have happened to make them this frightened, the others thought.
"All of you, take them 2 away,"
said a core member as he pointed to the frightened inner members.
"Yes, sir."
The 4 members carried the 2 members away. Everyone then turned to look at the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty, also attracted by her beauty. Some of the core members glanced at her and then looked at Xaden, who was standing by her side. Many outer and inner members of the Beast Taming Club had never seen Xaden before, but the core members had. Wasn't he supposed to be dead already? Why was he here? They all wondered. Just as they were about to interrogate him, the other core members joined the group. Among them was the Beast Taming Club's #1 core member, Joe Wright. Joe Wright looked at Xaden, his eyes filled with shock, and then shouted,
"Wow, Xaden, I can't believe you actually dared to come back to our club after what you did. You must truly be as reckless as they say."
Joe and the rest of the Beast Taming Club still did not know what had happened at the Eastern Dynasty ruins, so they were shocked to see Xaden again. There was one thing Joe did not understand, and it was how Xaden was able to survive at the hands of the Black Eight, who was at the peak of the Martial King realm. When the other members heard Joe's words, they looked at Xaden with a look of understanding. So he was the famous Xaden they'd heard so much about, they thought. The day that Zeke and the others had brought Xaden to visit the Beast Taming Club, only a few members had seen him. As a result, most of the Beast Taming Club members had never known what he looked like. Xaden stared at Joe and sneered. "I know about the Black Eight." When Joe Wright and the other core members heard Xaden's words, their expressions all changed. "After I killed him, I found out about your plan," Xaden added with a grin. "I reported it to the Five Elements Club's leader, and we discovered your stupid scheme. Afterward, the club leader contacted the other 2 great clubs and cooperated with them. In the end, they exterminated all of the Beast Taming Club's experts in the Imperial ruins, he said. In other words, all of your club's experts are dead. Xaden looked at Joe as he spoke the last few words. When Joe and the other core members heard this, they were greatly shocked. If what Xaden said was true, then their Beast Taming Club had been besieged and attacked by the other 3 clubs. The other members, on the other hand, didn't know the full truth and didn't understand what Xaden meant. However, they did recognize something from Xaden's words. They knew that the Black Ape was a demonic beast subdued by the club leader. Was it possible that he had died at the hands of Xaden? Furthermore, it sounded like Xaden was saying that they hadn't left a single one of their experts alive, as they were all killed by the 3 great clubs. Joe forcefully suppressed the shock he felt and said with anger,
No matter what happens to the clubmaster and elders, now that you're here, don't even think about leaving.
Joe did not believe that Xaden had killed the Black Ape. The Black Ape was a demonic beast at the perfection stage of the Martial King realm. Xaden was only in the Heaven Martial Perfection realm. What he claimed was just not possible. The other core members stood beside Joe and walked towards Xaden together. When the gatekeeper heard Joe's words, he glanced at him. He was terrified. The Empress of the Eastern Dynasty had killed an inner member with just a single glance that shot out a pure light. Even those who specialized in cultivating the eye arts couldn't do such a thing. Yet, she was able to completely destroy an inner member using just the light of her eyes. This was something that not even the elders of their club could do. This meant that this beautiful woman dressed in a long purple gold satin dress was even more formidable than a club elder. Furthermore, she obviously sided with Xaden. If Joe Wright and the others attacked Xaden, they would do nothing but dig their own graves.
What are you staring at?
Joe shouted as he looked at the gatekeeper. When the guard heard Joe's shout, he nearly cried. At the same time, he averted his gaze, not daring to look at anyone. He wasn't afraid of Joe, but he was afraid that the Empress would shoot him with another beam of light if she wasn't happy.
Why does she look so familiar?
At this moment, a core member beside Joe Wright said as he pointed to the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty. As the guard was leading Xaden and the Empress to find Zeke Jonas, they ran into some members of the club who weren't happy to see foreigners in their club. After one of them addressed the Empress with a rude comment, she shot him with a purple light beam, and he instantly disappeared. The commotion attracted the attention of other club members, including Joe Wright, who was able to recognize Xaden and was surprised to see him alive. When Xaden told him that he had killed the Black Ape and that all the experts of their club had died in the Imperial City, he couldn't believe it. After Joe Wright shouted at the gatekeeper for staring, someone else recognized the Empress. The other core members looked at the woman with curiosity, trying to figure out who she looked like.
Why does she look so similar to the last Empress of the Eastern Dynasty?
Asked one of the core members. These core members knew a lot more about the martial world than the ordinary members, and they also had some understanding of the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty. They had all seen the portrait of this peerless genius from 1,000 years ago in the club's main hall.
That's because I am the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty,
Adara said in an indifferent tone as she looked at Joe Wright and the rest.
What?
Everyone looked at her in shock and disbelief. How had a person who had supposedly died 1,000 years ago suddenly reappeared? They wondered. Joe and the rest instantly tensed up and slowly retreated. As they looked at the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty, they thought about what Xaden had just said and realized that the higher-ups of their beast-taming club had probably been killed. Now they understood why the gatekeeper and the other two members had looked so petrified. Suddenly, Joe and the rest feared that they might not be able to see the next sunrise. Upon hearing the Empress's words, the other members were also taken aback. They didn't expect that this beautiful lady, who had a noble aura, would actually be the same Empress of the Eastern Dynasty that had ruled Hansu 1,000 years before. Although these lower-ranked members were not qualified to see her portrait, they had heard of her deeds. She was the daughter of heaven, the one who had reached the martial king realm at the age of 30, the person with the strongest talent in the imperial court, and that who had single-handedly suppressed the geniuses of the 9 regions and taken first place in the Genius Board. These series of incidents had caused people to forget her real name, and she had always been revered by the world as the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty. Unfortunately, since she had died 1,000 years before, no one could ever witness her glory anymore. No one expected that she would be able to survive, and that they would even witness her peerless grace. Why are you leaving? What's that to be nervous about? Xaden sneered as he watched Joe and the others retreating slowly. Joe and the rest looked at Xaden, and then looked at the Empress, who stood behind him but didn't say anything. Don't get involved in this matter, Xaden said as he looked at Adara.
Sure. Killing little people all the time is pretty boring anyways.
She shrugged her shoulders, indifferent. The beast-taming club members looked at the two of them. Why didn't Xaden refer to the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty as Her Majesty? Could he be the Prince of the Eastern Dynasty? That was unlikely. The most probable answer was that he didn't care for formalities and wasn't afraid of death. Xaden turned to look at the 9 beast-taming club's core members, led by Joe Wright, and said, "You can attack me together. If you can beat me, I'll let you go." Joe looked to the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty with fear in his eyes.
I don't care about this matter. Even if you kill him, I will not interfere,
she said indifferently. Hearing this, Joe and the rest were overjoyed. As long as the Empress didn't interfere, it should be fine. If the 9 of them joined forces, Xaden wouldn't be able to defeat them. Xaden looked at Joe Wright and sneered. Joe probably felt as strong as he did the last time they had met in Feiyu. He looked at Xaden and yelled,
You dared to fight against 9 of us by yourself? I really don't know where your confidence comes from. Ha 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 ha.
He laughed. I'll show you where my confidence comes from in a second. Don't you worry. After Xaden said that, he waved his palm toward Joe and the other core members, and a fiery red palm print appeared in the air. Xaden did not use any martial skills. He only used his spiritual strength to attack. Even then, it still made Joe Wright and the others extremely surprised. They did not expect Xaden to not only cultivate the wood attribute of spiritual strength, but also cultivate the fire attribute of spiritual strength. And to top it all off, it looked like his palm had reached the half-step martial king realm. Joe and the others finally understood that Xaden had hidden his true power when they had fought in Feiyu. Knowing that Xaden was stronger than he was a few days before, Joe Wright and the others stopped underestimating him and started taking him more seriously. Joe opened his hand, and a wind blade rushed towards the fiery red palm print, destroying it. Then, Xaden waved his hand and released an earthen yellow mountain and river seal that carried an incredibly heavy aura as it came down onto Joe Wright and the other core members from mid-air. Joe looked at the mountain and river seal that floated in the air and was surprised to see that Xaden cultivated Earth attribute spiritual strength, and that he had also reached half a step into the Martial King realm. To be able to unleash a king-level battle skill from a spiritual strength with half a step into the Martial King, such a strong attack made them feel under immense pressure. An irresistible feeling rose in their hearts. Joe shouted and activated the power of his hand. A wind blade flew out, charging towards the mountain and river seal that hovered above them. The other 8 members also used all of their power to launch their strongest attacks to fight the mountain and river seal. Xaden was using half a step king-level martial skill. Joe was also using his half-step king-level martial skill. However, when his wind blade landed on Xaden's mountain and river seal, it only caused a small crack to appear on the seal's surface before shattering. Just as Joe Wright's attacks had shattered, so had the attacks of the other core members. Once they had regained their senses, they all unleashed their attacks, hitting the mountain and river seal again. But in the end, their attacks were all destroyed. Afterward, the scene was absolutely silent. Xaden was too strong. How was one man able to fight against 9 people and 9 beasts, and yet still have the upper hand? It was impossible. Joe took one final look at Xaden before turning to run away. The other club members followed suit. Xaden smiled and pointed his finger at 3 of the core members, killing them instantly. Following that, he took a step forward, and with a profound trajectory, he caught up to the other core members who were trying to escape. He pointed out with his fingers, one after another. In a short 5 seconds, all of the Beast Taming Club's core members had fallen, leaving behind only Joe Wright, who stood in place with a dazed expression.
He's too powerful,
Joe Wright thought to himself as he looked at Xaden with wide eyes. Then, he gave up resisting, realizing it was futile.
Just don't punish the other members of the Beast Taming Club, okay?
Joe looked at Xaden and said with a dejected expression. Xaden didn't expect him to plead for his fellow members before he died. He was quite surprised and said, "They have no enmity with me, so I won't kill them." The Beast Taming Club's core members had chased after Xaden and tried to kill him before, and they had deceived him into leaving with the Black Ape and Fei. All of the core members of the Beast Taming Club were involved in these 2 events, which was why Xaden had killed them. As for the other members, they did not have any grudges against Xaden, so he would not go against them without reason. After everyone recognized the woman accompanying Xaden as the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty, they all trembled in their shoes and started retreating. Seeing this, Xaden challenged them to a fight, 9 against 1, without Adara's help. Joe Wright accepted, and a fight ensued. Xaden used his fiery palm, followed by the earthen yellow mountain and river seal, which was able to withstand all of their attacks. Once the Beast Taming Club members realized that there was no taking Xaden down, they ran away. However, Xaden used his green finger and began killing the core members one by one, leaving Joe Wright for last. Before he was killed, he pleaded with Zayden not to punish the rest of the club members, which he agreed to, seeing as they had done nothing to him. Joe heard Zayden's promise and smiled. Then, without waiting for him to make a move, he ended his own life. Just like that, Joe was dead. At this time, almost all the members of the Beast Taming Club had already gathered around them. Zayden turned to look at them and said with coldness, "All of your club's elders and club experts have died. Your club is no longer worthy of its name, so you should leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the other forces come to attack, even if you want to escape, you won't be able to." The location of the Beast Taming Club was extremely advantageous, and now that there were no strong practitioners in the club that would intimidate others from taking over, this place would very quickly be occupied by other powers. In the past, the Eastern Dynasty was the strongest power in Hansu. After their destruction, no one, not even the 4 major clubs, had dared to occupy the Imperial City. If one of the clubs had taken over, the other 3 clubs would definitely not have accepted it. Everyone's strength was about the same, so what right did they have to occupy the best location in Hansu? Therefore, in the end, they would join forces and attack the other club. This was the reason why, for the past 1,000 years, no one had occupied their grounds. However, the Beast Taming Club was not the #1 power in Hansu, so the 3 great clubs did not have any interest in it. The smaller powers beneath the 3 great clubs were diverse, some strong and some weak. As long as the power that was second only to the 3 great clubs occupied this place, the other clubs wouldn't say anything. When the members of the Beast Taming Club heard Zayden's words, one of them immediately walked out of the club. Soon enough, more and more Beast Taming Club members left the place. The gatekeeper also wanted to leave. However, he was stopped by Zayden.
Please, let me go,
he said with a sullen face. "When I see Zeke and the others, I will let you leave," Zayden said. The gatekeeper had no choice but to accompany Zayden to look for Zeke and the others. He led Zayden and the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty further into the club grounds until they turned a few corners and arrived at a secret underground room.
This secret chamber is used to lock up the most rebellious members. When the 5th elder took away their cultivation, he didn't give them anything to eat or drink. He told them to fend for themselves here. It has already been 10 days since then. I doubt they were able to survive,
the gatekeeper said. Zayden looked at the underground chamber. It was very humid and dark. There were a lot of cells separated from each other by steel bars. The gatekeeper led Zayden to the innermost cell. As he got close, Zayden could immediately tell that the 4 figures inside the cell were the bodies of Zeke, Fiona, Jan, and Tony. At this moment, they were all lying on the ground, wearing dirty clothes. Seeing the 4 of them like this, Zayden's heart ached. They were the first people he had met in the 9 Regions continent, and he never thought that they would end up like this.
They aren't dead yet,
Adara said with hopefulness. Zayden looked at her in surprise and asked, "Really?"
Yes. I can still detect some faint breathing sounds, but they're not very noticeable. If we'd gotten here a little later, maybe they would really be dead,
she said. Adara had reached the Martial Saint realm and was able to observe the surroundings more closely. Thus, she could sense that the youths were still breathing weakly. "That's great." A smile appeared on Zayden's face, and a metal attribute of spiritual strength appeared on his palm. The metal attribute spiritual strength carried an extremely sharp aura that he used to cut open the lock. Zayden walked up to Zeke and the other three and checked their breathing. Indeed, he could still feel their faint pulse. He quickly took out some fasting pills and fed them to the four of them. If hunger and thirst were the cause of their decay, fasting pills could quickly supplement their needs for food and water for the time being. After feeding the four of them fasting pills, Zayden gave them the wood attribute spiritual strength. There was a little bit of life force within the wood attribute spiritual strength, which allowed the four of them to quickly recover. After a quarter of an hour, the four of them woke up and saw Zayden. Fiona looked at him in disbelief and asked,
Zayden, why are you here?
The other three people also couldn't believe that they could see Zayden again and that they were saved. They thought they were going to die inside this cell. Zayden briefly explained the things that had happened after he had separated from them.
How can so many things happen in such a short period? The world is truly unpredictable.
Zeke sighed. Do you have any plans? Zayden looked at them and asked. The four of them looked at each other.
We are going to find a place to live in seclusion for the rest of our lives,
Zeke said bitterly. Their powers had been taken from them. If they wanted to recover their strength, doing so would be extremely hard without the help of a powerful expert. And now, all of their club's experts were dead. Zayden knew that all four of them had crippled their Dantian and lost their cultivation. He looked at Adara and said, Please, help them. Zeke and the others looked at the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty as if they had just noticed her presence in the cell. With her peerless beauty, they were naturally astounded when they laid eyes on her. Zayden quickly revealed to them the Empress's identity, so the four of them hastily greeted her.
Your Majesty?
Adara nodded, took out 4 pills, and gave them to the four of them.
Eat them. It will help you guys reconstruct your Dantian,
she said.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
Thank you, Empress.
With the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty's help, they would definitely be able to recover their Dantian sooner than expected. After Zeke and the other 3 swallowed their pill, Adara sent out 4 streams of purple energy into their Dantian. A quarter of an hour later, the 4 were brimming with vigor. In addition, their cultivation was slowly increasing and quickly returned to their original state. Zeke and the other 3 looked at their own bodies in a daze. They couldn't believe that they had not only recovered their Dantian, but also recovered their cultivation base. The 4 of them looked at the Empress as if they were about to kneel and worship her. However, they were quickly stopped by a gentle force from the Empress as she said,
It was nothing more than a small favor.
You ended up like this because of me, and I want to say sorry, Zayden said.
No need for that. Without you, we would have already died,
Zeke said.
That's right. We can't blame you for this. We just blame ourselves for joining the wrong club,
said Fiona. The other 2 nodded their heads.
Sir, can I leave now?
Asked the gatekeeper. He did not wish to stay here for even a second longer. You can leave now, Zayden nodded.
Thank you. Thank you.
The gatekeeper thanked him, turned around, and ran away. Unexpectedly, the moment he turned around, Zayden said, Wait. When the word reached his ears, the gatekeeper's body trembled. He begrudgingly turned around again, revealing his best fake smile as he said,
Sir, is there anything else you need from me?
After Zayden promised not to hurt the members of the club who hadn't done anything to him, Joe Wright quickly ended his life before Zayden could. Then, Zayden turned to the rest of the members and advised them all to leave, fearing that another power would eventually come to claim the territory. Then, he asked the gatekeeper to lead him to Zeke and the others, and they ended up in a dark chamber filled with cells. They found Zeke, Fiona, Jan, and Tony in the last cell, lying on the ground, barely breathing. With the help of the fasting pill, which fed them, they quickly regained consciousness. Then, after being introduced to the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty, she reconstructed their Dantians and gave them back their cultivation base so that they wouldn't have to start from scratch. Having completed his part of the deal, the gatekeeper asked if he could leave, to which Zayden said yes. However, before he could get too far, Zayden asked him to wait. Zayden looked at the gatekeeper and said with a smile, "Take these." He waved his hand, and 10 spiritual stones appeared on it, which he gave to the gatekeeper. He stared blankly at the 10 spiritual stones in front of him. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, then stuttered at Zayden. For me? He thought that Zayden was going to do something to him when he had stopped him. He was truly shocked. He had never imagined that Zayden would give him not 1, but 10 spiritual stones. Of course, for you. If you don't want them, I'll take them back. Zayden chuckled.
Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you.
The gatekeeper hurriedly put away the 10 low-ranked spiritual stones that Zayden had given him. He had 10 pieces of low-ranked spiritual stone. He cheered in his mind. There were probably only so many of them in a single club. He never thought that there would come a day when he would be able to obtain 10 pieces of low-ranked spiritual stone, thought the gatekeeper to himself. Use them to train properly in the future, Zayden told him.
Yes.
The gatekeeper nodded his head and left. Zayden turned around to face Zeke and the other 3 and said, "Now that your Dantians have been restored and you've got your realms back, why don't you come with me to the 5 Elements Club?" When Zeke and the other 3 heard Zayden's words, they pondered for a while. The inheritance of the Eastern Dynasty had been handed over to the 5 Elements Club, and Zayden had just told them that the 5 Elements Club would definitely become the strongest power within Hansu soon. Being asked to join the club would be the dream of every practitioner in Hansu. However, the Beast Taming Club had already caused them to be wary of the 5 Elements Club, and ever since they had become members of the Beast Taming Club, they had always been loyal to it, so they couldn't see themselves being part of any other club. Therefore, they didn't wish to join any clubs. The 4 of them looked at each other and then said,
No need, but thank you for your goodwill, Zayden. We would like to find a quiet place where we can train ourselves.
Zayden quickly understood what the 4 of them were thinking. He nodded and said, "If that's what you want." Zayden and the others left the dungeon and walked outside. When Zayden thought of something, he looked at Zeke and asked, "The Beast Taming Club should have a treasure trove, right?"
Yes, but there are restrictions set up by a martial monarch. Normal people can't enter,
Zeke said. The Treasury of Power was related to the development of a club. It contained important information about the club, as well as their special cultivation techniques, so ordinary people wouldn't even have the chance to see it, let alone touch it. That doesn't matter. It's just a restriction set up by a martial king. I can just break it, Xaden said lightly as he looked at Adara. She was an expert in the martial saint realm, so how could the restrictions set up by a martial monarch be able to stop her? Zeke and the others brought Xaden and the Empress toward the direction of the club's treasury. Although they were unable to enter, every club member knew of the location of such an important place. When they arrived at the foot of a small mountain, Zeke pointed at a cave and said,
"This is where the Beast Taming Club's treasury is located."
Xaden and Adara looked over and saw that there was a stone door blocking the entrance that was covered in a layer of faint light. This layer of light was a barrier set up by the Beast Taming Club to keep anyone from breaking in. Looking at the membrane, Adara lifted her hand and extended her finger. Then, a purplish gold divine beam pierced through the membrane of light, and with a loud sound, the light membrane in the stone door shattered. Zeke and the rest looked at the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty with respect. As expected of the Empress who had suppressed the geniuses of the 9 regions in the genius battle 1,000 years ago, the prohibition set by the strongest member of the Beast Taming Club was immediately broken by her in a single strike. With that, Xaden and the others entered the cave. Once inside, all they could see were cultivation techniques, martial skills, spiritual stones, spirit medicines, and the like. Now that Xaden had seen the extraordinary cultivation resources left behind by the Eastern Dynasty, when he saw the Beast Taming Club's treasury, he naturally wasn't too impressed. However, it was Zeke's first time seeing so many treasures, so he was astonished. The 4 of you should use these things to train. It's more than enough for you to cultivate in the future, Xaden said.
This is all for us?
Fiona said in shock. As one of the 4 major clubs, the Beast Taming Club's treasury would not leave anyone indifferent if they saw it. Yes, it's all for you. You guys almost died because of me, so this is also a form of compensation, Xaden said with a smile. Zeke looked at the items in awe. These were all the assets of the club. He couldn't believe that they were going to keep them all. If the 4 of them acquired them, then they would be richer than the strong powerhouses of the large clubs. They couldn't even picture that.
I think you should take some too,
Tony said to Xaden.
Yeah, it's not right for us to take everything with us,
Jan chimed in. I don't need these things. You can have them. Xaden refused with a smile. He did not lack cultivation techniques or martial skills, nor did he lack spiritual stones. Not only had he gotten some from the Sky Ditch, but he had also gotten them from the Eastern Dynasty's ruins, so he was set. Besides, his spiritual stones had more spirit medicine than those from the Beast Taming Club. In the end, under Xaden's persuasion, Zeke and the other 3 split all the items between them. There were dimensional rings in the treasury, so cleaning up the treasury was a very easy task. Once they were at the Beast Taming Club's entrance gate, Xaden looked at the 4 of them and said, If you're ever in trouble in the future, come find me in the 5 Elements Club.
"We'll meet again, Xaden,"
said Zeke.
Goodbye, Xaden,
said Tony.
Take care,
said Jan.
When you need us in the future, you must come to find us,
said Fiona. The 4 of them said goodbye to Xaden, one after another, before leaving. We should go too, Adara, Xaden said once they were done.
All right.
Adara agreed. Then she and Xaden also left the Beast Taming Club. As soon as they returned to the 5 Elements Club, Xaden went to find Sawyer Zimmer, who once again opened the 5 Elements formation aperture, allowing him to enter and comprehend the five elements' true intent. Xaden was not far from reaching the Martial King realm. He believed that 2 days would be enough to comprehend the true intent to the entrance level, which would allow him to reach the Martial King realm. As Xaden entered the five elements formation, the news of what had happened for the past 2 days swept across Hansu, and the outside world was in turmoil. The experts of the Beast Taming Club had been annihilated. Just as the 3 great clubs had been about to enter the ruins, the Wind God Club suddenly showed up to fight them. Then, the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty had resurrected, returning to the world as a martial saint. An extraordinary genius member of the Five Elements Club had cultivated the Five Elements cultivation arts that the club founder had cultivated all those years ago. And finally, with the destruction of the Beast Taming Club, the 4 great clubs had become the 3 great clubs. This was a lot of information for most people in Hansu to process at once. As a thank you, Xaden gave the gatekeeper some spiritual stones. Then, he asked Zeke and the others to join the Five Elements Club, but they rejected it, saying that they would find a quiet place to seclude and train their cultivation. Then, Xaden asked them to take him to the Beast Taming Club's treasury, so Zeke led them to a cave at the foot of a mountain. Then, Adara used her powers to crack open the door and destroy its protection, allowing them in. Once inside, Xaden told them to take all of the treasures for themselves and use them to train, which, after some convincing, they agreed to do. In the end, they said goodbye by the club's entrance gate before parting ways. When Xaden returned to the Five Elements Club, he asked Sawyer Zimmer to open the formation aperture for him to go into, and he did. At the same time, the rest of Hansu began finding out about the events that had unfolded in the past few days. The news had even spread to the other regions, and it had caused a huge reaction there as well. The members of the Five Elements Club understood what had happened. They knew that they had wrongly accused Xaden, and that he had been a member of the Five Elements Club from the start. After this matter was explained clearly, the members of the Five Elements Club were even more impressed by Xaden. He was talented, trained in the founder's cultivation technique, and didn't hesitate to sacrifice his own personal reputation for the club in a time of need. In an instant, Xaden was sought after by all the members of the Five Elements Club. The moment the news about the annihilation of the Beast Taming Club spread, several powers all headed towards the club as they wanted to occupy its territory. At the same time, when the entire 9 regions continent found out that the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty had reappeared as a martial saint, many people who belonged to the same generation as she felt pressured. 2 days later, Sawyer Zimmer arrived at the Five Elements formation and took Xaden out.
Good. You have finally reached the Martial King realm,
Sawyer said in a gratified tone as he looked at Xaden. Now that Xaden wasn't intentionally hiding his true strength, his Martial King aura was released, and it was extremely tyrannical. Suddenly, Adara appeared by his side silently.
We should leave.
She said. Leave? And where? Xaden asked in confusion.
The 9 regions genius battle will take place 6 months from now. If you stay here, even though you will see some improvements in your cultivation, you won't be able to reach the next realm in 6 months. I'm going to take you somewhere we can train for a while,
Adara said. Sawyer Zimmer also nodded and said,
Her Majesty is right. If you want to grow faster, you need to train more.
Xaden, also hoped that he could become stronger as soon as possible, so he agreed with Adara's plan. Now that he knew he had to leave, he knew he should return the 5 Elements creation spell to Sawyer Zimmer, so he took out the leather book from the treasure gourd space. Sir, I want to return the original 5 Elements creation spell to you. Xaden handed the leather book to Sawyer Zimmer.
No. Keep it. It's useless to leave it with me.
Sawyer Zimmer shook his head. For the past 10,000 years, there had only been one person capable of cultivating the 5 Elements creation spell, and that person was Xaden. Sawyer Zimmer didn't know if or when the next one would appear, so he thought that it was useless to keep the 5 Elements creation spell in the club. Xaden looked at the book in his hand and thought for a while before saying, Sir, you should know this leather comes from unicorn skin. Its value is immeasurable. Not to mention that the lowest 5 Elements creation spell is at least a holy rank technique, so you should just keep it, Xaden insisted.
Unicorn skin. And a holy ranked cultivation technique. Are you sure?
Sawyer Zimmer looked at the leather-bound book in surprise. The unicorn race was one of the strongest within the thousands of clans, the super divine beast among the divine beasts. They were incomparably powerful and comparable to the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan. He was surprised to find out that the leather would come from the skin of a unicorn. Furthermore, he had not expected the 5 Elements creation spell to be of such a high rank. In the past, everyone had assumed that it was difficult to cultivate the 5 Elements creation spell, so no one had studied it deeply. Firstly, because it was very difficult to find a person with a physique of the 5 Elements, and secondly, because it was extremely difficult to understand this technique. Sawyer Zimmer pondered for a moment, then gave the leather-bound book back to Xaden and said,
If it's so precious, can't keep it. You'll know how to use it wisely. And right now, the 5 Elements Club has the Eastern Dynasty's inheritance to sort through, which will definitely allow the strength of the F Club to rise to another level. Moreover, once others find out about this, even the 5 Elements Club will be in danger. I will only be at ease if it is in your hands,
he insisted. Xaden possessed the Emperor-level bloodline. His origins were impressive, and in his hands, no one would dare to attack the 5 Elements creation spell. Seeing that Sawyer Zimmer was trying to shirk his responsibility, Xaden did not continue to insist anymore and put the leather book back into the treasure gourd space. Before Xaden and Adara left the 5 Elements Club, they did not bother the other members with goodbyes. Xaden only stopped to see Maximilian Lennox and Hudson on his way out. He hadn't been in the 5 Elements Club for long, and the people he had come in contact with were limited. He was only familiar with Sawyer Zimmer, Maximilian Lennox, and Hudson, so those were the only people he told the news of his departure. Once all the goodbyes had been said, Adara turned into a stream of light and disappeared from the 5 Elements Club along with Xaden. As Xaden left, he failed to notice that in a corner of the Wood Spirit Peak, a woman was watching him disappear with teary eyes. This woman was the core member of the Water Spirit Mountain, Sue Langston. Ever since she had come out of the Eastern Dynasty's ruins, Xaden's image had been flashing in her mind from time to time. These past 2 days, Sue had been observing Xaden's movements. She had also found out from the Water Spirit Peak Master that Xaden was going to participate in the 9 Regions Genius Battle, and by watching his meetings with Maximilian Lennox and Hudson, she found out that Xaden was probably going to leave the Five Elements Club. Sue was in a bad mood. It seemed that Xaden hadn't even considered saying goodbye to her before he left. However, how could a true genius like him think anything of her? Sue thought, her heart filled with bitterness. She sighed, shook her head, and left the Wood Spirit Peak. Xaden and Adara flew away in the air at an incredible speed. "Where are we going next?" Xaden asked after a while. He assumed that Adara was taking him somewhere he could train in peace, but he didn't exactly know where.
"To Fëanor,"
she said. "We're going to Fëanor?" Xaden was surprised.
"Yes. There is a secret realm in the Wind God Club that can be used to raise one's strength. Now that the Nine Regions Genius Battle is about to begin, they will definitely open it so that their members can raise their strength,"
Adara said with excitement. "What does that have to do with us?" Xaden asked.
"I'm going to send you in,"
she replied with a cheeky smile. "They won't let me in." Xaden shook his head. That was the club's own secret plane. Could she just let him in? Besides, he had killed quite a few Wind God Club members in the small space. Surely they would hold a grudge against him for that.
"When they entered my small space, I didn't even bother with them when they wanted to fight for the dynasty's inheritance. They owe me. I promise, there will definitely be a spot for you when they enter their secret plane."
She spoke blandly. When Xaden heard the determination in her voice, he nodded. It was true that the Wind God Club had wanted to obtain the inheritance of the Eastern Dynasty, and by doing so, they had offended the Empress. With this as a bargaining chip, Adara was sure they would have no problem allowing Xaden to enter the Wind God Club. Although Hansu and Fëanor were quite far apart, Adara was strong and fast, so it only took the two of them 10 minutes to arrive at Fëanor. Xaden looked at the topography of the region and discovered that it was very different from Hansu. The topography of Hansu was mostly made up of mountains and rivers, whereas Fëanor's terrain was mostly flat, with grasslands and plains. Xaden had been inside the Five Elements formation aperture when Sawyer Zimmer came back to take him out. By that point, he had already reached the Martial King realm, so Adara suggested they travel to Fëanor to train for the Nine Regions Genius Battle that was taking place 6 months later. Xaden tried to return the Five Elements creation spell to Sawyer Zimmer, but he rejected it. Then, Xaden said goodbye to Maximilian Lennox and Hudson Yannick before leaving with Adara. As he disappeared, Sue Langston watched him from the ground with sadness. 10 minutes later, they arrived in Fëanor. Xaden had learned a little about the Nine Regions continent from the martial arts books that Maximilian Lennox had lent him. Each of the 9 regions had one of the biggest powers, which could be considered to be an overlord. Of course, Hansu had the Eastern Dynasty, which was destroyed more than 1,000 years ago. Afterward, the martial way of Hansu declined, and no overlord power was created. Amongst the 9 regions, Tagua had always been the strongest region, and the number of genius warriors that appeared within their territory was also the greatest. 1,000 years ago, Hansu could also be ranked at the top of the 9 regions, but now, even Fëanor, which had always been ranked 8th, was further ahead. The difference between Hansu and the other provinces was so much so that the warriors of the other provinces looked down on Hansu warriors all the time. Some warriors even requested for the 9 regions continent to be changed into the 8 regions continent. This made the practitioners of Hansu exceptionally angry, but anger was useless. It was true that the practitioners of Hansu were lagging far behind the warriors of the other provinces and weren't strong enough to compete with them. The core members of the 4 major clubs were in the heavenly martial realm, while the core members of the other provinces' strongest powers were in the martial king realm. This meant that the second strongest power in the several strong provinces was also much stronger than the 4 big clubs. It was no wonder that the warriors of the other provinces looked down on Hansu warriors. The Wind God Club was located in the largest city in Fëanor, Bridkia. Adara brought Xaden to Bridkia, and they looked down at it as they hovered in midair. Bridkia was enormous, comparable to the imperial city of the Eastern Dynasty. However, it was abnormally majestic and far more astonishing than the imperial city. There was an endless stream of warriors coming and going from Bridkia. One powerful aura after another rushed towards the city gates. The 2 cities naturally could not be compared.
Let's go down,
Adara said. Adara, wait. Seeing her about to fly down, Xaden hurriedly stopped her.
What's wrong?
She looked at Xaden with a frown. About that, you see, you're too good looking, and your divine appearance would capture everyone's attention. If we want to fly under the radar, I think you should change your clothes and wear a hat to cover your face. Xaden smiled in embarrassment. He hated making requests of the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty, but it had to be done. The Empress of the Eastern Dynasty's clothes were known for being purple and gold, and Adara's appearance was so exquisite that it would captivate anyone who looked at her, which would cause them to be the center of attention. Someone like her would cause quite a commotion wherever she went. A hint of a smile flashed across Adara's nebula-like eyes when she heard Xaden's words.
All right, if you say so.
She had just finished speaking when purplish gold rays of light appeared around her body, wrapping her within. By the time the purplish golden light faded away, she had already changed into a long black dress and a black hat that covered most of her face.
Good enough?
Adara asked Xaden for his approval. He looked her up and down. She was wearing a long black dress. Although it wasn't as noble and beautiful as the purplish gold dress, there was still an additional mysteriousness to her. Even though it won't be easy for people to recognize you like this, your figure is too good. But you can't cover your figure, so this will do. Everyone will be staring at me anyways, Xaden said as he looked at Adara's tall and perfect body with a smile.
You dare to mock me?
She looked at him with a faint smile. No, I'll tell you the truth. You look too good, Xaden said with a smile.
Well, that's it. You can't possibly expect me to wrap myself up like a dumpling,
Adara said snappily as she glared at Xaden. No, you're right. All right, then let's go down, he said. The 2 of them descended from the sky and arrived outside the old city gates of Bridkia. There was a consensus in the world of martial arts that it was best not to randomly fly around other people's territory. It was a disrespect to others. The Wind God Club dominated Bridkia, so ordinary warriors did not dare to fly above the city limits, and so everyone entered the city through the city gates. Adara's character wasn't as high profile here, so she decided to enter Bridkia through the city gate, just like any ordinary person. She and Xaden entered Bridkia and began walking to the center of the city. However, after they walked for a distance, they realized that almost all of the warriors were heading in the same direction. Xaden stopped someone and asked with curiosity, "Hey, what's going on over there? Why are all of you heading that way?" The warrior looked at Zayden and said,
"You've just arrived at Bridkia, right?"
"Yes, we are new to the city." Zayden nodded.
"Word on the street is that the Star Auction House is hosting an auction selling a few rare treasures, high-level demonic beast blood essence, high-level techniques, and some other precious items. Everyone is going to join in the fun," the man said.
"A high-level demonic beast's blood essence," Zayden muttered to himself. Then he looked at the warrior and said, "Thank you."
"You're welcome."
The man waved his hand and left.
What? You're interested in that demonic beast's blood essence?
Adara looked at Zayden with curious eyes. "Kind of." Zayden told Adara about how he had been cultivating the 10,000 beasts body refinement arts.
In that case, let's go see what all the fuss is about.
Adara nodded. She had brought Zayden out here to increase his strength, and since the demonic beast's blood essence could help him do just that, there was no harm in going to take a look at the auction. The two of them followed the other warriors to the Star Auction House. On the way there, Zayden managed to learn a bit about Star Industries. As it turned out, it was the #1 business in the 9 Regions continent. They mostly focused on trading, but they owned different businesses. They traded almost anything, as long as it was related to martial arts, such as cultivation techniques, martial skills, spiritual stones, spirit medicines, pills, secret arts, and so on. Although Star Industries was not a pure martial power, its influence was not any weaker than that of a 9 Regions continent overlord power. The Star Industries auctions, which took place in the Star Auction House, would always produce a few new and rare treasures, which would attract a lot of warriors to compete for them. Of course, the Star Auction House was an old theater because the auction took up a lot of space. However, Star Industries had branched out into several business areas. Besides the auction business, they had a trading business, a transportation business, and even a hotel, all located in buildings within walking distance from each other. When Zayden and Adara arrived at the Star Auction House Theater, they saw a sea of people lining up and walking toward the box office. There were a total of 3 entrances to the theater, but one needed to pay the required fee to enter. The currency that circulated in the 9 Regions continent was gold and silver. However, in Bridkia, spiritual stones were frequently used as a form of payment. There were strong, weak, rich, and poor martial artists all around. Therefore, there were different seats available inside the auction house to accommodate a wide audience. There were high-class seats, low-class seats, and even private boxes. When Zayden and Adara reached the front of the line, the ticket seller smiled and asked Zayden,
A private box? A high-class seat? Or a low-class seat? Which one would you like to choose, sir?
"A private box, please," Zayden said.
The first-class box costs 10 spiritual stones. The second-class box costs 5 spiritual stones. And the third-class box costs 1 spiritual stone. Which one would you like to choose?
The ticket seller asked, with an even brighter smile. Since the Wind God Club was located in Bridkia, the largest city in Fëanor, that's where Adara brought Zayden. Before they entered the city, Zayden told Adara to change her appearance so that she wouldn't be recognized as the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty. She did so and changed into a black dress with a hat. Then, the pair entered the city through the city gates. As they were walking toward the center, they noticed a huge influx of people walking in the same direction. So Zayden asked one of them what was going on. As it turned out, they were heading to the Star Auction House, where they were auctioning off all things martial arts related. Interested, Zayden decided to go take a look. Once he got to the box office, he chose a private box. In this sort of auction house, the higher the level of a private box, the better it would protect the privacy of the guests. Privacy was something many people seek when they came to these sorts of auctions and bid big money on precious items. Xaden had come to the auction for the blood essence of a high-level demonic beast, which would definitely attract the attention of others, causing unnecessary trouble for him. Thus, he needed all the privacy he could get. "This is a ticket for the first-class star box. Here you go, sir." The ticket seller took out a small ticket with a star design on it and handed it to Xaden. "Thank you." Xaden nodded and put the ticket in his pocket after paying for it. When those around him saw that he had paid for a private box, they all raised their eyebrows. 10 spiritual stones was equivalent to a martial king's worth. Of course, some wealthy martial kings would definitely possess more than 10 low-ranked spiritual stones. But even so, the fact that Xaden had 10 low-ranked spiritual stones was already shocking enough. In the Star Auction House, there were a total of 4 first-class boxes. Every time an auction was held, at most, 3 of the boxes would fill with guests. Even if the elders from the powers of Fëanor came to the auction, they would usually choose a second-class box. They would not extravagantly pay for a first-class box. That's why everyone was shocked to see a handsome young warrior and a mysterious woman pay to be in a first-class box. Now, everyone was wondering and guessing who they were. There were not many people in Fëanor who could afford to be so generous. Xaden and Adara walked into the auction house. The entire theater was incomparably huge. It had a total of 4 levels. On the first floor, at the front of the theater, there was a small stage where everyone could clearly see what was being auctioned. Surrounding it, there were rows and rows of seats. The outermost was the most ordinary seats, while the seats closer to the stage were of a higher quality. This was probably the difference between the lower-class seats and the higher-class seats that the ticket seller had mentioned. The closer one was to the stage, the more clearly one could observe the items being auctioned, which was an advantage. The second floor was filled with small boxes. There were 100 of them. These were the third-class boxes. All the boxes were separated from the auditorium by a translucent wall that made it so if one looked in from the outside, they wouldn't be able to see anything clearly. On the other hand, from the inside, one could clearly see everything that was going on the stage. Although the third floor was filled with private boxes, they were quite small. However, though there were fewer private boxes on the second floor, they were more spacious. There were 20 second-class private boxes in total. The fourth floor was even more luxurious. There were a total of 4 boxes, one for each side of the theater, north, south, east, and west, and they were named Moon, Star, Sun, and Sky respectively. These were first-class boxes, and they were incredibly spacious. Xaden's ticket had a star on it, so he assumed that they had the star box. Once they found it, Xaden opened the door and entered the box with Adara. The theater was very vast, so each first-class box was over 1,000 square feet. The interior of the box was extremely luxurious. The walls around them were golden in color, and on them, some beads emitted a faint light. The floor was carpeted with rare antique rugs, and there were even sofas made of soft leather, and a few coffee tables scattered around the space. On the tables, there was an assortment of fruits, tea, coffee, wine, and everything else one could need. "Looks like those 10 spiritual stones were worth it," Xaden said, as he looked around the luxurious box. When Adara walked inside the box, she took off her hat and snorted.
"Worth it, my foot. How can you enjoy these things? This shouldn't be worth more than 2 spiritual stones. They owe you at least 8 stones.
Zayden looked at her in surprise. After these few days of contact, he understood that Adara was indifferent to everything. Although she was sometimes very domineering, Zayden didn't expect her to swear. When Adara saw Zayden's expression, a trace of embarrassment flashed across her face.
I must admit, I have been cheated by Star Industries before, so I am somewhat resentful towards them.
You don't say, Zayden replied. He finally understood why she was so mad. Then, he wondered how Star Industries had been able to trick her. After all, she was as powerful as the overlords of the 9 provinces.
Don't trust anyone from Star Industries, especially the women. Do you hear me?
Adara said seriously, with a warning tone of voice, while she stared down at Zayden. Got it. It was clear Adara had a grudge against the women of Star Industries. Zayden and Adara waited for about 2 hours while the theater filled up before the auction officially started. Then, an old man wearing a white robe slowly walked to the center of the stage. Zayden looked at him and actually felt an unfathomable aura coming from him.
The annual auction has arrived again. Thank you, everyone, for your support.
The old man cupped his fist and slightly nodded to those around him.
Antoine, what are you talking about?
You're actually going to host the auction today? I presume you've got quite a good selection of items for us.
All of the martial artists on the first floor began chatting and cheering the old man. Could that be the president of the Star Auction House branch? Zayden muttered in surprise.
It should be. He has the strength of a martial monarch. With this level of strength, he should have been able to take on the position of the president of the branch,
Adara said lightly. Hearing her affirmation, Zayden was surprised. In Hansu, martial monarch experts were usually a club's leader, and there weren't many. He had never thought that a martial monarch expert would be the host of an auction in Fëanor. The difference between the 2 regions was really a little too obvious now. It was no wonder the other provinces looked down on Hansu.
Enough chit-chat. People, quiet down. Now, everyone knows the rules of the auction, so let's begin. Someone, bring up the first item,
Antoine said with a smile on his face as he looked at the crowd. The moment he finished speaking, 2 men carried the first item up to the stage. The first item was a fiery red furnace, about half the height of a person, and less than a few feet wide, with 3 exquisite furnace feet beneath it.
This is the Pill Refining Furnace that belonged to an alchemist in Inea. It's an exquisite royal armament, and its starting price is 50 pieces of low-ranked spiritual stone.
After Antoine introduced the people to the pill refining furnace, he let everyone present compete for it.
That's an exquisite royal armament,
Someone in the audience asked.
That's right. The Star Auction House is always auctioning big-ticket items,
Antoine replied. The martial artists on the first floor exclaimed in surprise. Royal armaments were divided into low grade, medium grade, high grade, and top grade. Spirit treasures of other grades were similarly divided into 4 grades. Zayden and Adara walked into the theater where the auction was being held, and Zayden paid for a first-class box, the Star Box. Once they got there, Adara revealed that she had a grudge against Star Industries and warned Zayden about the women that worked there. A few hours later, Once the theater had filled up, an old man named Antoine walked onto the stage, and the auction began. The first item they were auctioning was a pill refining furnace that was a royal artifact. Xaden looked at the fiery red pill refining furnace, and his eyes lit up. If the first auction item is that exquisite royal artifact, the next item must be even more precious, he said with intrigue. Adara shook her head and retorted,
That's not how it works here. They just brought out a good auction item to keep up the atmosphere from the start. This way, people like you will stay for the whole auction, hoping that a better item will pop up. But I tell you, the next few items are definitely not going to be as good as this one.
Xaden thought this made sense. After all, it would be beneficial for the auction if everyone's emotions were to be stirred up. Very quickly, the people started to bid.
55 low-rank spiritual stones.
Someone yelled.
60 pieces of low-rank spiritual stone.
Another one chimed in.
65 low-rank spiritual stones.
A third person said. Ordinary Martial King warriors did not even have the wealth to compete for a royal artifact. Therefore, there weren't many people bidding on the first floor. Just 7 or 8 people, while 2 people were bidding on the third-class box. However, in the first and second-class boxes, no one spoke a word. After its price rose a few more times, the pill refining furnace was sold for 85 pieces of low-rank spiritual stone, and it was won by someone in a third-class box.
Next, we'll auction the second item.
Antoine gestured for everyone to quiet down, and then called for the second item to be brought up to the stage. Just as Adara had said, the second item was not as valuable as the pill refining furnace. It was a blue longsword, an inferior grade royal armament.
The starting price is 3 pieces of low-ranked spiritual stone. Each increase must be of at least 1 stone,
Antoine said.
I'll give you 5. 6.
7. 9.
Even the people in the third-class boxes were no longer interested in bidding for the low-grade royal armament. It was the martial artists on the first floor that were placing the bids. Finally, the longsword was obtained by a middle-aged female martial king for 9 spiritual stones.
Congratulations to this lovely lady for obtaining the Cold Soul Sword. Now, let's proceed to the third auction item,
Antoine said with a smile. A beautiful woman brought up a silver platter containing the third item being auctioned, which was now covered with a red cloth. The woman walked up to Antoine and took off the red cloth, unveiling a bottle of pills.
This is a bottle of king-level, mid-grade spirit recovering pills. As you all probably already know, the spirit recovering pill can let a warrior instantly recover a certain amount of spiritual strength. There are a total of 3 spirit recovering pills inside the bottle, and its starting price is 6 pieces of low-grade spiritual stone,
Antoine said.
I'll give 7. I offer 8.
I'll give 10. As the bottle of spirit recovering pills appeared, many martial artists began to bid on it. This was much more intense than the first 2 bids, and Xaden could see why. The pill refining furnace that had been auctioned first was of no use to anyone other than an alchemist who could work it. The second item, the blue cold soul sword, could only be used by martial artists that cultivated the water attribute. Other martial artists wouldn't be able to use it much if they got their hands on it. However, spirit recovering pills were different. They could be used by any martial artist. Whoever acquired it would be able to instantly recover their spiritual strength after a fight, which was a huge ace to have, maybe even the key that would turn the situation around. Therefore, everyone had a great desire to bid on it. In the end, the bottle of spirit recovering pills was bought by someone in a first-class booth for 20 low-rank spiritual stones. Spiritual stones are flowing like water around here, Zayden commented with surprise. He had never seen so many spiritual stones being spent in one place before. A normal martial king would only have around 10 or so spiritual stones, so most people would have to spend it all to buy only one item in this auction.
This isn't even their most top-notch auction,
Said Adara.
When we arrive at Tarquan, I will take you to participate in the most luxurious auction. The things sold there are truly amazing, and you won't find people who squander their money like dirt.
She added. She didn't like these auction items whatsoever. Although she had basically handed over all the things left behind by the Eastern Dynasty to the Five Elements Club, Adara had still kept some particularly precious items for herself. She herself had reached the Martial Saint realm. Thus, she naturally did not place much importance on these low-quality auction items. Actually, Zayden didn't have much interest in these items either. There were a lot of pills that he did not have a need for. As for the magical equipment, he didn't need to use any weapons in his martial arts training, so there was no need to get any weapons now. He had come here solely for the high-level demonic beast's blood essence. If it was powerful enough, it might allow Zayden to reach the Martial King realm. The fourth item up for auction was a high-grade king-level cultivation technique. The fifth item was a Thunder Spirit Herb, which was capable of allowing those who cultivated Thunder attribute cultivation techniques to speed up their comprehension of the true meaning of thunder. There were even some auxiliary magical treasures that appeared in the next auction items, such as hairpins and bracelets. These magical treasures were all royal artifacts and didn't have much offensive power. When the warriors on the scene lost their enthusiasm, Antoine coughed and said,
I believe everyone heard about it before they came in. Today, we will be auctioning a few rare items.
The martial artists that hadn't been enthusiastic to begin with immediately became excited and straightened up in their seats as they listened to Antoine excitedly.
Bring it up, guys,
Antoine ordered. As he finished speaking, 4 strongmen carried a huge earth and yellow iron hammer to the auction stage. They slowly placed the iron hammer on the floor. Only then did they retreat, their faces covered in sweat. They were all Heaven Realm warriors and had great strength, so the fact that they struggled to lift a metal hammer showed just how heavy the hammer was.
This is a low-grade Emperor armament, the Thunder God's Hammer,
Antoine said.
I don't think I need to introduce this to you. The starting price for the Thunder God's Hammer is 100 low-rank spiritual stones, and each increase must be at least 10 stones over,
He added.
130 stones.
Just as Antoine finished his sentence, in a second-class private box, a warrior placed the first bid.
150.
A clear and cold voice sounded out from another second-class box.
160.
A voice came from the third-class box as well. Following that, the people in the second-class box raised their bids again. However, none of the martial artists on the first floor bid anything. The Emperor armament surpassed their capabilities.
210.
Someone in the second-class box increased the bid again.
Someone in the second-class box has bid 210 low-rank spiritual stones. Is there a higher bid?
Antoine shouted.
230.
A melodious and deep voice sounded from a first-class box. As the bids started rolling, Antoine auctioned off a pill refining furnace, then a longsword, a bottle of spirit recovering pills, a cultivation technique, and a thunder spirit herb, among other things. When it came time to auction off the rare items, Antoine presented the audience with the Thunder God's hammer, which attracted a lot of attention, mostly from the first and second class boxes. Once the 230 low-rank spiritual stones bid was called, everyone else in the rest of the boxes immediately shut up and stopped bidding. Over 200 pieces of low-ranked spiritual stone were an astronomical figure to most of the people present. In the end, the Thunder God's hammer was sold to someone in a first-class box.
Next is yet another rare item.
As Antoine said this, the same woman walked up with the platter in her hand that was again covered with a red cloth. Antoine took off the red cloth and revealed a jade bottle.
There is a middle-grade Emperor-level armament pill in there, which can help a demonic beast take human form. The price starts at 200 low-ranked spiritual stones, and shall go up in increments of no less than 10,
he announced. Zayden looked at the jade bottle that Antoine was holding in his hand. He would have never thought that there would be a shape-shifting pill inside. Didn't that black ape take a shape-shifting pill? Zayden would have never thought that a single pill would actually be worth so many spiritual stones. But this proved that the Beast Taming Club had been worth so much before their downfall. None of the martial artists on the first floor bid on the shape-shifting pill. They had only been able to obtain some ordinary items, but they were still interested in watching this sort of rare and precious item be auctioned off.
230.
Someone called out.
240.
Another person said. Several martial artists in the second-class box were bidding, but the third-class box did not participate. No one from the first-class box bothered to place a bid either, so Zayden assumed it was because they already had something like this item. In the end, the shape-shifting pill was sold for 270 low-rank spiritual stones to a warrior in a second-class box.
Just like that last auction item, the rest of the items are related to demonic beasts as well,
Antoine announced, while he looked at the people in the audience. The same woman walked onto the stage holding the same silver platter. Just like the last time, the platter was covered by a red cloth, under which there was another small vial.
This vial doesn't contain a shape-shifting pill.
Antoine paused for suspense.
Antoine, don't keep us waiting. Just tell us what it is.
Someone in the audience complained.
Is it the high-level demonic beast's blood essence?
Another asked. The martial artists on the first floor shouted, obviously curious about what this next item was.
Well, then I won't keep you waiting any longer. You guessed it. This is indeed a high-level demonic beast's blood essence. But this demonic beast is different from the other high-level demonic beasts.
Antoine smiled mysteriously again. However, when he saw the impatient expressions of the many warriors, he chuckled and quickly added,
This blood essence belongs to a gold-winged rock from the Divine Rock bloodline.
Immediately after Antoine finished speaking, the crowd burst into an uproar. Not only was that the blood essence of a golden winged great rock, but it also belonged to the Divine Rock bloodline, which was enough for many martial artists to go all out to bid for it. Although the status of the Divine Rock Clan amongst the Divine Beasts was not as high as that of other super divine beasts, like the Dragon Clan and the Unicorn Clan, it was still ranked at the top of the Divine Beasts. Amongst the thousands of races, the Divine Rock Clan could be considered a powerful race, which was enough to make many martial artists wonder if one might be able to obtain great benefits from the blood essence if they stared at it long enough.
Antoine, what's the starting price?
A warrior on the first floor asked, although he did not have enough spiritual stones to participate in the auction. He was anxious to see who this blood essence would end up with.
The starting price is 300 low-rank spiritual stones, and every increase must be over 20,
Antoine said. After Antoine finished speaking, someone immediately placed the first bid. A voice came from the second-class box.
350 low-rank spiritual stones.
This bidder had increased the price by 50 stones from the start. It was truly extravagant. The other warriors wanted to bid, but when they thought of their own pockets, they all sighed. Almost all the warriors present did not have that many low-rank spiritual stones, so only a few people could participate in the auction.
400.
Someone else in the first-class box increased the price again by 50 low-tier spiritual stones. 500, Zayden said, adding an extra 100 stones to the bid. 100 spiritual stones were equivalent to all the wealth of an ordinary martial king. Zayden looked at the blood essence in Antoine's hand, and his eyes showed that he was determined to win. He already cultivated the Divine Rock killing technique from the Divine Rock race. If this golden winged great rock had enough Divine Rock blood in its blood essence, Zayden would be able to obtain one of the Divine Rock's gifts, and when it was combined with his killing techniques, his strength would definitely increase exponentially. When Zayden bid 500 spiritual stones, the person in the second-class booth went silent.
550.
The person in the moon box placed another bid. 700. Zayden added another 150 stones. After this increase, almost all of the warriors looked toward the box Zayden was in. Everyone was curious to know who exactly was in the star box and who had actually dared to bid 700 low-rank spiritual stones.
800.
One of the fighters in the second-class box made a bid.
900.
The person in the moon box called. 1,100, Zayden said. 1,100 low-rank spiritual stones was equal to an absurd amount of wealth. Even the majority of the elders of Venor, the number one power, didn't have that many. Everyone suspected that whoever was in the star box must be really wealthy and powerful. As time went on, the crowd of martial artists became even more curious about the identity of the person in this box. However, there were a few people who knew that the star box was occupied by a man and a woman, because they had seen Zayden take out 10 pieces of low-rank spiritual stone to pay for the star box at the box office, but they didn't know where the pair came from. After Zayden made his bid, everyone else fell silent.
1,100 low-rank spiritual stones. Is there anyone that wishes to bid higher than the distinguished guest in the star box?
Antoine said loudly. After waiting for a moment, no one replied. In the end, the blood essence was sold to Zayden.
The last auction item is also one of our best items. Bring it up, guys.
Antoine instructed his employees. The female attendant carried the silver platter up to the stage once more.
Antoine, what is this? Why can't I see anything?
a martial artist on the first floor said as he looked at the silver platter.
This item is so small that most of you won't be able to see it.
Antoine pointed at the silver platter as he spoke. Since the item was so small and was covered by a red cloth, at first glance, it really did look like there was nothing on it. Zayden also looked curiously at the silver platter, curious about what was on it.
Zayden, you must get this item.
Blair's voice sounded in Zayden's mind out of nowhere. Antoine auctioned off the Thunder God hammer, followed by a shape-shifting pill that could allow demonic beasts to change into human form. Finally, the moment Zayden had been waiting for arrived, and Antoine auctioned off the blood essence of a divine rock, a very rare item. After the bidding war that ensued, Zayden ended up winning with a bid of 1,100 spiritual stones. The next item to be auctioned off after that was so small that nobody was able to see it. Then, out of nowhere, Blair popped up in Zayden's mind and told him to bid on it. Blair had been recovering her strength of origin for the past few days. Now she had suddenly appeared and asked Zayden to bid on the last item, and, from her tone, it seemed to be urgent, as if he had to obtain this item no matter what. Adara didn't know about Blair's existence, and Blair didn't want her to know either. Zayden could only communicate with her through his consciousness, so it was easy to keep their unusual relationship under wraps. "Is this thing that important?" Zayden asked Blair.
Very important. That is the stopper for a treasure gourd.
Blair's voice was very serious. "Okay, I will definitely do my best to win it," Zayden replied seriously. Blair's treasure gourd was lacking a stopper, and Zayden knew it. As far as he knew, Blair's gourd stopper had been beaten into oblivion during the great battle that had occurred tens of thousands of years before. But who knew that it would end up within the Nine Regions continent in the present time? It was likely that someone obtained it from that battlefield and brought it to this place.
Such a precious item, yet so inconspicuous. Antoine, take off the red cloth quickly and let us see what's underneath it.
A warrior on the first floor urged.
All right.
Antoine nodded and removed the red cloth. A thumb-sized, dark green gourd stopper appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The stopper was ordinary, and apart from being very pretty, it didn't look anything special.
Antoine, this little gourd stopper is the best item in your auction?
A martial artist on the first floor exclaimed.
Yeah, there doesn't seem to be anything special about it.
Another one chimed in.
It's a pretty color, though,
someone else said.
Calm down.
Antoine raised his hand to indicate for everyone to be quiet. Then he said,
This gourd stopper was obtained by chance and sold to our star auction house for a hefty sum. We do not know the specific use of this gourd stopper, but we can judge from its material quality that it is part of an artifact above the saint's level.
So, is it part of a weapon?
Someone asked.
There is the mark of the previous master inside. It's an extremely powerful mark, and we have no way of erasing it. That's why we are able to deduce that it is at least part of a holy artifact,
Antoine said.
Antoine, tell me your starting bid.
As soon as Antoine finished speaking, a voice came out of a private box. Zayden slightly frowned when he heard this. He suspected that the reason the other party was so anxious to bid for the gourd stopper was probably not because it was part of a holy artifact. Could it be that they also knew the true origins of the Gourd Stopper? When Blair heard that someone else was in such a hurry to get Antoine to bid, she thought of the same thing as Xaden. "Don't worry, no matter what, I will get that Gourd Stopper," Xaden promised her. He would give as many spiritual stones as he needed in order to get his hands on it. After all, he had the several hundred spiritual stones that he'd found in the Sky Ditch on him, and he had also taken a third of the Eastern Dynasty's spiritual stones for himself, which was another 10,000 low-rank spiritual stones. He even had a few mid-tier and high-tier spiritual stones as well. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of anyone outbidding him.
Looks like the gentleman in the sunbox cannot wait any longer. This item's starting price is 500 low-rank spiritual stones, and each increase must be of at least 50 stones,
Antoine said with a smile.
1,000.
As soon as Antoine revealed the price, the man in the sunbox raised the bid to 1,000 pieces of low-ranked spiritual stone, surprising all the warriors present. Whoever was in the sun's private box was not an ordinary person. If they were so eager to obtain the Gourd Stopper, was it really that extraordinary? People wondered. If it wasn't, he wouldn't have been so anxious to increase the price and eager to obtain the Gourd Stopper. However, even if the people present knew that the Gourd Stopper had an extraordinary origin, they still wouldn't be able to afford it. They could only watch on helplessly.
1,100.
The occupant of the moonbox also called out a bid, adding 100 more spiritual stones.
1,200.
Xaden raised the bid.
1,500.
The person in the sunbox increased the bid by another 300 stones. In just 4 short increases, the price had already surpassed that of the golden-winged Great Rock's blood essence. This showed how rich and imposing the warriors in the first-class box were. Xaden knew clearly about the people in the box and the origins of the Gourd Stopper.
1,600.
The person in the moonbox made another bid. In this auction, 3 of the first-class private boxes were occupied: the sun, the moon, and the star.
1,700.
Xaden bid again.
2,000.
The person in the sunbox increased the bid by another 300 stones. 2,000 low-rank spiritual stones would be enough to buy top-quality royal armaments. However, the Gourd Stopper was only a part of a holy artifact, and no one knew what it was used for. Suspending 2,000 stones to buy it was not really worth it for most people. Thinking of this, the person in the moonbox withdrew from the bid. They suspected that the people in the sunbox should know the specific uses and origins of the Gourd Stopper. They, on the other hand, didn't know it, so it was useless to take the bid. So they gave up.
2,100.
Xaden announced again. He did not increase the bid too much this time. If he went too far, it would probably give off the idea that he knew the origins of this Gourd Stopper. As a result, he decided to go slowly, which made everyone believe that he was just bidding to go against the people in the sun's private box, not because he knew what the Gourd Stopper really was.
2,200.
The sun box offered a price, but this time the voice was a little low. Obviously, Xaden's bid had angered him. Xaden sneered. This was the result he wanted to get. If the other party had still offered a price calmly, it would have been enough to prove to Xaden that he had enough spiritual stones to keep bidding for a while. However, because his tone of voice had changed, Zayden suspected that he was angry because he didn't have many spiritual stones left. 2,300, Zayden said lightly.
2,400.
The voice of the sunbox became even more gloomy, and then he said,
I want whoever is in the star box to know that my grandfather will be celebrating his 2000th birthday soon. I can see that this item is small and exquisite, and its material is extraordinary, so I wish to buy it for him. I hope that you can bear with it and withdraw, and I will be forever grateful.
Although no one could see the last item being auctioned off, Antoine said it was a gourd stopper and a holy artifact, which was why Blair was desperate to get her hands on it. Seeing such a precious item, the occupants of the Sun and Moon boxes entered a bidding war with Zayden. Soon after, the Moon box withdrew, but the other two kept going. In the end, when the bid had reached 2,400 spiritual stones, the gentleman in the Sun box pleaded with Zayden to give in and let him have it as a present for his grandfather. Although the words spoken by the person in the Sun's private box were quite beautiful, his tone carried a faint threat. Furthermore, the man had deliberately emphasized the word 2000th birthday. This was to tell Zayden that his grandfather was an expert from the Martial Saint realm, and he hoped that the fact would intimidate Zayden enough to make him retreat. Martial King experts had a lifespan of 500 years, Martial Monarchs a lifespan of 1,000 years, and Martial Saints had a lifespan of 10,000 years. If this guy's grandfather was 2,000 years old, naturally, that made him a martial saint. The martial artists at the scene were in an uproar. Martial saints had the highest level of combat power in the 9 Regents continent. Everywhere they went, they received respect and admiration. When everyone thought that Zayden was about to withdraw from the auction, he said, "Sorry, it's also my girlfriend's birthday, and I want to give her this gourd stopper as a necklace, so I can't give it up." After Zayden said this, Blair immediately became impatient.
Zayden, what nonsense are you talking about? Which one of your girlfriends are you going to give this to? This is my gourd stopper, thank you very much.
If not for the fact that Adara was there, Blair would have shot him already. I'm just making up an excuse. Don't take it to heart. The gourd stopper will be yours, as I promised, Zayden said with a voice transmission. The other warriors were surprised by Zayden's response. The Martial Saint's birthday was in the family, and if one were to spend a large sum on this precious item, it might gain his appreciation. From then on, their status would soar, and they would experience a meteoric rise. However, why would someone be willing to pay such a high price for their girlfriend's birthday? Zayden's actions made many of the people present more convinced that he was loaded and that his family must be an extraordinary force. Otherwise, why would they not be afraid of the Martial Saint and whoever was behind the sunbox? Only those with an intense background would dare not be afraid of a Martial Saint.
All right. Well, since that's the case, let's see who will pay the highest price.
The person in the sunbox said gloomily after hearing Zayden's words. Then, Zayden raised the bid again. 2,500. Adara, who was beside Zayden, looked at him in surprise. She could tell that Gourdstopper was extraordinary, but she couldn't see its origins or uses of it. Could it be true that Zayden really wanted to give this to his girlfriend? She didn't even know that he had one. Sensing Adara's gaze on him, Zayden smiled in embarrassment. I just think that this item is extraordinary, so I want to buy it for her. Adara nodded her head. She didn't know that this kind of thing could only be used as a treasure. If she could get a feel for its value, then it would be a different story. In the sunbox, an old man and a young man were sitting on a leather sofa with dark expressions on their faces.
Pete, it seems that we've got it wrong this time,
the old man said to the young man. The young man's blue clothes were engraved with blue lightning patterns, making him look extremely domineering. Yeah, I thought it would be enough to bring along a few spiritual stones, because almost no one in the Nine Regions continent knows the true origins of the Gourd Stopper. I didn't think that we would find ourselves in such a situation. Anger appeared on the young man's face.
We only have enough spiritual stones on us to raise the price 2 or 3 more times,
the old man pointed out. His clothes also had lightning patterns engraved on them. It doesn't matter. So what if he gets his hands on it? With your strength, the Gourd Stopper will definitely fall into our hands sooner or later, the young man said ruthlessly.
Pete, this is Bridkia. If we attack here, I'm afraid we will attract the attention of the Wind God Club.
The old man looked worried. So what if we do? They wouldn't dare to challenge the Larson family, the young man said in disdain.
The Wind God Club is ranked at the bottom among the hegemon forces. It is not something to be afraid of. But if news of this spreads, and they find out that we are killing people in Bridkia and seizing their treasures, it will harm the reputation of our family, the old man, Kelvin Taflinger, said. What if they don't leave Bridkia? Kelvin, you also know how important the Gourd Stopper is to our family. No matter what, we must get it. If they intend to leave Bridkia, then we will do it in Bridkia. If they do not, then we will do it in the city, Pete Larson said sternly. Kelvin thought about it and said, That's true. No matter what, the Gourd Stopper must not fall into the hands of others.
Pete Larson continued to bid and raised the price to 2,600 spiritual stones. 2,700. Zayden bid once again.
2,800.
Pete Larson gritted his teeth as his voice spread across the entire auction house. 2,900. Zayden's tone was very calm.
3,000.
Pete Larson growled as if this was his limit. 3,100. Zayden said lightly. After Zayden made the bid of 3,100 low-tier spiritual stones, Pete Larson fell silent and did not bid up. All of the other martial artists looked towards the private boxes with incredulous expressions. 3,100 stones, in addition to the 1,100 stones for the golden-winged great rock, would make a total of 4,200 low-ranked spiritual stones spent by the Star Room. Not many people had that much wealth. Antoine was as surprised as everyone else. He didn't think that the Gourd Stopper could be auctioned at such a high price. He looked at the box where Zayden was with a smile and said,
Congratulations to the honored guest of the Starbucks, who has just bought the Gourd Stopper. With that, this auction has come to an end. Thanks to everyone who participated. I will be stopping by to distribute all of your purchases. Please, be patient.
With that, he got off the stage. Everyone was curious to know where Zayden came from and who he was, since he had just purchased a great treasure. However, the auction had ended, so people started making their way out of the theater. Those who had purchased something stayed behind to acquire their items. Xaden and Adara were patiently waiting in the Starbucks. Soon, someone knocked on the door. Adara put on her black hat, and Xaden went to open the door. It was Antoine. Antoine was shocked when he saw Xaden. He did not expect the person in the Starbucks to be so young. However, he looked like someone who had traveled the world. His expression immediately returned to normal as he said,
Sir, these are the 2 things that you bid for.
Behind Antoine appeared the woman with the silver platter, carrying the blood essence of the golden winged great roc and the gourd stopper. Xaden placed the 2 items inside the treasure gourd space. Then he waved his hand, and the spiritual energy in the Starbucks suddenly became extremely dense as piles of low-grade spiritual stone appeared on the ground. Even though Xaden had been asked to step down from the auction for the gourd stopper by the man in the sunbox, he declined, saying that he wanted the item as a gift to his girlfriend. A bidding war ensued until the price for the gourd stopper reached 3,100 spiritual stones, and the man in the sunbox gave in, leaving Xaden as the winner. Then, once the auction ended, and Antoine said goodbye to all the guests, he visited Xaden's room and brought him the 2 items he had purchased, the gold-winged roc's blood essence and the gourd stopper. Then, with a wave of his hand, Xaden produced all the spiritual stone needed, changing the density of the space. Warriors at Xaden's level basically didn't need to manually count each piece to find out the number of spiritual stones. Therefore, believing that he had the correct amount, Antoine also waved his hand and put the spiritual stones into his own dimensional ring. Then he smiled as he took out a card with a nebula pattern engraved on it and gave it to Xaden.
This is our most respected VIP card. In the future, you can enjoy a 20% discount on your next purchase from the Star Auction House.
Xaden looked at the VIP card and said, "Thank you, Antoine."
You flatter me. This is what you deserve,
Antoine said with a smile. Xaden had spent 4,200 spiritual stones at once. This record had only been reached a few times since the establishment of the Fëanor branch, so it was reasonable for him to give Xaden one of their VIP cards. Antoine, I wonder if the Star Auction House has any other high-level demonic beast's blood essences that I can purchase, Xaden asked. If he had other high-level demonic beast's blood essences, then that would be great, as it could allow his body refining realm to increase rapidly.
Sure, we have more blood essence from demonic beasts in the heavenly martial realm, but I would have to talk to the headquarters about it first. If you really need it, you can come back tomorrow. It's absolutely fair in terms of price,
Antoine said after thinking for a while. The martial monarch realm was the equivalent to the realm of one of the Wind God Club's elders. The blood essence of a demonic beast at this level was truly something that could only be encountered by chance and not sought for. All right, then I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you, Xaden said with clasped fists.
Sir? What are you talking about?
Antoine said with a smile, showing no arrogance at all for a martial monarch expert. For Xaden to be able to have so many spiritual stones at such a young age, he must belong to a powerful force, and he must be a core member of a club, Antoine thought. But which power did Xaden come from? Antoine was puzzled. Zayden thought that since he had obtained the blood essence of the golden winged great rock, he now needed to find a place to cultivate it. Thus, he said, "I'll stay at the closest hotel. I'll come look for you tomorrow."
All right. Kelly, take this young man to the Star Hotel, will you?
Antoine said to the woman who stood behind him.
Yes, sir.
Kelly nodded and left the auction house with Zayden and Adara. They went through a connecting tunnel that led to the hotel owned by Star Industries, which was located just beside the auction house. The inside of the hotel was decorated in an unusually luxurious manner. The rooms here were divided into different levels, depending on the price range. The high-class rooms were worth 1 spiritual stone. Zayden was willing to pay the price, but Kelly exempted him, saying it was Antoine's treat. Zayden had just spent 4,200 low-ranked spiritual stones and became a VIP member of the Star Auction House, so this was his welcome gift to him. Although this favor only saved him 1 spiritual stone, Zayden still thanked her politely before she led them to their room. Although the room wasn't as luxurious as the Star Box, it was still pretty good, almost like a suite. There was a large living room up front, with a separate bathroom and 3 separate guest rooms. Since there were 3 independent rooms, Zayden and Adara didn't have to share a room. "Adara, I'm going to train now," Zayden said as he walked into one of the rooms. When Zayden sank into his sea of consciousness, he found that the gourd stopper had returned to its original place. A complete treasure gourd now floated in Zayden's consciousness. However, this did not stop Zayden's consciousness from entering the treasure gourd space. Blair had already taught him the incantation needed to control it, and he was almost like the treasure gourd's second owner, so naturally, he wouldn't be obstructed when entering and exiting. Zayden took out the vial that contained the golden winged great rock's blood essence. Then, he poured the blood essence out and let it float in the air as he carefully observed it. The blood essence was dark red, and there seemed to be a faint shadow of the golden winged great rock inside it, which was faintly discernible. Zayden could also feel a faint intimidating aura coming from the blood essence. This should be the thin bloodline of the divine rock that Antoine had mentioned. "Princess Blair, how much of the divine rock bloodline does this blood essence contain?" he asked. Blair was a divine beast herself, so she understood these things very well.
Very little. It's not enough for you to obtain the divine beast's talent, I'm afraid,
she said. Zayden sighed. "I still haven't been able to obtain one of the divine beast's gifts," he said dejectedly.
You don't have to be discouraged. Although you haven't been able to obtain talent from the divine rock yet, after you swallow this blood essence, you will definitely experience an unexpected result. After all, it contains a faint divine rock bloodline, and if you cultivate their clan's fighting technique, it will allow your comprehension of killing techniques to reach a whole new level,
Blair said. "I hope so." Zayden nodded. He swallowed the blood essence of the golden winged great rock and began to circulate the 10,000 beasts' body refinement arts to refine it. The blood essence did not enter Zayden's blood directly, but was refined by the 10,000 beasts' body refinement arts, becoming a unique source of primal energy that blended into Zayden's blood. If consuming blood essence could increase the strength of one's body just like that, then there would be no need to cultivate the 10,000 beasts' body refinement arts. Rays of primordial energy fused into Zayden's blood, slowly strengthening his body. Cultivating spiritual strength, one could only comprehend the true meaning of martial arts to enter the martial king realm. But body refinement cultivators did not need to do this, as long as they could continuously increase the strength of their body. Half an hour later, Zayden had successfully cultivated his body to the Martial King realm. Furthermore, when he discovered that the 10,000 Beasts body refinement arts was refining the blood essence, a few faint rays of light appeared. They rushed into Zayden's consciousness, and in that instant, he felt as if he had obtained the inheritance of the divine rock. However, in that split second, Zayden's understanding of the killing technique deepened, and his understanding did not just stop at that moment, as if he had suddenly gained a basic insight into the technique. In the future, the Zayden's celestial rock killing arts cultivation would be even easier. Zayden opened his eyes, and a light flashed. What Blair said was right. Although the blood essence of the golden winged great rock did not allow Zayden to obtain one of the divine rock's inherent skills, it did allow him to have a deeper understanding of the celestial rock killing arts.
Now that you have someone to protect you, and the cord stopper has been found, I will prepare to cultivate in seclusion,
Blair suddenly said. Seclusion? Aren't you always needing to repair your strength of origin? Zayden asked in confusion. After Zayden paid Antoine the spiritual stones he owed for the auctioned items, Antoine gave Zayden a VIP card to their auction house in return. When Zayden asked if he had more Divine Beast blood essence, Antoine said he needed to check and asked him to come back the next day. Then, he asked his assistant Kelly to take Zayden to their star hotel for the night at no extra cost. Once inside their big hotel room, Zayden retreated to one of the rooms and consumed the blood essence before he began refining it. Although he didn't manage to obtain the Divine Beast's inherent skill as he had wished, he had become stronger. Then, Blair revealed to him that she was going into seclusion soon, which surprised him.
In the past, when the treasure cord lacked a stopper, the laws within were unable to integrate themselves. Thus, I could only restore my strength of origin slowly,
Blair explained.
Now that we have found the stopper, my treasure cord is finally a complete top-grade holy artifact, which can also be considered a top-grade divine tool. Treasure cords have their own rules of life, so to keep cultivating, I have to go into closed-door seclusion for some time,
she added.
When I return to the Dragon Clan in the future, I want to reconstruct my body. But if my strength of origin isn't strong enough, it won't be possible. Since you have the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty with you now, she can protect you for a while I'm gone,
Blair said. All right then. Zayden nodded, not knowing what else to say.
Before I go into closed-door training, I will extract the slaughter spirit energy from the Dragon Pearl. So, in the future, if you want to comprehend the true intent of slaughter, you can just enter it,
Blair said. All right. He nodded again. During this period of time, he had been training with the 5 Elements creation spell and the 10,000 Beasts body refinement arts, so he could relax a little when it came to the killing intent. He had time to perfect it in the future, and he would have to continue to cultivate the King of Killers' martial arts in secret and comprehend the true intent of slaughter. After all, his King of Killers' bloodline potential was enormous, and he could use it as a trump card in the future. Zayden and Adara were staying at the Star Hotel, while Pete Larson and Kelvin Tauflinger were standing outside the same hotel, looking at it from afar and whispering in the discussion.
Pete, they are staying in the Star Hotel. We have no way of making a move here. It's too public.
Kelvin frowned and said with worry. There was a rule in Star Industries. No matter what the reason was, no one was allowed to start a fight, or else they would be blacklisted and considered enemies of the business. The Larson family was one of the most powerful forces in the island's province. They were not afraid of Star Industries, but making a move on someone else's territory was evidently a quick way to get in trouble, and it would easily lead to conflict between the two forces. Fighting in Britkia was different. This was the Wind God Club's territory.
They will definitely come out soon. They can't continue hiding in there forever,
Pete said viciously.
All right, and we'll wait here for them. We'll act when they come out.
Kelvin nodded. Zayden had spent one day researching fighting techniques and now had a deeper understanding of them. One day later, his Divine Rock killing fighting technique had successfully entered the next level. Being able to reach the entrance of the Saint level martial skill is even more powerful than being able to reach the Great Circle of the King level martial skill, Zayden muttered to himself in his room. Right now, his body refining realm had reached the introduction level to the Martial King realm, and so had his Celestial Rock killing arts. Even if he encountered a practitioner at the initial level of the Martial King realm, he would still be able to put forth a bit of strength. As soon as he came out of his room and entered the living room, there came a knock on the door. He went to open the door and saw that it was the same woman that had brought them to the hotel yesterday, Kelly.
Hello, sir. Mr. Antoine has asked me to invite you over to his office.
Sure. Zayden nodded. Zayden called Adara, and the two of them followed Kelly out of the Star Hotel and once again took the hidden passageway to the Star Auction House. However, this time, they didn't stop at the auction house. Instead, Kelly led them further down the tunnel to the Star Tower, which was nearby. 3 levels make up the Star Tower. The first floor was for ordinary cultivation. The second floor was a high-level cultivation resource exchange area, and the third floor housed the VIP area and the staff offices. Kelly brought Zayden and Adara to the 3rd floor, to Antoine's office. Antoine had been waiting there for a long time, but he wasn't alone. There was someone beside him. It was a woman who looked to be about Zayden's age. Her eyes were abnormally bright, and they shone like stars. Her figure was tall and slender, her skin peachy, and her facial features soft and exquisite. Her dress was embroidered with star patterns, and she looked like a celestial fairy, Zayden thought. He looked at her, and she looked back at him. Then she nodded, making Zayden feel rather confused. He didn't understand why a fairy-like girl was sitting beside Antoine, waiting for him. Furthermore, she kept looking at him with an intense gaze, which made him feel a little embarrassed. In the past, it was always him who stared intensely at women, not the other way around. Besides, he was used to being around beautiful women. Why was he blushing under her piercing gaze now? When Antoine saw Zayden and Adara, he introduced them.
Sir, this is Miss Lily Star, the heiress of Star Industries.
Hello, Miss Star. Zayden greeted her with a smile. He did not expect this woman to be the heiress of Star Industries.
I've brought the high-level demonic beast's blood essence that you requested, but there's something I need to know before I can sell it to you. Tell me about your background and where you came from,
Lily Star said firmly, while she looked at Zayden. Zayden looked at Antoine with questioning eyes. Antoine looked back at him and shrugged helplessly, implying that he had no say in the matter. Star Industries was managed by a venerable family, the Stars, and he was just the CEO of the branch. Lily Star had power over him. Zayden shot a quick look at Adara, who was standing next to him, and then said, Miss Star, if you aren't willing to sell me the blood essence, then so be it. I'm not here to beg or plead my case to anyone. Have a good day. Adara had recently told him to not trust the women of Star Industries, so he was doing just that. Moreover, it was very impolite for someone he was doing a business deal with to blatantly ask about his personal life, so he refused to carry on with the conversation. He turned around to leave. Lily Star was taken aback by Zayden's attitude. Anxiety suddenly took over her, and a trace of anger appeared on her beautiful face.
Hey, why are you acting out like this? I just rushed over from Targua to meet up with you, and it's disrespectful for you to leave just like that, without even giving me a chance to explain,
she snapped angrily. Zayden stopped walking and turned around, looked at Lily Star and frowned, then said, You think I'm disrespectful? Why do you have to know where I come from before being willing to make a deal with me? If I don't want to give you that kind of information, I don't have to.
All right. I won't ask any more personal questions. Promise,
Lily Star said in annoyance. Zayden looked at Lily Star, who looked very pretty when she was angry, and said with a smile, That's better. Now tell me, what level of demonic beast do you have? And how much do you want for it?
Oh, business talk. How boring.
Lily Star looked at Zayden and said in an overacted manner. Then she took out 2 vials from her dimensional ring. Each one held a drop of dark red blood essence.
One bottle contains the blood essence of an initial stage demonic beast, and the other bottle is for an advanced stage demonic beast,
Lily said, as she threw them to Zayden. Zayden took the 2 vials of blood essence and asked, How many spiritual stones do they cost in total?
Just 1,500 spiritual stones,
Lily Star said lightly. Why so cheap? Zayden looked at the blood essence in his hands in disbelief. He thought that these 2 drops of blood essence would at least cost 2,000 pieces of low-ranked spiritual stone. The golden winged great rock he had bought the day before was at the initial stage of the Martial King realm, so it was worth 1,100 spiritual stones. These 2 drops of blood essence, however, belonged to the mastery level of the Martial King realm, which was way more powerful. On the other hand, the golden rock blood essence had a faint divine rock bloodline in it, so its value was evident. While Zayden was inside the Star Hotel, Pete Larson and Kelvin Taflinger were standing outside, planning an inconspicuous attack to retrieve the Gourd Stopper. Soon after, Kelly came to Zayden's door and took him and Adara to the Star Tower, where Antoine was waiting for him in his office. Once there, Antoine introduced Zayden to Miss Lily Star, the heiress of Star Industries, who had the blood essence Zayden had asked for. After a small conflict, she gave Zayden 2 vials of blood essence and asked for 1,500 spiritual stones as a form of payment, which Zayden considered to be an extremely cheap price.
What? You think it's cheap? Why don't you give me another 1,000 spiritual stones then?
Lily Star looked at Zayden as if she was angered by Zayden's unconventional way of haggling. Most people would never complain about something being too cheap. No, it's not cheap. It's a fair price, actually, Zayden said quickly, before giving her the 1,500 low-ranked spiritual stones that she had originally asked for. If that's everything, we'll be leaving now, he said quickly afterward. Miss Star, Antoine, I'm sure we'll meet again in the future. Goodbye. With that, he turned to leave with Adara.
Hey, wait a second.
Before Xaden had the chance to walk out the door, Lily Star hurriedly called out to him. What? Is there anything else you need? He asked her.
The reason why I wanted to ask about your background just before is that I want to know if you are part of any powers, and whether or not you want to consider joining the Star Industries Martial Club,
she said. This proposal was the real reason why Lily Star, the heiress of Star Industries, had felt the need to personally come to the meeting. She wouldn't normally show up to meet anyone and everyone who wanted to buy Demonic Beast's blood essence, of course. She had come here personally to meet Xaden because Antoine told her that he was young, but his strength was unfathomable. Although Xaden had used the secret arts to hide his true strength, Antoine was a martial artist at the initial stage of the Martial King realm, and he could instinctively tell that Xaden's strength could not be underestimated. Currently, among the practitioners of the Star Industries Club's younger generation, there weren't many that were outstanding, so the plan was to recruit Xaden as soon as possible. In order to tempt Xaden into joining, he had asked Lily to come. I'm already in a club, Xaden said. Then he turned around again and continued walking towards the door.
Star Industries is one of the biggest powers of the 9 regions continent. If you join us, you will definitely be treated like you deserve,
said Lily Star with a warm smile. Lily knew all the powers within the 9 regions continent like the back of her hand. Although she didn't know which power Xaden came from, it definitely wasn't from one of the main ones. If he was, she would know. Therefore, she wanted to tempt Xaden with the offer to join a hegemon-level power, which was something that every practitioner in the 9 regions continent wished to achieve. Thank you for your offer, but I'm not interested. Goodbye. With that, Xaden walked out of the office and left the Star Tower with Adara.
Miss, what should we do now?
Antoine looked at Lily carefully. The anger on her face was obvious. It was clear that Xaden's rejection had angered her.
Why do I care? If he doesn't want to join, then that's it. I don't care.
Lily grunted.
Miss, I have a feeling that the power behind this young man is definitely not something ordinary. Not only does he have a lot of spiritual stones, but I can't see through his strength, or the strength of the lady that accompanied him,
Antoine said with curiosity.
Oh, you couldn't see through her strength either?
Lily asked in surprise. Antoine was a profound strength expert that even she could not see through. As long as the young man didn't cultivate the secret arts to purposely hide his true strength, he would at least be in the same realm as Antoine.
Perhaps they both trained in the secret arts,
Lily suggested. After all, Adara had been standing behind Xaden the entire time, which made them think that she was inferior to him.
No, they give me a different feeling. Even if they both cultivate the secret arts with hidden strength, my gut instinct tells me that the lady is not just a simple warrior,
Antoine said seriously.
If that's really the case, then both of them are quite extraordinary. Do you think that there could still be a club in the 9 regions continent that can contend against us?
Lily stood on the spot and muttered, deep in thought.
I don't think so. Maybe he came from the outside world,
Antoine said as he thought of something.
Impossible. After the battle between thousands of clans a million years ago, the human clan migrated to this starfield. The spatial turbulence in this starfield is extremely unstable. So even if a martial expert were to travel through the universe, they would have to be extremely careful.
Lily denied. Otherwise, if every Martial King practitioner had been able to travel through the universe, the Nine Regions continent would have encountered countless practitioners from other life stars a long time ago, which wasn't the case. This was why very few warriors from the outside world came to the Nine Regions continent.
What if he traveled by teleportation array?
Antoine suggested.
That is possible. However, a teleportation array like that spans across life stars is something even we, as powerful as we are, find somewhat unbearable. So it would be extremely difficult for those similar to us in the outside world to bear.
Lily analyzed.
No matter what, I have a feeling that this young man will be participating in the next Nine Regions Genius battle that is being held in 6 months.
Antoine said.
You might be right. Anyways, I need to go now,
Lily said, as she walked outside. After Xaden and Adara left Star Tower, Adara said,
We have been targeted.
Xaden's expression turned serious. After looking around for a moment, he said, Looks like someone doesn't want me to leave with my treasures. Since they had just arrived at Fenor, they did not have any enemies here, and the only person that they had had a conflict with was the person in the Sun Private Fox that had wanted to buy the Gourdstopper the day before at the auction, but didn't have as many spiritual stones as Xaden. In the end, Xaden won the Gourdstopper, but the other party didn't want to give up, so they started to plot against him.
Follow me,
Adara said plainly. Then she led the way and took Xaden to a narrow alley. This place was like a completely different world from the outside. The streets outside were bustling with noise and activity. This was like a no man's land. The houses were a little run down, and the streets were very narrow and dark.
Come out. Stop hiding,
Adara said lightly, while standing on the spot. I admire your sharp perception, someone replied. Then, 2 men walked out from the shadows. They were Pete Larson and Kelvin Taflinger. Xaden looked at their clothing and asked in shock, Are you guys from the Larson family? Xaden had been in the Nine Regions continent for a long time now, so he already had some basic common knowledge of it. That's how he knew that the Larson family was the overlord of Islands, another province in the Nine Regions continent. Moreover, it was one of the top few powerhouses, and even stronger than the Wind God Club. What do you want? Xaden asked, as he looked at the 2 men with hostility. Pete Larson opened his mouth as if to speak, but Kelvin Taflinger spoke first. We have 3,000 low-rank spiritual stones, and we want to buy your Gourdstopper. If you are willing to sell it to us, we can also write you a promissory note, and we will give you the remaining 1,100 spiritual stones when we return to Islands. Pete Larson was at a loss when he heard Kelvin's words. What are you doing, Kelvin? We're not here to make a deal. Just take it from them, he snapped. Kelvin Taflinger glared at the impulsive Pete Larson and quickly sent a sound transmission to him. That lady has extraordinary strength, so we still have to tread carefully. After Xaden was surprised by how cheap the blood essences were, Lily Star raised the price by 1,000 spiritual stones, but he ended up paying the original price instead. Then, Lily Starr offered him to join Starr Industries' Martial Club, but Zayden refused, saying that he was already part of a club. With that, he left the building. Lily Starr and Antoine were so flabbergasted that they discussed Zayden's possible origins. Once they were back outside, Adara noticed that they were being followed, so she led Zayden to a dark alley where they confronted their stalkers. They were Pete Larson and Kelvin Taflinger. Before Pete Larson could speak, Kelvin Taflinger asked to buy the gourd stopper off Zayden, saying that they would give him a small sum now and the rest once they returned to the islands. However, Pete Larson then snapped at him and told him to just take the gourd stopper from them. When Pete heard Kelvin's voice transmission, he was obviously stunned.
Kelvin Taflinger, you are an advanced martial king. You are one of the best in our family. Don't tell me you are afraid of him,
he said, transmitting his voice with a hint of anger.
They must have deliberately concealed their strength, but I have a feeling that they are stronger than they let on. In any case, we'd better not draw attention to ourselves.
Kelvin transmitted his voice back to Pete. Pete thought that Kelvin's words were reasonable. For Kelvin to be so serious, the other man must at least be from the martial monarch realm. If two martial monarchs were to fight, it would definitely shake the world and attract the attention of other warriors. As a precautionary measure, it was better not to do anything of the sort. Of course, they could not let Zayden take the gourd stopper away. If he wasn't willing to hand it over, they would make him give it up, even if they had to take it by force. Zayden looked at the two of them and said faintly, "I'm sorry. I really like the gourd stopper. Besides, I have enough spiritual stones already. Friend, you know that we are from the Larson family, so I don't mind telling you. I'm Pete Larson. If you hand over the gourd stopper to us, we can form a good relationship with you, which would benefit you in the future," Pete Larson said with a pleasing tone. Zayden looked at this young man, surprised that he was Pete Larson. He was as well known as Lily Starr, whom he had just met in Star Tower. Knowing how powerful his family was, Zayden did not want to be too tough on him, so he said, "I'm sorry, guys. I really like this gourd stopper. I can't give it up." Pete Larson didn't expect Zayden to be indifferent to his identity. His tone carried a hint of a threat as he said, "Friend, I need the gourd stopper for the 2000th birthday celebration of my grandfather. If I tell my family you're the reason I couldn't get that damn gourd stopper, do you think you'll have any place to go to in the 9 Regions continent in the future?" Zayden hadn't wanted to provoke Pete Larson too much, but that didn't mean that he was afraid of the Larson family. However, his attitude made him extremely disgusted. Zayden's tone was slightly cold as he replied, "The 9 Regions continent is very large. How exactly does your family plan on keeping me from going to other places?" "We'll find a way. My family has more than enough resources to deal with you," Pete Larson snorted. Kelvin Taflinger didn't expect Zayden's attitude to be so resolute. He frowned and looked at the woman who was standing behind him with curiosity. The enemy's strength was not to be underestimated, and he knew it very well. However, the gourd stopper was indeed an extraordinary item. One of the Larson family members had personally given the order to obtain the gourd stopper, no matter what. Therefore, no matter how strong these two were, they had to get the gourd stopper and bring it back safely to the Larson family. "Kelvin, now that they have refused the offer, I'll have to trouble you to do something about this," Pete Larson said, as he looked coldly at Zayden.
Understood.
Kelvin Tauflinger nodded. Even though he didn't exactly know how strong these two were, Kelvin was very confident in his own strength. All of a sudden, lightning appeared around Kelvin's body, and a shadow appeared behind his back. It was the Thunder God's hammer. The hammer wasn't really that big. However, the energy within it made Zayden's scalp tingle. Zayden realized that as long as the old man released a tiny bit of dense lightning, he could turn him into dust. This was the first time Zayden saw martial monarch experts' attack methods firsthand. A martial king cultivated the true meaning of martial arts, while the martial monarch cultivated the power of the Dharma idol. The martial emperor technique had an unfathomable divine might. This was something that any martial artist knew. However, no matter how amazing Kelvin Tauflinger's Dharma idol was, it was useless against the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty. Adara stood on the spot without moving. When she saw Kelvin Tauflinger release his Dharma idol, she gently raised her lily-white hands, and the whole space around them changed in a split second. It was as if they had teleported to another space, an entirely purple space and gold in color. This space was different from the small space Zayden had seen in the Imperial City. That small space was like a small world colored purple and gold. In this space, purple and gold were the same. Moreover, the sky and the earth weren't separated by much, and the space wasn't too large. Standing here, Zayden could feel that his every move was being monitored and controlled by Adara. At this time, he looked at Pete Larson and Kelvin Tauflinger's expressions with excitement. Pete and Kelvin shared a glance and saw deep fear in each other's eyes. This was the martial saint space, they realized. The woman was a martial saint. How could they have predicted that they would meet a martial saint? This was the strongest battle force in the Nine Regions continent. The two men felt a chill running through their bodies as they intensely regretted having attempted to take something from a martial saint. They realized that the situation had taken a huge turn for the worse. When Adara activated her martial saint domain, Kelvin Tauflinger's martial monarch technique was forced to dissipate into nothingness.
We did not mean to offend you on purpose. Please forgive us, miss. We were wrong, and we apologize. We'll do whatever you want.
Kelvin Tauflinger braced himself and looked at the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty in fear.
Yes, the Larson family will agree to whatever you wish,
Pete Larson quickly said. His face was covered in a cold sweat, as if he had just washed it. The Larson family was ranked among the top few all-powerful families of the Nine Regions continent, so they had an extremely great reputation, and almost no one dared to go against them. However, it was different if the opponent was a martial saint. In the Nine Regions continent, it was dangerous to offend a martial saint. This was the well-known consensus. Even Pete Larson's status and power were insignificant before a martial saint.
Some things cannot be taken back,
Adara said lightly. All of a sudden, countless purplish-golden sharp swords appeared in the purplish-golden space and whistled toward Pete Larson and Kelvin Tauflinger with immeasurable speed. In Adara's space, she was the ruler. This was somewhat similar to the Iards, but the Iards could only drag the opponent's consciousness into the space, not their physical bodies. The martial saint space was different. It was like the real world, where one could forcefully bring their opponent into, and not only their consciousness, but also their body.
No! Miss, please spare my life.
Pete Larson and Kelvin Tafflinger shouted and pleaded in fear. However, now that Adara was dead set on wanting to kill them, she wouldn't just stop because of their cries for mercy. They were too late. The purplish-golden sharp swords struck the two of them, killing them instantly. Then, Adara waved her hand and dismissed her martial saint space, returning to the outside world with Xaden. Xaden looked at the two bodies that now lay on the ground of the dark alley in shock. Although they hadn't had a chance to use their attacks, the two men were extremely intimidating. Pete Larson was very strong, but Kelvin Tafflinger was a fully matured martial monarch. Xaden hadn't expected him to die so easily under Adara's hands. But then again, she was a powerful martial saint. Sawyer Zimmer was only at the initial level of the Martial King realm. One could easily imagine how easy it would be for a strong practitioner like Adara to destroy him. This also proved why Hanso warriors held such a low status in the eyes of the warriors from the other 8 provinces. It was likely that even the inferior powers of the 8 other provinces would be powerful enough to destroy the various powers in Hanso. Xaden stepped forward and picked out the 2 men's dimensional rings, then checked them out. The 2 of them were part of the Larson family, and they were rather wealthy. So other than the 3,000 low-rank spiritual stones, there were also other spirit artifact pills and spirit medicines inside their dimensional rings. Kelvin Tafflinger was a full-fledged martial monarch, so naturally he had his own life artifact, the Thunder God's Hammer, which was very similar to his martial king technique. Xaden looked at the items contained in the 2-dimensional rings and said, "Adara, don't tell me Star Industries doesn't accept trading items as a form of payment." The spiritual medicines, spiritual equipment, and everything else that was stored in the 2-dimensional rings were worth more than 3,000 low-rank spiritual stones. If they had exchanged these, they would have obtained enough stones to fight Xaden for the Cord Stopper.
Exchanging items can only be done at their headquarters in Targwa,
She replied.
If they accepted exchanges for all the items they auctioned off, I am afraid that there won't be enough spiritual stones in Star Industries to maintain their normal operations.
Xaden nodded. If everyone was allowed to trade, then everyone would trade with other things without actually using any spiritual stones. If someone took advantage of the loophole, it would certainly cause a degree of obstruction to the operation of Star Industries.
When you enter the 9 Regions Genius battle in the future, you must be wary of that Lily Star,
Adara said after a few seconds of silence. Is she very powerful? Xaden asked. The secret arts that he cultivated could hide his own strength, but he could not see through other people's realms that were higher than his. He could feel that Lily Star was stronger than him, but he didn't know by how much.
Well, for such a young age, she's already at the initial Martial King realm, but with her strength, she could probably fight against someone at the peak of the Martial King realm,
Adara answered. Didn't she say that Star Industries lacked geniuses? To be able to reach the Martial King realm at her age, no matter how you look at it, she must have great talent, Xaden said. He was confused.
Star Industries is not a pure martial power after all. So when some warriors want to join a certain martial power, they're not the first thing they consider,
Adara explained.
Moreover, their club cultivates the power of the stars, which tests their affinity with each other. If one's affinity is strong, cultivating the power of the stars gives twice the result with half the effort. However, the affinity of an average person for the power of the stars is average, so that's why there aren't many genius warriors in Star Industries,
Adara said lightly. What's the power of the stars? This was Aiden's first time hearing that someone cultivated such a thing.
The great way of the universal Dharma. There are many training methods in the universe, but there are only a few that are relatively rare, and not many people train.
Adara explained.
Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder. These are the basic attributes. Most martial artists have a strong affinity for these attributes, and a majority of them have physiques that are close to these 7 elements.
She continued.
As for the other rare elements, such as astral strength and strength of light, these cultivation methods and physiques, they are extremely rare. But once someone practices these, their strengths are far stronger than martial artists of the same level. This is why I said that Lily Star's cultivation is only at the initial stage, yet she's able to contend against those at the advanced stage,
Adara said. Hearing her mention the strength of light, Xaden thought of his sister Gigi's physique and asked, "How strong is the holy body?"
You mean the holy body of light?
Adara was obviously stunned for a moment, then said,
Amongst the human clan warriors, other than people like you who possess the Emperor bloodline, the strongest physiques are a series of holy bodies.
She explained.
According to my understanding, in the history of the human clan, there have been a total of 3 holy bodies of light. Out of these 3, one of them reached the martial saint perfection realm, one of them reached the half-step martial emperor realm, and one of them reached the martial emperor realm,
Adara said. This means that the lowest the holy body of light can reach is the martial saint perfection realm. Xaden's heart skipped a beat. Not that long ago, Xaden didn't have much of an understanding of martial monarchs, martial saints, and martial emperors. In his mind, they were like another realm. However, after coming to the 9 Regions continent, Xaden had acquired a deep understanding of how strong these martial artists were. He was surprised to hear that Gigi's physique had reached the level of a martial saint at the very least. There were not many martial saints in the 9 Regions continent, so one could tell how powerful they were.
In theory, yes. The holy body of light's innate affinity with the strength of light is the strongest. If no accidents happen during the process, then reaching the martial saint stage is no problem for them.
Adara nodded. Then, what kind of physique is the celestial yin body? Can it practice a water attribute cultivation technique? Xaden asked with curiosity, thinking of Nori. He suspected that the celestial yin body had another use. If all it did was just cultivate water-attributed techniques, there was really no need to call it a yin body. Adara declined Pete Larson and Kelvin Tafflinger's pleas. She conjured countless blades and shot them toward the 2 men, who died instantly. Then, she took Xaden and herself back to the normal world. Xaden took the 2 men's dimensional rings and took a look inside them, where he found a different assortment of items that he planned on keeping for himself. Then, he and Adara talked about Star Industries' attempt to recruit him before they landed on the topic of the holy bodies of light and the celestial yin bodies.
Although the physiques of the celestial yin body and the water attribute are quite similar, there are still some essential differences between the 2. You can compare it to the moon and water, but the moon and water naturally have their own intrinsic differences.
Adara replied.
It's just like the sun and the fire. Although they both have the power of heat, their essences are also different. The power of the sun has the function of light, but it also has an essential effect on the body of light. Although many of the techniques sound similar, they all have their own intrinsic differences.
She explained. Xaden understood that this was similar to the wood's spiritual strength, and the power of life. Although the wood's spiritual strength contained a faint life force, it was still very different from pure life force.
In comparison to the sun force, the water's spiritual strength can't compare to the lunar energy, and the fire's spiritual strength can't compare to the sun force. However, you train in the 5 element strength, which can complement each other, and are not inferior to these rare spiritual strengths.
She added, "The purple power you're cultivating seems to be a bit different from the metal and fire attribute," Xaden commented as he thought about Adara's purple gold power.
It's different because I fused 2 spiritual strengths to achieve my purplish gold power,
she said. "You can fuse spiritual strengths." Xaden was surprised to hear that.
Yes, I had heard of this method before, but I didn't know how to integrate it in any specific way until I met your father, and he taught me this fusion technique,
Adara said. "My father?" Xaden didn't think this had anything to do with his father.
Yes, your father is very knowledgeable, and every word he says is worth its weight in gold. If not for him, it would have been impossible for me to reach the major success level of the Martial Saint realm,
she said with gratefulness. Xaden looked at her with intrigue. This was the first time he saw respect in Adara's eyes. It was there because she was remembering his father. After the spiritual strengths fuse, isn't their power much stronger than that of a simple spiritual strength? Xaden asked.
Yes,
Adara nodded. Although she didn't specifically say how strong she was, Xaden suspected that she was as strong as the power of the lunar monarch or the strength of light. If someone had a holy body of light, then how should they train in it? Xaden asked. He knew that once he became strong enough, he would have to return to his original world. When he did, he would either bring enough cultivation resources to his women or let them come out to hone some themselves.
those who possess this kind of physique will have a strong sense of color, and they will leave behind their own teachings. If you know someone who has this kind of physique, you can let them train in these factions, and they will definitely be nurtured as core inheritors. However, keep in mind that this kind of power only exists in the most powerful place in the human clan,
Adara said. Listening to Adara's explanation, Xaden couldn't wait to head to the human clan's strongest place. Only the geniuses there could be considered true peerless geniuses. However, with his current strength, even if he were to enter the strongest life star in the human clan, he would still be at the cannon fodder level. He had a long way to go still.
All right, that's enough. We should head to the Wind God Club. Let's go.
With a wave of her lily-white hands, Adara made the corpses of Pete Larson and Kelvin Taflinger disappear from the world. Islands was hundreds of thousands of miles away from Benor. It was a magnificent province. In one of the cities with many buildings, there were flashes of lightning starting to congregate. So much so that from afar, it looked like a menacing cloud of lightning was forming. This was where the Larson family was located. Inside this building filled with flashing lightning, a few people gathered around an office table. The person who was in charge of the group was surrounded by lightning, which made it hard to see his appearance. However, his body emanated overflowing might. Even if his body hadn't been covered by lightning, no one would have dared to look him in the eyes. His voice was enveloped by the lightning, and it was firm. He was filled with vigor and was extremely imposing.
I'm afraid that Pete and Kelvin are not back yet, sir,
Jonathan Larson replied.
The end of our grandfather is near. You must obtain foresight through the treasure core. Perhaps this will allow us to extend grandfather's life for a long period.
The person shrouded in lightning said indifferently.
Yes.
Jonathan Larson answered. Everyone was waiting around the office table. Not long after, a boy from the Larson family ran in anxiously and shouted,
Sir, it's bad. Something big has happened.
When Jonathan Larson saw this boy's panic, he shouted,
What are you panicking for? Didn't you see who's here?
Hearing this, the boy turned to see the person whose entire body was wrapped in lightning. He was shocked. Then, he quickly greeted.
Sir?
Norman Larson looked at the boy and said indifferently,
What is it? Why are you making a fuss about a nut?
Well, you see, it's about Pete and Kelvin.
the boy said carefully. Did something happen to the two of them? Jonathan Larson had a bad premonition. Everyone else present, including Norman Larson, was holding their breaths, waiting for the news. The two of them had gone to get the gourd stopper, but had something terrible happened? Could they have encountered some unforeseen event?
Their soul lamps have been extinguished, sir.
The boy said carefully. The main members of the various powers would make lamps that were connected to the owner's souls and called them soul lamps. If the light in the soul lamps were extinguished, then that meant the person's soul had perished as well. If what the boy was saying was true, it seemed that Pete and Kelvin were no longer in the mortal world.
Since the only Fedor immediately to investigate this mad murder, no matter who did, kill them all. Also, you must find out about the whereabouts of the gore stuff, then bring it back here.
Norman Larson ordered. Since Pete and Kelvin had died, it meant that the gourd stopper had fallen into someone else's hands. How could he not be angry?
Yes, sir. I'm gonna make the arrangements.
Jonathan Larson replied. No matter what had happened, just the death of his own son Pete was enough to make him angry. However, the fact that he had probably been killed for trying to obtain the gourd stopper made the situation even worse. He could not think of anyone in the Nine Regions continent who would dare to kill a member of the Larson family in cold blood. Even if whoever had done it was a powerful overlord, they would have no choice but to face the consequences of their actions. In the meantime, Zayden and Adara had already arrived at the Wind God Club. Zayden looked at the entrance with excitement. This place was nothing like the imperial palace of the Eastern Dynasty. It was the complete opposite. A small mountain range formed by countless other small mountains. Within the mountain range, the mist spiraled upwards as cranes soared into the skies. It was as though one was in a fairyland. This Wind God Club is really extravagant. I can't believe they actually built such a place on the outskirts of Bridkia, Zayden exclaimed as he looked at Adara.
This is related to the Wind God Club's secret realm that I mentioned earlier,
Adara said.
You'll see.
What do you mean? Zayden asked.
The Wind God Club's secret plane was unintentionally discovered by the Wind God Club's founder. That secret plane is located in Bridkia and cannot be moved. That's why the Wind God Club's founder set up the club's entrance here,
Adara said. For a powerful club to rely on a secret plane, I presume that it must be very extraordinary, Zayden said.
That's only natural. It's said that inside the Wind God Club's secret plane, there is a cliff called the Enlightenment Cliff.
Adara replied.
There, a practitioner's comprehension ability can increase to different degrees. In the past, someone from the Wind God Club spent an entire day at the Enlightenment Cliff to cultivate a type of king-level martial skill from the entry level to the perfection stage,
she said. Xaden didn't expect such a magical thing to exist in this world. There were two other main aspects of a martial artist's strength. One was their realm, and the other was their martial skill. Therefore, martial skills were crucial for a cultivator. Xaden thought that if he entered the secret plane to comprehend the 4 martial techniques, his strength would increase greatly. With the strength of the 5 elements creation spell, he was able to contend against a practitioner at the initial stage of the martial king. But if he were to raise the king-level martial skill to the mastery stage, killing an expert at the initial stage would be a piece of cake. However, a king level of martial skill was not that easy to cultivate, and the difference in the realm of a martial skill directly affected a martial artist's combat strength. Many martial king realm practitioners would only cultivate a technique to the perfection stage level after reaching the peak of the martial king realm. However, this did not include genius warriors, because some of them started off cultivating emperor-level martial skills in the martial king realm. Regardless, Xaden did not want to cultivate an emperor-level martial skill yet because he felt that he should first polish the 4 king-level martial skills he had.
"Let's go in,"
said Adara. She had already changed into her original attire, so with a tyrannical aura emanating from her body, she swaggered into the Wind God Club with Xaden. When the members who were guarding the mountain gate sensed the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty's imposing manner, they were immediately frightened and tried to run away. However, before either of them could take more than a few steps backward, a tyrannical aura immediately locked onto them, stopping them in their tracks. Following that, faint ripples appeared in the space, and a white-haired old man appeared in their place. When the old man saw the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty, his expression froze.
I wonder, what business does the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty have with us?
He asked.
"Don't waste your time talking to me. I heard that your secret plane is about to open, and I want you to let him enter it."
Adara pointed at Xaden with a domineering tone.
Your Majesty should know that the secret plane is an important place to the Wind God Club. Other than the core members of our club, no one else is allowed to enter, especially not foreigners.
The man frowned, obviously dissatisfied with the Empress's overbearing attitude.
The Eastern Dynasty's small space is also an important place to me, but didn't your Wind God Club enter it without my permission? I've already done you a big favor by not killing all of them in retaliation. However, if you don't let Xaden into the secret plane, I won't be so kind again. I'll find all of those who went to the Imperial City, and I'll kill them, one by one. What happens now is up to you."
Adara snapped. Upon hearing the Empress's words, the old man's expression changed. They had been wrong. When the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty killed Hunter Waltham and let everyone else return, they had thought that she had done so because she was afraid of the Wind God Club and didn't want to become enemies with them. But they were wrong. Not only was the Empress not afraid of them, but now she was demanding to get a spot on the secret plane for Xaden. However, the reality was that letting Xaden enter their club's secret plane was definitely worth more than the lives of the many warriors they taught. In fact, ever since the establishment of the Wind God Club, there was a clear rule that stated the non-members weren't allowed to enter the secret plane. Although an exception was made once for the members of another power who had been allowed into the secret plane in exchange for some items. After setting a precedent, it was hard to say whether they would allow others to enter or not. However, the members of the enemy forces had become stronger after entering, and that was a mistake they weren't willing to repeat.
I hope Your Majesty can wait here for a moment. Give me a second, and I will give Your Majesty an answer,
the old man said.
Sure, but hurry up. If you don't come back within a few minutes, don't blame me for starting a massacre,
Adara said in a domineering tone.
Okay.
The old man looked at the Empress with anger, but he didn't dare to say anything. He had just entered the Martial Saint realm, but the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty's strength was unfathomable, so he knew he wouldn't be a match for her. After the white-haired old man left, Xaden gave Adara a thumbs up and said, "Very impressive."
Sometimes, being nice to them gets us nowhere and only makes things worse.
Adara looked at Xaden and revealed a faint smile. A few minutes later, the old man appeared again in front of Xaden and Adara. But this time, there were two people following behind him.
What? You brought back up because you want to kill me, so I keep my mouth shut.
Adara looked at the three of them and sneered.
Your Majesty seems to have misunderstood. Our Wind God Club has never allowed people from other powers to enter the secret plane. I hope Your Majesty will not make things difficult for us,
said one of the men. Amongst the three of them, he looked younger than the white-haired old man. However, although he looked a bit younger, Xaden couldn't figure out his actual age. Perhaps the young man was an old monster, he thought. After cultivating to a certain level, appearances no longer depicted how old martial artists were.
Fine. Then hand over all the people who went to the Eastern Dynasty and let me kill them,
Adara said with narrowed eyes.
We were in the wrong for what happened that day. We would like to compensate Your Majesty in another way,
the white-haired man said with a domineering tone.
Does that mean you don't want to hand them over willingly? If that's the case, then I will do it myself,
Adara said with a cold expression.
Your Majesty, there are 3 of us here, and only 1 of you, so you should consider this carefully,
the white-haired man said indifferently.
I don't like to be threatened. You will pay for this,
Adara yelled as she transformed her clothes from a purplish gold long robe into purplish gold armor. A purplish golden long spear appeared in her hand. It was about 6.5 feet long and taller than Adara herself. She held the long spear with one hand. The spear tip pointed downwards. The body of the spear was pressed against her back as she looked at the 3 men that stood in front of her with indifferent expressions, as if she was a war goddess. Without waiting for the trio to speak, she thrust her spear out. An incomparably dazzling purplish golden divine beam rumbled through the air toward the 3 of them. Upon seeing her spear, the men's pupils constricted, and they hastily summoned their magic treasures to counter the attack. However, Adara's spearlight was too tyrannical. It broke through the 3 people's attack, and the force sent them flying backward in the blink of an eye. Although they weren't badly injured, they could see the shock in each other's eyes. The strike from the Martial Saint shook the entire club. Soon, countless members appeared, and looked towards the mountain gate with worry. However, no one dared to come close. Even a martial monarch would not be able to withstand the aftermath of the martial saint battle, let alone the other low realm cultivators. Xaden and Adara finally arrived at the Wind God Club, where they were received by an old man. When Adara told him that she wished they would let Xaden enter their secret plane, he hesitated to accept because no outsiders were allowed in. Then, he asked her for a few minutes as he went to check something, but when he returned with 2 more members, they refused her request and offered to compensate her in another way. Realizing that they weren't going to let Xaden in, nor were they going to let her kill those who had entered her small space uninvited, Adara changed into her armor, produced a long spear, and charged at the 3 men. Adara watched as the 3 of them collapsed onto the ground. Then, she brandished the long spear in her hand, ready to strike again.
Your Majesty, stop!
The old man shouted anxiously. However, Adara ignored him and continued thrusting her spear forward without intending to slow down.
We are willing to save one spot for him.
The old man spoke in a hurry as he revealed a trace of terror in his eyes. He was the strongest out of the 3 and had only reached the initial stage of the martial saint realm. Since none of them could withstand the Empress's attack, then she must at least have entered the major success stage of the martial saint realm. There weren't many major success martial saints in the entire 9 regions continent, but they were extremely powerful, so the 3 of them gave up resisting. They realized now that the Empress alone might even be able to overturn the entire Wind God Club. Adara came to a halt, and she pulled back the long spear she held in her hand. Her violet gold armor once more returned to her luxurious violet gold long robe.
When will the secret plane be opened?
She asked calmly.
3 days from today. Some of our club's core members are still out training and have not returned yet. When all of them have returned, we will open the secret plane.
The old man replied.
We can let him in, but we hope that your Majesty will keep this a secret and won't let others know that he has entered the secret plane.
They were making an exception for Xaden. However, it would be best if no one else found out about this. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome for their club in the future.
Okay. We'll come back in 3 days,
Adara said lightly.
No, there's no need. Please, come with me, your Majesty. I will arrange for you to stay with us,
The white-haired man said politely. After that, the other 2 men returned to their secluded cultivation, and the old man led the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty and Xaden to the place that the Wind God Club reserved for hosting their distinguished guests. They walked until they came across a stone door at the foot of a mountain. After entering what looked like a cave from the outside, Xaden realized that there was a whole guest house inside that was surprisingly as luxurious as the Star Hotel.
Your Majesty. We'll rest here for the time being. I'll come to find you again in 3 days' time,
The old man said.
Thank you. If that is all, you can leave now,
Adara said softly, her tone filled with pride. The old martial saint expert let out a bitter laugh. As a dignified martial saint expert, he was at the pinnacle of statuses within the Wind God Club. Yet here, he was being treated like a mere servant, he thought with sourness. However, He was no match for the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty, so all he could do was put on a smile and play nice.
Okay, let's leave,
He said before he left the place. Once he was gone, and the door was closed behind him, Xaden turned to Adara and said, I'm going to refine the 2 drops of blood essence now.
All right.
Adara nodded, and then sat down cross-legged to cultivate. Xaden sat next to her, took out the 2 vials that Lily Star had given him, opened the one that contained the small success demonic beast, and poured the blood essence out. He looked at the blood essence floating in the air and saw the white shadow of a snow wolf inside of it. This drop of blood essence must have come from a wolf demon, he thought to himself. As for whether it contained the faint bloodline of a divine beast, Xaden didn't hold any hope. If it really did contain the divine beast's bloodline, then Lily Star would have told him. Besides, if that was the case, she wouldn't have sold it to Xaden so cheaply. Xaden swallowed the blood essence of the wolf demon, and then he started circulating the 10,000 beasts' body refinement arts to refine it into strength of origin, and dissolved it into his flesh. His body strength began increasing in a very obvious way quickly after. With such an improvement, even Adara, who was cultivating next to him, opened her eyes to look at him, a look of astonishment visible across her face. The cultivation technique Xaden practiced was beyond her knowledge. However, considering how Xaden's father was so strong, it was not surprising that he had this kind of cultivation technique. Since Adara didn't know about Blair's existence, she assumed that Xaden's cultivation technique was something that his father had left for him. An hour later, Xaden opened his eyes. He sat cross-legged on the ground and clenched his fists, feeling the strength of his physical body. Although it hadn't reached the initial stage of the Martial King realm yet, it wasn't too far off. He thought about how great it would be if he had countless blood essences to cultivate. However, this idea was not realistic for him. Even if he managed to get his hands on some ordinary demonic beast's blood essence, it wouldn't be of much help to him anymore. Now that he was stronger, only the Martial King demonic beast's blood essence would be of greater help to him. However, how could he obtain the blood essence of a Martial King level demonic beast so easily? Both human warriors and demonic beasts alike all valued their own blood essence. If they were to face off against the enemy and then happen to fall into danger, most of the human clan warriors and demonic beasts would choose to end their own lives in order to not leave anything behind for their opponent to take advantage of. Otherwise, Star Industries would have more than 2 drops of demonic beasts at the Martial Monarch stage. Furthermore, one couldn't just simply kill a Martial Monarch beast. That's why these blood essences were all extremely precious, because they could only be encountered by chance and not sought. Xaden poured the second drop of blood essence out from the vial and let it float. He examined it and noticed that there was an illusion of a baby elephant in it. That was an elephant demonic beast's blood essence, and the aura it emitted was much stronger than the drop of blood essence from before. Without a second thought, Xaden swallowed it and refined it. After more than an hour, his aura stopped rising. Small success of the Martial King realm, he muttered as he looked at his body, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. With the demonic beast blood essence, his strength would be raised really quickly. He had only been in Britkia for 2 days, but his body had already surpassed the half-step Martial King realm and reached the small success stage of the Martial King realm. Adara was also shocked by Zayden's rapid improvement, and by the speed at which his strength was increasing.
The demonic beast was able to raise your strength so quickly. It makes me want to go hunt some demonic beasts,
she said, her eyes flickering with a strange light. No, don't. Demonic beasts are also living creatures. I wouldn't feel right if I were to end their lives for my own benefit. Zayden stopped her.
I know. It was just a thought. However, when we reach Targwa, we might be able to inquire about where demonic beasts can be found,
Adara said with a faint smile. Zayden nodded. Targwa was the #1 province in the entire Nine Regions continent. It had never changed since the creation of the continent, and this was enough to prove its strength.
For these 3 days, you should continue to cultivate the true meaning of martial arts,
Adara said. She then waved her hand, and a faint jade stone appeared on the spot. It was the Dimensional Stone. After the 3 men collapsed onto the ground, the old man pleaded with the Empress to stop, and before she could strike again, he revealed that they were willing to save a spot for Zayden to enter the secret plane. Hearing this, Adara retreated and asked when the plane would be open, which would happen in 3 days. Zayden and Adara were about to leave when the old man offered to let them stay at their guest house for the remaining time, which they accepted. Then, he walked them to a cave at the foot of a mountain, which, although it didn't look like much, was very nice on the inside. Once alone, Zayden began consuming the blood essence he had gotten from Lily Star in order to refine them. In the end, both he and Adara were surprised to see how much stronger he had gotten. Then, she waved her hand, and a dimensional stone appeared. Before leaving the 5 Elements Club, Adara had used the precious and strange stone in her hand to replace the dimensional stone as the core of the 5 Elements formation, and then took it out. This dimensional stone had been the eye of the 5 Elements formation for 10,000 years. It had a very dense 5 Elements strength inside, and it had long since been formed so that it would not spread to the outside world. Adara had taken it out because it would be beneficial to Zayden's cultivation. When she told Zayden that he should use the next 3 days to cultivate the true meaning of martial arts, he answered, "I know," and then disappeared into the dimensional stone in a flash. If Zayden was able to absorb the life forms from the 5 Elements strength, he would be able to comprehend the essence of the true meaning of martial arts more quickly. However, it had taken him 7 days to go from the heavenly martial perfection realm to the introduction stage of the martial king realm within the dimensional stone. Furthermore, if he wanted to raise his cultivation from the introduction stage of the martial king realm to the small success level of the martial king realm, he would need at least a month. However, if he was able to do so in just a month, it would be a very impressive accomplishment. Zayden reckoned that by the time he participated in the 9 Regions Genius Battle, his strength would have reached the last level of the Martial King realm. Once inside the space of the Dimensional Stone, Zayden looked at the demonic beasts that were formed from the spirit energy in the air and in the ground. He conjured the King's Bell to attack them and began to capture these demonic beasts one by one. Time flew by. 3 days later, Adara brought Zayden out from the Dimensional Stone.
Let's go. People are already coming here to pass the examination. They are about to open the secret plane,
she said. In just 3 days, Zayden's strength had increased a little bit, which Adara could obviously feel. All right. Zayden nodded and followed Adara out of the guest house that was built inside the cave. The Wind God Club took up a lot of space and was much bigger than the 5 Elements Club. However, No matter how big the club was, Adara could fly anywhere in a single millisecond. Zayden felt a flash before his eyes, and they arrived at a place filled with strange rocks. There was a crowd gathering here, and there were many powerful auras all around. Zayden saw the old man that they had already met, but he did not see the other two warriors that had fought against Adara. Martial saints didn't usually interfere with matters of the teachings. Zayden knew that it was only because Adara had shown up that they had appeared. Zayden looked behind the white-haired old man, where a group had gathered. Each of the people there exuded a tyrannical aura as they stood patiently behind the old man. At the same time, behind these warriors stood over a dozen more young warriors. Zayden could tell that these people were martial kings, so they should be the Wind God Club's core members, he guessed. Then, Zayden spotted a few familiar faces in the crowd. These were none other than Kiera Fitzpatrick, Chuck Hill, and Clark Fenton. The three of them looked at Zayden with different emotions. There was fear in Chuck's and Fenton's eyes. On the other hand, Kiera's face exuded resentment. Zayden smiled inwardly at them. It seemed that Kiera still hated him for making a fool of her in front of everyone. However, everyone else's gaze was focused on Adara, the genius figure from 1,000 years ago that had disappeared and returned with the might of a martial saint. Aside from the white-haired old man, who nodded at the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty in a friendly manner, everyone else bowed respectfully and greeted her.
Your Majesty.
Adara looked at the crowd and nodded.
Prepare to enter the secret plane. Remember, you only have one day.
The old man said.
Understood.
Many of the members from the Wind God Club answered. Then, the white-haired old man chanted an incantation, and a teleportation array appeared on the ground in front of him. This was a pentagonal teleportation array, with a groove in each corner. The old man threw a middle-ranked spiritual stone into one of the 5 corners, and the teleportation array lit up with a strong light. Zayden looked at everything that was happening in front of him and thought to himself, "So, you need a teleportation array to access the secret plane. Interesting." Just like the space of the creator of the Eastern Dynasty, a spatial node had been created to lead directly to the small space. Zayden suspected that the Wind God Club's secret plane wasn't within the Nine Regions continent, and that they were about to leave the Nine Regions continent through a teleportation array and enter an unknown space. Teleporting required 5 middle-tier spiritual stones, which was equal to 500 low-tier spiritual stones. It was no wonder that the secret plane did not open often, seeing as it required 500 low-rank spiritual stones to open it once. No big power in the Nine Regions continent, no matter how wealthy, would be able to afford to open it more than a few times. Zayden followed the Wind God Club members into the teleportation array. He soon found out that the number of people gathered around was just right, because the teleportation array wouldn't have been able to handle even one more person. This made him realize that the reason why Kiera and the other 2 members, who had yet to reach the Martial King realm, were allowed to enter the secret plane was to gather up the right number of people. After all, opening the secret plane just once required quite a bit of resources. After Zayden and the others finished their preparations, they disappeared in a flash. When they opened their eyes again, they discovered that they had arrived in a different world. This world was not much different from the normal world. The sky was blue, the ground was yellow, mountains were covered in vegetation, birds were flying, and flowers were fragrant. Everything here seemed normal. The only difference was that this small world was extremely quiet as if there weren't any living beings there. The spirit energy in this place was also a little denser than in the Nine Regions continent, but this world was extremely small, only a few times larger than the small space within the Eastern Dynasty. Through Adara, Zayden had gotten to know that the warriors who visited this space could only stay for 1 day. After 1 day, they would be forcefully teleported back to their normal world. Furthermore, after entering the secret plane once, they were not allowed to go in ever again. If they tried, they would also be forcefully sent back. This was also why the Wind God Club only allowed genius members to enter the plane, but not the experts, because they had already entered the secret plane once when they were young. It became evident very quickly that the numerous members from the Wind God Club already knew about the location of the Enlightenment Cliff, because as soon as they entered the secret plane, they began flying towards a specific direction. Seeing this, Zayden followed the crowd. Along the way, he noticed that everyone was keeping a certain distance from him. At some point, he even noticed that Kira was flying at the front, while the others were a bit far behind, also keeping their distance from her. Zayden knew that Kira's status in the club was quite high, but he didn't expect these Martial King Realm members to be so respectful to her. Or maybe they were just intimidated. There was even one member that Zayden could not see through, who must be a little stronger than him. Zayden's body had reached the first stage of the Martial King Realm, so this person must be at least in the first stage of the Martial King Realm as well. He was wondering why Kira's identity was so prestigious, but now that no one from the Wind God Club bothered with him, he would not make things difficult for himself by getting close to them and asking personal questions. Like this, the 13 of them flew for a few minutes until they arrived at the bottom of a cliff. Once there, Zayden felt the strange energy coming from the cliff. The cliff was completely black, not even a single tree in sight. This must be the Enlightenment Cliff, Zayden thought to himself. The Enlightenment Cliff wasn't very high, only 32 feet from the bottom to the top. There were 100 steps on the side of the cliff, and every 10 steps, there was a small platform on the side, with a total of 10 platforms scattered throughout the way. Zayden looked at them and instinctively felt that they were extraordinary. When Adara pulled out the Dimensional Stone, Zayden quickly entered it and began capturing and killing different demonic beasts before absorbing their blood essence. 3 days later, Adara pulled him out of the space because the secret plane was about to be opened. Then, they made their way to the designated area where a crowd of martial artists had gathered. When they were all ready, the old man said an incantation, and the teleportation array appeared on the ground. Then, he threw some spiritual stones into it to activate it. Once it was all set, all the warriors began entering the teleportation array and traveled to a different world. Although it was very similar to the normal world, Zayden realized that there didn't seem to be any living beings there. All the warriors flew toward the bottom of the Enlightenment Cliff, and as soon as they got there, Zayden could feel the strange energy coming from it. Chuck and Fenton were the first to walk up the stairs on the side of the cliff. One step was about 7 inches high. Zayden saw their bodies sink as soon as they stepped on the stairs. They were not used to it. Taken aback, they paused for a moment and then continued climbing up. When their feet touched the second step, they felt their bodies tremble. This time, the 2 of them paused for even longer before stepping toward the third step. They walked and stopped consistently, all the way until they reached the 9th step. Their clothes were already soaked with sweat at this point, and it was obvious that they were under a lot of pressure with every step they took. They struggled to reach the 10th step, but once they did, they both let out a sigh of relief. Then, the two of them decided not to continue to walk up the stairs any longer, and instead made their way toward one of the nearby platforms. They sat down and closed their eyes, as if they were comprehending something. After the two of them settled, another member of the club walked towards the stairs. This person seemed a few years older than Xaden. Noticing this, Xaden turned to look at the other Martial King Realm members and noticed that they were all around 30 years old. This member, just like Chuck and Fenton, stopped walking after he reached the 10th step with difficulty and also sat on the small platform to comprehend something. Then, another member who seemed to be 1 or 2 years younger than the previous one walked up the stairs. He was much calmer than the others before him, and he made it further. Finally, when he strenuously walked up to the 20th step, he stopped on one of the small platforms and closed his eyes in meditation. Some of the people that followed later stopped at the 2nd step, while others stopped at the 3rd step. In the end, only Xaden, Kira, and that core member whose cultivation level Xaden could not see through remained at the bottom of the cliff. Xaden now understood what the small platforms were used for. Sitting on one of the small platforms, one's perception would increase. But the higher the platform and the steps, the greater the pressure one would feel, which made it harder to climb up. The core member who Xaden could not see through was walking towards the top of the stairs. He was clearly much more relaxed than the other members because he walked all the way to the 10th step without even stopping to catch his breath. Even at the 20th step, he only stopped for a slight pause. When he reached the 30th step, he slowed down. Then, with great difficulty, he climbed up to the 31st step. Then, step by step, it became visibly harder and harder to keep climbing up, until he finally reached the 40th step, sat down on a small platform, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. Now the only ones left were Xaden and Kira. Kira looked at Xaden coldly and said,
If it wasn't because the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty seems to be fond of you, I would have killed you a long time ago.
Kira didn't understand why the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty and Xaden's relationship seemed to be so good. The first time they had met her, they thought Xaden would suffer the same fate as Hunter Waltham and die by her hand. But the Empress had surprised everyone by letting him go. Not even that, but they had also seemed to become close since then, and now she had won him a spot to go into their club's secret plane. Could Xaden really be a member of the Five Elements Club? Kira looked at Xaden with a puzzled expression. You can't kill me, Xaden said plainly, as he looked at Kira with a defying gaze. Although Kira's strength had increased, she was only one level away from the Martial King realm. Xaden's strength had undergone a tremendous change since they had entered the Eastern Dynasty's space. Now he was capable of fighting against Kira with ease. Right now, Xaden's body refining strength was at the small success stage of the Martial King realm. With the addition of the Celestial Rock killing arts, he could easily defend himself against a martial artist at the large success stage of the Martial King realm. The strongest core member of the Wind God Club was only at the large success stage of the Martial King realm, but Xaden only felt a light pressure coming from his body, and not an undefeatable aura. From his estimation, that person was also only one small realm stronger than him.
Arrogant brat. Once we're out of the secret plane, I'll ask the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty to let me fight with you.
Kira harumphed coldly. With the Empress standing behind Xaden all the time, she did not dare to act rashly. But if the Empress agreed to let her fight with Xaden, she would definitely teach him a lesson. Besides, she was confident that the Empress would definitely agree to it. As long as it was not a life-and-death battle between warriors, most elders would not refuse her. After all, fighting was a good way to train themselves. Sure. Xaden shrugged, indifferent.
Just wait and watch.
Kira snorted coldly before walking towards the Enlightenment Cliff. Kira was truly worthy of her pride. She walked up the stairs in a much more relaxed way than the rest of the people that had gone in before her. It seems like this test isn't about strength, Xaden thought. The other members seemed to have felt something because they all opened their eyes and looked at Kira, admiration flashing across their eyes. Xaden looked at her and nodded to himself. Kira's potential was extraordinary, and her talent was too. These stats should be the test of a martial artist's talent, not their strength, he thought. As Xaden pondered about it, a trace of warmth flashed through his eyes. He didn't know how great his talent was. How many steps would he be able to reach? He knew that he possessed two heaven-defying bloodlines, the Asura bloodline and the Emperor-level bloodline, but he only had a hazy understanding of these two. Blair had said that the Asura bloodline also needed to be awakened before one could tell how strong it was. However, to fully awaken it, he needed to enter the Asura clan's ancestral pond, which wasn't very realistic for Xaden at the moment. There were strong and weak Emperor-level bloodlines as well. About that, Blair had only said that Xaden had a strong Emperor-level bloodline, but she did not give a specific answer. Therefore, he didn't know how strong his real talent was. This meant that by climbing up these steps, he might finally be able to get a rough understanding of his talent level. Kira had finally managed to reach the 50th step with great difficulty when she sat cross-legged on a small platform and tried to comprehend what was happening. Then, it was Xaden's turn. The Wind God Club members seemed to have reached a decision, and everyone looked at Xaden at the same time, with a faint hint of disdain in their eyes. According to Kira and the others, Xaden was only slightly stronger than she was. He was not strong enough to intimidate them. Of course, he had hidden his real strength, so these Core Martial King members could not see through it. If they knew Xaden's current realm, they would probably be so shocked that their jaws would drop. After all, Xaden had been half-step into the Martial King realm just a few days ago. Nobody would believe that he had stepped into the initial stages of the Martial King realm now. When he made it onto the first step, he actually felt like he was walking on ordinary stairs. There wasn't much difference. Then, he took another step up, and this time, just like with the first step, he didn't feel anything either. From the 3rd to the 10th step, he still didn't feel any resistance. Chuck and Fenton were the first to climb up the stairs on the side of the Enlightenment Cliff. They did so with difficulty and only managed to reach the 10th step. Once they gave up, they sat on one of the platforms and began meditating. Then, the other members climbed up the stairs one after another, all stopping at different points to meditate. The highest one at the 31st step. While they waited for their turn, Kira and Xaden talked, and Kira promised that when they got out of the secret plane, she would ask the Empress's permission to fight Xaden, which he was fine with because he knew he was stronger than her. When her turn came, Kira climbed up the steps and managed to reach the 50th step before she finally stopped. Then it was Zayden's turn, so he began climbing up the stairs, not feeling any sort of resistance. When Zayden reached the 10th step, the expressions on Chuck and Fenton's faces, who were sitting on the nearest platform, didn't change. They knew he was very talented, so of course he could easily reach the 10th step without any problems. However, one of the other Marshall King Realm members was a little surprised. He did not expect Zayden to reach the 10th step so easily. Unbothered, Zayden continued to ascend the staircase. This time, he climbed up to the 20th step in a few seconds. Then, he didn't stop and continued to climb up until he reached the 30th step soon after. At this moment, the Wind God Club members looked at Zayden and retracted their expressions of disdain, exchanging them for intrigue. For Zayden to be able to reach the 30th step so easily was quite impressive. But surely he wouldn't make it to the 40th step, they thought. However, they were wrong. Zayden once again climbed up the stairs and easily reached the 40th step. At this time, not only were the Marshall King Realm members shocked, even Kira's expression bittered slightly. She was very confident in her talent, and she felt that the reason Zayden had been stronger than her in the Eastern Dynasty's small space was that he cultivated the 5 elements creation spell and the body refinement arts at the same time. Although she acknowledged Zayden's talent, she didn't think that he would surpass her. After all, Zayden was only a few years older than her. However, although they were nearly the same age, she felt that she must be stronger than him. The reason why Kira dared to say that she would be able to fight Zayden after leaving the secret plane was that she felt that she would obtain more benefits here than he would, which would allow her to surpass him. However, she never expected Zayden to reach the 40th step so easily. It seemed like his potential talent was at least similar to hers, Kira thought to herself. Now she felt great pressure. After all, she had already challenged him. She couldn't take it back. And if she couldn't defeat Zayden, she would be embarrassed in front of everyone again. She couldn't allow that to happen. Zayden continued walking upwards and easily arrived at the 50th step. He looked at Kira and gave her a faint smile. In Kira's eyes, this smile was his way of provoking her and mocking her, so she glared viciously back at him. Zayden didn't mind and continued to climb. When he reached the 51st step, he finally began feeling a little bit of pressure. However, he kept going. Under everyone's gazes, Zayden successfully managed to reach the 60th step. Just when everyone thought that he was going to give up and sit down, he started to move up again. Finally, Zayden stepped onto the 70th step. At this moment, no one could believe their eyes. In the history of the Wind God Club, the record for the highest anyone had gotten was the 70th step, and it was held by the most talented member of the Wind God Club, who was even a bit stronger than the club's founder. Under his leadership, Fëanor, which had always ranked at the bottom of the provinces in the 9 regions continent, had managed to squeeze into the top 5. They could not believe that Zayden had actually reached the 70th step. However, they were even more shocked when they saw that Zayden started walking towards the top again. A few minutes later, Zayden reached the 80th step. The members of the Wind God Club did not know what to say anymore. They were numb to it at this point. Under the numbed gazes of the crowd, Xaden walked up to the 81st step and slowly made his way to the 90th step. When he reached the 90th step, Xaden's footsteps did not stop. He quickly started walking towards the 91st step. Everyone looked at Xaden's footsteps with wide eyes. With every step he took, their hearts beat faster. A few minutes later, Xaden had reached the 99th step. He was just one step away from reaching the top of the cliff and the final of 100 steps, something no one else had ever achieved. Everyone watched with their hearts in their throats as Xaden, who didn't make them wait much longer, finally stepped onto the 100th step. Soon after, the pressure on Xaden's body lightened. He walked to the platform on the side and sat down with his eyes closed. Kira and the rest were stupefied. There were even a few people who rubbed their eyes, thinking that they had seen a mirage or that this was all just an illusion. However, it soon became very clear that this was not an illusion. This was real life. For a moment, everyone forgot to close their eyes to meditate, as they were all thinking about how strong and talented Xaden was. While all this was going on, Xaden was also wondering something. From the beginning to the end of the climb, he hadn't felt any heavy emotions. Everyone who had gone before him had used their last bit of strength to get to the top of the platform. However, it hadn't been that difficult for him to reach the last step. Could it be that his talent was not limited to just this? Xaden thought. He had wanted to get a slightly better understanding of his own talent through this challenge, but it seemed that he was still none the wiser. To step on the 100th step in such a relaxed manner could only prove that his talent was much greater than Kira's. However, he didn't know for sure how much stronger he actually was. Xaden was a bit disappointed that the test hadn't taught him as much as he'd hoped. If Kira and the others knew what he was thinking, they would probably want to smash him to death with a brick. They had all worked so hard to reach their respective platforms, yet he had easily reached the top and was now disappointed. However, for better or for worse, they didn't know what Xaden was thinking. After a while, when everyone else realized that Xaden was meditating with his eyes closed, they immediately focused on controlling their breathing, cleared away the distracting thoughts, and began their own cultivation. When Xaden sat cross-legged on the platform, he clearly felt that his understanding of the martial way had become enlightened. It was as if all sorts of difficult problems would be easily solved for him. He performed the 4 king-level martial skills he knew, one by one. Within 4 hours, he had completely mastered all 4 king-level martial skills. At that point, he had spent 4 hours and 10 minutes in the secret plane, but they still had almost 20 hours left to go. What should Xaden comprehend next? He could cultivate the 5 elements creation spell and comprehend the 5 elements' true intent. But the gains did not seem to be worth it, seeing as he had the dimensional stone, which he could use to comprehend the 5 elements' true intent on his own whenever he pleased. No, Xaden did not want to use this once-in-a-lifetime time in the secret plane to comprehend the 5 elements' true intent, he decided. That would be a waste of precious time. So, other than the 5 elements' true intent, all he had left was the celestial rock killing arts. Thanks to the 10,000 Beasts body refinement arts, Xaden had transformed the divine rock bloodline of the golden winged rock into a special substance and imprinted it onto his consciousness, giving him a deeper understanding of the techniques. With this insight, he would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort in cultivating the celestial rock killing arts in the future at an incredible speed. Therefore, in the end, Zayden decided that it would be more worthwhile to continue comprehending the 4 king-level martial skills. So that's what he continued doing. Under the amazed gazes and questioning eyes of the Wind God Club's members, Zayden climbed up the stairs, slowly but surely, until he reached the 70th step. At this point, no one could believe their eyes, because this was the highest any member of the Wind God Club had gotten, and the record had been set by one of the club's greatest and strongest, the one who had single-handedly taken the province of Fenor to the top 5 of the 9 regions continent. However, Zayden didn't stop there. He kept going up until he reached the 90th step. Everyone held their breath as they watched Zayden reach the last step, the 100th step. As impressed as they all were, Zayden couldn't help but be somewhat disappointed. He had made it all the way to the top with almost near to no difficulty, while the others had struggled, and he hadn't learned much about his talent. But he soon put that thought behind him and began cultivating the 4 king-level martial skills that he knew. Once he was done 4 hours later, he wondered what else he could cultivate in the time that he had left, but none of the other options seemed satisfactory enough. So he continued cultivating the king-level martial skills. King-level martial skills were the same as cultivation techniques in that each rank was divided into the low, middle, high, and top grades. The 4 king-level martial skills that Zayden cultivated were considered to be the best of the best, which is to say top-grade martial skills. Top-grade martial skills were much stronger than the average king-level martial skills, and it was extremely difficult to comprehend them. However, with the help of the Enlightenment Cliff, Zayden was confident that he should be able to reach the perfection stage with at least 3 of his 4 martial skills, or even all of them. This way, even if his cultivation was at the introduction stage to the martial king realm, with the perfected king-level martial skill, he would still be able to compete with martial artists who had mastered the martial king realm. The remaining 20 hours passed by quickly. When the time was up, Zayden and the others felt a strong suction force pulling on the platforms. Then, their bodies disappeared from the secret plane world in the blink of an eye, and when they opened their eyes again, they found that they were back in the place where they had started before they entered the secret plane. The same people were still waiting there, including Adara and the old man, as well as the higher-ups of the Wind God Club. The white-bearded old man and the higher-ups of the Wind God Club looked at Kira and the others, their eyes filled with satisfaction. Kira, Chuck, and Benton had successfully reached the Martial King realm. Out of the core members that had been at the Martial King realm already, one of them had successfully reached the small success stage of the Martial King realm. Although the other members didn't have a breakthrough in their cultivation, their momentum had clearly improved. Moreover, they had been able to perceive the true meaning of martial arts and martial skills. After they finished observing their own members' progress, their gazes all landed on Zayden. However, Zayden was still using the secret arts to hide his strength at this time, so no one was able to see through him. But so what if they saw through him? His strength hadn't increased at all, he thought with bitterness. All he had done was hone in on all 4 martial skills. In fact, in less than 20 hours, Zayden had successfully comprehended 4 top-grade king-level martial skills to the perfection stage. Zayden looked at Kira with a faint smile in his eyes, as if he was asking something with his eyes. Kira felt Zayden's gaze on her and blushed. Then, she turned her head away from him, ignoring his presence. Zayden had been able to reach the top of the platform, which meant His talent was far greater than hers, and he was also much stronger than her. If she tried to fight against Xaden now, she would definitely be humiliating herself. On the other hand, if they didn't fight, only Xaden would know about the harsh words that she'd thrown at him in the beginning. Only he would know that she was embarrassed to be the weaker one. However, if she lost to Xaden in a real match, everyone else would see it and would laugh at her. Kira naturally understood the difference between a loss and a gain, so she didn't say anything. This way, no one but Xaden knew of her failure and disappointment. The other members had initially wanted to teach Xaden a lesson for Kira's sake, but now that they understood how strong he was, they also gave up on this idea. The strongest core member on the scene looked at Xaden, his eyes full of fighting spirit. However, in the end, he forcefully suppressed his anger and did not say anything. If he were to challenge Xaden, he would definitely lose both the fight and the respect of others. After all, to his knowledge, Xaden had been half a step into the Martial King realm before he had entered the secret plane. Even though Xaden had reached the top of the platform, he shouldn't be able to match up to him in strength in an instant. The interactions and exchanges of gazes between Xaden, Kira, and the others naturally couldn't escape the eyes of the strong ones present. They were wondering, could it be that Xaden had significantly outperformed the group? Wanting to know what had happened, a few of the higher-ups secretly sent a sound transmission to their members to ask for confirmation of their suspicions. After a moment and a few replies, they looked at Xaden with a different expression. When the others saw the change in the higher-ups' expressions, they also transmitted their voices to the core members to verify what had happened. Soon, they all looked at Xaden in shock. That old man also found out about Xaden's performance in the secret plane, and he was as astonished as the others. His own member's performance was average, but he never would have thought that someone else would be so much stronger than them. However, this wasn't the only thing that was hard for him to accept. Xaden had broken the club's record, surpassing the entire Wind God Club and making them feel like less than others. Adara also noticed the change in the crowd. A faint smile flashed across her mouth. She didn't need to ask Xaden for confirmation, because she knew that his performance had been extraordinary.
Everyone, we'll meet again in the future,
she said as she looked at Xaden. Then, she grabbed his wrist, and they left with a flash, leaving behind a bunch of people from the Wind God Club who looked at each other in puzzlement.
It's this.
The old man sighed. Yeah, everyone said. After everyone had left, the old man looked towards where Xaden and the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty had vanished from, and muttered to himself,
Looks like I need to go see someone.
After leaving the Wind God Club, Adara carried Xaden through the air. She looked at Xaden and asked,
How was it? What did you get?
Xaden told her about what happened after they entered the secret plane.
Sure enough, you are indeed your father's son,
Adara said, as her eyes lit up. Are the core members of the Wind God Club still not that strong? Xaden thought about the member that he couldn't see through. Although one of them was stronger than him, he looked to be in his 30s, nearing his 40s.
Their strongest members are actually not within the Wind God Club, but are training elsewhere. From my conversation with the elders, I found out that this person's talent is quite extraordinary. It has been thousands of years since such a genius appeared in their club,
Adara said lightly.
Did they tell you what realm that person was in? Zayden asked.
He reached the Martial King realm very early on, and he's not very old either. He's only in his early 30s. Furthermore, 10 years ago, he also participated in the Nine Regions Genius Battle and finished in 4th place.
Adara said. He does sound like a powerful character, Zayden said as he nodded his head. Then he thought of something and asked, When you were at the perfection stage of the Martial King realm, you obtained 1st place in the Genius Board, didn't you? Zayden was a little puzzled. If she could take 1st place while being at the perfection stage, then wouldn't the strongest member in the Wingod Club have a chance of taking 1st place as well? Moreover, this person had reached the level of perfect Martial King realm very early on, so presumably he was already at the half-step Martial Monarch realm by now. Adara looked at Zayden's expression, smiled, and said,
When I participated in the tournament, there were quite a few people who had reached the half-step Martial Monarch realm. The reason why I was able to win was that I spent a large amount of time studying martial skills.
Zayden nodded, finally understanding. However, the more he learned about her, the more it proved that Adara was not a normal warrior. For geniuses who were able to reach the half-step Martial Monarch realm, their familiarity with martial skills must have already reached a very high level. If Adara was able to defeat them when her realm was lower than theirs, then her comprehension of martial skills must have already reached an extremely terrifying level. Adara, where are we going now? Zayden asked her. The main reason why they had come to Fëanor was to enter the secret plane, and that task was completed now. So where were they heading? He wondered.
Zayden spent the remainder of his time in the secret plane, cultivating the 4 king-level martial skills he possessed until he reached the perfection stage. When the time was up, all of them were pulled out of the plane and sent back into the normal world, where the elders of the club and Adara were waiting. Although a few of the Wingod Club's members had reached the next level in their cultivation, most of them hadn't. So they instead had comprehended martial skills, just like Zayden had done. Now that they were out, Kira decided not to follow through on her promise to fight Zayden, and he knew why. She now realized that he was in fact stronger and didn't want to embarrass herself in front of her whole club. When the elders noticed the strange glances that their club members were throwing at Zayden, they inquired about what had happened inside the plane and soon realized that Zayden had broken their club's record. Quickly after, Adara took Zayden as they flew away in a new direction. When Zayden asked where they were going now, Adara answered,
To Chadu.
What's at Chadu? Zayden asked. Seeing as in Fëanor, he had been able to raise his strength by quite a bit, he was a little eager to see if there were any secret planes in other provinces that he could use to increase his strength even more. Adara looked at Zayden with a frown and said,
We're not going to Chadu to increase your strength, if that's what you were thinking.
Then why are we going there? He asked in confusion.
As a martial artist, aside from cultivating martial skills, there is another thing that is important. Your combat experience,
she replied.
If 2 martial artists of similar strength were to fight, the final result would be different. This is the result of high and low combat skills,
she explained.
Chadu has a martial arena, which is a paradise for warriors who wish to fight. I'm taking you there so that you can gain some combat experience.
Zayden nodded in agreement. Improving his combat skills for once seemed like a good idea. Experience in this field was indeed very important. A person who had experienced hundreds of battles could defeat 2 or 3 people who had never fought before, or sometimes even more. Zayden had a lot of combat experience since he had trained a lot in his world. However, the martial arts civilization in his world was declining, and there were only so many ways to attack. There weren't many tricks being created every single day, so what already existed was all there was. However, this world was different. As Zayden broadened his horizons, he had also experienced all kinds of new offensive techniques. Therefore, he felt that it was necessary to hone these new fighting skills. While Zayden and Adara were flying towards Chadu, in Fëanor, the city of Britkia welcomed a group of uninvited guests. This group, who was wearing Thunderbolt clothing, rushed towards the Star Tower with urgency. When the citizens of Britkia saw the Larson family members walking at a rapid pace toward the Star Tower, they started discussing in whispers.
Is that the Larson family?
Someone asked with surprise.
What are they doing here? They look angry. Could it be that they have formed some sort of enmity with Star Industries?
Another added.
That can't be right. Star Industries has always stayed out of the drama. Maybe they're here for business?
Another one suggested. The Larson family walked into the Star Tower, led by one of the family members whose strength had reached the large success stage of the Martial King realm.
Antoine, my nephew participated in your auction the other day, and now he's dead.
Do you care to give me an explanation for this? The person talking was Larry Larson, Pete Larson's uncle, and the younger brother of Jonathan Larson.
Pete was here to participate in our auction? I had no idea,
Antoine said, with a slightly surprised expression. Star Industries also had an auction house branch in Islands where the Larson family resided. So why would Pete come to the Fëanor branch to participate in the auction? Antoine wondered. You see, our grandfather is turning 2,000 years old soon, and Pete heard that you have a very beautiful gourd stopper made of exquisite material. So he came here wanting to buy the gourd stopper to give it to our grandfather as a birthday gift. But a couple of days ago, we found that his and Kelvin Taflinger's soul lamps went out. I'm sure you know what that means, Larry Larson said coldly. The story that their grandfather was turning 2,000 years of age was an excuse that the family had already fabricated a long time ago to not arouse others' suspicions. Antoine was an experienced person, so at this moment he thought of all sorts of possibilities. He suspected that there must be something out of the ordinary about this.
Mr. Larson. If Pete is dead, how would we know what happened to him? I can tell you for a fact that he wasn't killed inside our auction house. That's for sure. So why did you come here to blame Star Industries for his death?
The usually amiable Antoine didn't have a very good tone when he replied either. Larry Larson knew that he was being a bit rude, so he softened his tone and said, Antoine, forgive me and my manners. Pete is my nephew. I'm terribly concerned for him. I'm just trying to figure out what happened. Antoine's face slowly relaxed as he said,
Mr. Larson, Pete is not here anymore. If he really is dead, I offer you my condolences. But I really didn't know that Pete had come to participate in the auction in the first place. And I really don't know what happened to him afterward. I just hosted the auction. That's it. But how about this? I'll help you investigate what happened, so we can find who's responsible.
Thank you very much, Antoine. Larry Larson cupped his hands in thanks. Antoine found the 3 female attendants who had been at the box office selling tickets to the auction that day. After talking to them, they confirmed that they recognized someone who was wearing the Larson family's attire that day. However, they couldn't confirm if he was Pete or Kelvin or someone else. Antoine, who else was bidding for the cord stopper that day? Larry Larson asked. Antoine narrowed his eyes when he heard this question and pondered about it for a moment. Although he didn't want to tell Larry Larson about the identity of the cord stopper's buyer, he considered the option. If he didn't say anything, he knew that the Larson family would continue to pester him for days on end until they found out some kind of useful information that could lead to Pete's killer. However, if he did tell him, he would be breaking their company's confidentiality policy by infringing on their client's privacy. Antoine, can't you give me whatever information you have about the person who bought the cord stopper? Larry Larson asked again, this time a bit more menacing.
Mr. Larson, firstly, I really don't know who this guy is. And secondly, you know Star Industries' policy states that we can't leak out our clients' information just like that.
Antoine said lightly. Can't you tell me at least something to go by? Larry Larson said with a slightly cold tone.
Mr. Larson, this rule has been in existence since Star Industries was created. I cannot break it for you,
Antoine said. Fine. If you don't want to tell me, then don't. I'll find another way to learn more about your buyer. Larry Larson snorted, then left with the rest of the Larson family. As expected, after a lot of investigating and questioning of those who usually frequented the Star auction house, the Larson family quickly found a photo of Zayden, the man they believed had won the cord stopper, who was accompanied by a lady wearing a black dress and a hat. After all, when Zayden had entered the auction house, many people had noticed him, so it wasn't too hard to get a picture of him. However, even after they found out about Zayden's appearance, they still had no idea who he was or how to find him. They first searched for him in Vridkia, but Zayden wasn't there anymore. Then, they reached out to the Wingod Club to ask if they knew who Zayden was, but because he was the first person from a foreign force to have entered their secret plane, the Wingod Club had already given the order that the matter of Zayden and the Empress of the Eastern Dynasty coming to the Wingod Club must be kept under wraps, and no one from the outside could know. So the Larson family left there empty-handed. After that, they considered visiting Hansu to ask about Zayden. The Larson family, led by Larry Larson, walked into the Star Tower and confronted Antoine about Pete's death. Although they tried to pry information out of Antoine, he gave them nothing due to the company's confidentiality policy. So in the end, they had to scour the streets of Vridkia, trying to find some information that could lead them to the person who had bought the cord stopper. They found a photo of Zayden, but nothing more. Then, they visited the Wingod Club, which too refused to give out any information about Zayden, leaving them at a standstill. Finally, they wondered if they should visit Hansu. Meanwhile, as Zayden and Adara were flying, Zayden asked about where they were going, and she said that they were going to the province of Chadu, not to increase his strength, but to practice his combat skills and gain more experience. Chadu was a place where martial winds flourished, and their practitioners were famous for their bravery and ruthlessness. This was also the reason why Chadu practitioners were always ranked at the top of the 9 regions, continents, provinces. Adara brought Zayden to a city within Chadu called Strawberry. Although Strawberry wasn't the largest city in the Chadu province, it was as famous because of its martial arena. The city of Strawberry had originally been created after a martial arena had been built there, which had ended up attracting countless practitioners. Thus, gradually, the surrounding area developed into a city. In consequence, there was not a single normal person in Strawberry who wasn't a martial practitioner or had some sort of connection to the martial world. When Zayden and Adara arrived, she had already changed into her long black dress and hat to avoid arousing suspicions. Zayden stood outside Strawberry's city gate and looked up at the 3 big words that were engraved onto it: the Fighting City. These 3 words seemed to possess some sort of strange magic. Just looking at it made Zayden's blood start boiling, and he even felt the urge to find someone to fight.
These 3 words came from the strongest power in Chadu, the vast expanse palace. It has a special meaning to them.
Adara transmitted her voice to Zayden. Zayden nodded and suppressed the impulsive emotion that was running through his veins. Sounds like the vast expanse palace is a truly extraordinary power, Zayden thought to himself. If with just 3 words it was able to possess such magical power, it was evident how terrifying its true strength was. As soon as the 2 of them entered the city, they found that there weren't any ordinary people there, just martial warriors. Even the waiters and the like were at the very least White Realm martial artists. It was truly worthy of being a city made of and for martial artists. The entire structure of Strawberry was very simple, as if it was made out of bricks. Although the style of the buildings was not exquisite or luxurious, it had an ancient and grand feel to it. On their way here, Zayden had even seen many of Chadu's cities with similar styles. Maybe this was related to the personality of Chadu warriors, he thought. Zayden and Adara didn't walk for long before they saw a huge building towering in the distance.
That is the martial arena I told you about,
she said with a smile. Zayden nodded and followed her as they walked in that direction. The 2 of them arrived at the entrance of the arena shortly after. On both sides of the entrance, Zayden noticed that there were 2 huge and domineering lions carved out of stone, which emitted a faint aura of spirituality. Furthermore, Zayden noticed that many warriors were walking in and out of the arena without paying any entrance fees. There didn't even seem to be any box offices.
The vast expanse palace owns the arena, and as it is the strongest power in Chadu, they are in charge of maintaining the operation of the arena, and it's all done out of their own pockets, so they don't take a single cent of the money from those who wish to enter the arena. In fact, you might even say that they are losing money for doing this,
Adara explained.
By doing so, they have also obtained the goodwill of many warriors. Thus, some of them often voluntarily donate their money to the vast expanse palace.
Adara transmitted her voice to Zayden. Zayden didn't think that the vast expanse palace would be so generous. In an instant, he had a very good impression of this interesting power.
Let's go in,
Adara encouraged him. Zayden followed behind her as they walked into the arena. The moment he walked in and he saw the space for the first time, his ears started to rumble. He could hear passionate shouts and fierce roars coming from within. Zayden looked around. The facade of the arena was square if you looked at it from the outside, but the arena was circular on the inside. In the middle of the arena was a huge ring, and surrounding it were rows of seats that formed a ladder and gradually rose up, just like a typical stadium would in Zayden's original world. Zayden took a look around and saw that the seats were densely packed with warriors. He estimated that there were at least 100,000 of them in total. Every warrior was emitting a powerful aura. With so many warriors' aura filling the entire arena, if an ordinary person were to enter, they would probably faint from fright.
Let's go down.
Adara pointed to the stairs and then led Zayden downwards. There were no private boxes here, unlike in Bridkia's theater. The lower one went, the closer one got to the stage, and the clearer one's view became. On the way to the arena, Zayden noticed that many powerful warriors were all seated at the front, while those with average strength were all seated at the back. Everyone watched with intrigue as Zayden and Adara walked down the stairs. They did not say anything, as Adara's body had been emitting a faint martial saint aura ever since she had entered the arena. Although the martial arena was where many warriors gathered, there were basically no martial saints around. That's why everyone was staring at Adara in awe, because martial saint experts were considered the top fighters here. Since Adara showed off her might as a martial saint, she was naturally qualified to sit in the front row with Zayden. Zayden was surprised to see that there were only a few people sitting there. It was a clear contrast with the crowded seats at the back. The pair found a couple of empty seats and sat down, facing the middle ring, where there were already 2 warriors fighting. The ring was nearly half a mile square in diameter, and there was a faint layer of light at the edge. Sometimes, when martial artists accidentally moved their attacks out of the range of the ring, they would be blocked by the faint layer of light that surrounded them. The purpose of this was to prevent these attacks from harming the surrounding martial artists that occupied the seating area. Zayden looked at the ring. The 2 people on the stage were at the initial stage of the martial monarch realm. One was a middle-aged man. The other was a rather young man who looked to be in his 20s. However, Zayden had no idea how old this young man actually was. After all, after becoming so powerful, people could rely on special methods to rejuvenate themselves, making it difficult to guess their real age. The only way to see through this martial artist's true age was to have a higher cultivation realm than them. The middle-aged man was a body refinement martial cultivator, and he held a gigantic machete in his hand. The young man held a longsword in his hand, and its blue-colored water spiritual strength shot it all 4 directions. His sword technique was like the spring wind and drizzling rain as he used softness to clash with the middle-aged man. Zayden's eyes lit up as he watched the 2 fight. He could indeed learn a few lessons from watching the battle between the 2 of them. The other warriors also watched the fight with interest. Watching 2 martial monarch experts fighting in the arena was something that could only be encountered by chance, as it was extremely rare. It seemed that the warriors of lower realms were not too interested in fighting. In fact, only the battles between those in the martial king realm or higher seemed to be interesting. Every time the martial king warriors fought, it would cause waves of cheers. The 2 people in the arena were quite strong, and their combat skills were also quite extraordinary. They exchanged blows back and forth, and their moves were endless. Such wonderful battles were also very rare, causing the warriors in the martial arena to shout out in succession.
Who do you think will win?
Adara asked Zayden after a while. Zayden observed the fight for a bit longer before answering. Even though the middle-aged man is a body refinement martial cultivator, and there are few people in the same realm as him, His fighting style is bold and powerful, and he seems to be suppressing the young warrior successfully. But the truth is that the young warrior's attack and defense are very orderly, and I think he might win. Adara nodded in agreement after she heard what Xaden had to say. After arriving at Chadu, Xaden and Adara made their way to the city of Strawberry, also known as the Fighting City, because that's where the famous martial arena was located. It was such a famous arena that the whole city had been built around it to accommodate the influx of martial practitioners that came to visit it regularly. Xaden and Adara walked to the martial arena, and once there, Xaden noticed with surprise that there was no entrance fee required to get in, as it was subsidized by the power that owned the arena, the vast Expanse Palace. The arena was built with an enormous fighting ring in the middle and rows of seats surrounding it. Xaden and Adara walked down the stairs to reach the bottom of the seats, where the strongest martial artists sat. Then, they watched as two martial monarch experts, one young and one middle-aged, fought each other. Soon after, Adara asked Xaden who he thought would win, and he picked the youngest one. Sure enough, after fighting for around 10 minutes, the young warrior finally found a flaw in his opponent's attack and thrust out the longsword in his hand. The sword instantly became sharp and fierce as the middle-aged man was struck hard and knocked down onto the ring. The young man kept the longsword in his hand and cupped his fists towards the middle-aged man, who was lying on the ground. The middle-aged man stood up with difficulty and said,
I guess I lost. Here you go. This is the amount of spiritual stones that we agreed upon,
he said, as he took out 5 low-ranked spiritual stones and handed them over to the young man. The young warrior received the spiritual stones with pleasure and walked down the ring next to the middle-aged man. Adara, are they using spiritual stones as the wager for the fight? Xaden asked.
Right. I forgot to mention that there are some rules in this arena,
she answered.
They are gambling, essentially. Before they go into battle, one person has to go up first and take out how many spiritual stones or items they want to wager for the fight before they state what realm they are in. If there is someone around who agrees to battle them for that wager, then they will also need to take out the appropriate amount of spiritual stones or whatever item they agree on. But their realm can only be lower than the realm of the first fighter, or the same. It cannot be higher than his,
she explained.
The other option is to have a battle of life and death. In that case, the relatives of whoever dies are not allowed to seek revenge against the victor. However, unless there is real animosity between two warriors, no warrior would willingly engage in a life or death battle,
Adara clarified.
The other kind of battle is a war of attrition. If someone takes out 100 low-ranked spiritual stones as their bet, and the other warriors want to fight them, they would also take out 100 low-ranked spiritual stones as their counter-bet. The maximum number of people who can bet with one warrior at a time is 10. In other words, after they win a fight against 10 people, they would receive 1,000 spiritual stones. But if they lose, even if they win to 9 people and lose to the last person, those 10 people would split the 100 spiritual stones with them.
Adara gave Xaden some general knowledge about the arena and its different types of fights. Xaden thought that the rules of the arena were very interesting. The battle of life and death was very intriguing, but Xaden was interested in gambling the most. If martial artists lacked cultivation resources and were very confident in their own strength, they could obtain more resources to help their cultivation through this gamble. The war of attrition was also very interesting, Being on the side with only one fighter had its own advantages and disadvantages. It was easier to win if there were more people on one side, but then, not many spoils of war were distributed after the victory. On the other hand, although it wasn't easy for the individual fighter to win, if they did, the spoils of war they would obtain would be several times or even 10 times more than what he had bet on at the start. However, if one wanted to become the arena master in a war of attrition, one needed to have sufficient confidence in their own strength. Xaden was a combative person, and because of the atmosphere around him, he wanted to go up and fight with someone. However, just when he was about to move out of his seat, 2 people rushed to the arena. Of the 2 people, one was in the half-step martial king realm, and the other was in the heavenly martial perfection realm.
Samuel, the prince, call me the prince, or get the life and death duel. Everyone can win.
The half-step martial king shouted loudly towards the audience. The crowd went into an uproar as murmurs began filling the bleachers. The 2 fighters were going to fight to the death. Although the strength of the 2 warriors had yet to reach the martial king realm, a battle of life and death was more interesting than a normal duel, so it would make up for the fact that they wouldn't be very strong. In an instant, countless shouts resounded throughout the arena. Even the martial monarch experts and some of the martial king warriors that sat beside Xaden were showing clear interest on their faces. Samuel Dalton and Carl Lopez immediately unveiled their full strength. Samuel Dalton, who was from the Flame Alliance, was clad in a fiery red spiritual strength. However, this wave of energy was nothing to the martial king seated in the front row, or even the martial monarch. Carl Lopez of the Quicksand Gang shouted loudly before a yellow spiritual strength emerged from all over his body as it emitted a heavy feeling. Samuel Dalton held a fire-red longsword in his hand, and each sword key it put out was extremely dazzling. Carl Lopez looked at the fiery red sword key. The earth and yellow spiritual strength around him was boiling, and then it formed an earth and yellow shield that stretched out in front of him. Samuel was half a step into the martial king realm, and his spiritual strength was much stronger than Carl Lopez's. Under normal circumstances, Carl Lopez's brown-colored shield would not be able to block Samuel's sword key. However, what was unexpected was that when Samuel's sword keys landed on the yellow shield again and again, the yellow shield remained the same as before, with no damage to be seen. When Samuel saw that his attack was unable to break through Carl Lopez's defense, a serious look flashed across his eyes. A few martial kings around Xaden let out gasps of surprise, as if they were also wondering how strong Carl Lopez's defense must be to be working so well.
Who do you think will win this time?
Adara looked at Xaden and asked. Xaden carefully observed Samuel Dalton and Carl Lopez before answering. The final winner will be Carl Lopez. When Xaden's words came out, one of the surrounding warriors who was at the introduction to the martial king realm looked at Xaden and said,
That's impossible. Although I can also see that Carl Lopez's training in martial skills is much stronger than Samuel. I have to say that Samuel has already comprehended a trace of martial skills' true meaning, and that is not something that can easily be made up for.
That's right. Even if Carl Lopez's martial arts realm is one small level lower than Samuel's, he still can't defeat him. At most, they will only have a draw.
Another martial king intervened to question Xaden. I'm just stating my point of view. doesn't mean I'm right, Xaden said lightly, raising his hands. He could tell that the two men had only just reached the introduction to the martial king realm, so it was likely that their comprehension of martial skills had yet to reach a high level, which was why they believed in a different outcome. At this point, Xaden had actually cultivated all 4 top-grade king-level martial skills to the perfection stage, so he had a better understanding of the level at which Carl Lopez and Samuel Dalton's martial arts were. Even though Samuel Dalton was half a step into the martial king realm, the king-level martial skill that he had just used was only an inferior grade king-level martial skill. Furthermore, he had only reached the elementary stage of the realm. Carl was different, however. The martial skill that he was displaying should have reached the middle grade king level. Moreover, his mastery of martial skills had also reached the small success stage. With such a comparison, even if Samuel Dalton was half-step into the martial king realm, and his strength was double that of Carl's, he still wouldn't be able to defeat him. What's more, Xaden saw Carl's confident look and knew that he still had other tricks up his sleeve. On the other hand, when Samuel Dalton saw that his sword key was blocked by Carl's defense, his eyes flashed with a sense of seriousness. However, the sword key he had just released was already considered his most powerful attack. Sure enough, just like Xaden had predicted, the young warrior won the fight in the end. Before they left the ring, the warriors set their bets, and the older guy paid the younger man the amount of spiritual stones he owed. Xaden was surprised to see this, so Adara proceeded to explain to him the different types of battles that could be held in this arena and their rules. Then, before Xaden had a chance to walk up to the ring himself, 2 men stepped onto the ring and announced that they were going to engage in a battle of life and death, which instantly captured everyone's attention. They began fighting, and soon after, Xaden could tell that the weakest man, Carl Lopez, was going to win, although some of the men that were sitting next to him didn't agree. There were a few martial kings and 2 martial emperors surrounding Xaden. Only the 2 martial kings questioned him, while the other 2 martial emperors did not say much, although they agreed with what Xaden had said. Some of the other experts that sat around Xaden all looked at him with curiosity. Xaden's observation was indeed very detailed. A person's strength wasn't so easy to gather with a simple glance. However, because Xaden had hidden his cultivation level, making others unable to see through his strength, everyone around him was very curious to know more about him and where he came from. Besides Xaden sat Adara, whose body was constantly emitting the pressure of a martial saint. This made the martial artist present speculate more about who the young man and his companion were. The young man had a good eye at such a young age, and the lady was a martial saint, so the 2 of them should be somewhat known in Charu, they thought. However, since they did not recognize either of them, they theorized that they were probably warriors from another province. After all, Charu was famous in the 9 Regions continent, and many experts from the other provinces would come to visit from time to time. Back in the ring, Samuel was struggling to break through Carl's defense. A trace of ruthlessness flashed across his eyes as he raised his sword and slashed at Carl once again. To make matters worse, the aura on his body had clearly risen by a level, almost reaching the level of introduction to the martial king realm. It was obvious that Samuel had used the secret arts to increase his strength, Xaden remarked in his mind. The secret arts could help a warrior raise their strength almost immediately, so they were not allowed to be used in battles. However, life and death duels were the exception to the rule. A life and death battle was ruthless. Not only could one use the secret arts in such a fight, but the difference permitted between the realms of the two warriors was huge, so it was also possible for a low-level martial artist to fight against a very powerful martial artist, which wouldn't normally be allowed in a regular fight. For example, one could be a martial saint, and the other could be a martial king. Of course, this was on the premise that both warriors were willing to participate in this type of fight. No one could be forced to engage in a life and death duel, and such a fight could only be carried out with the consent of both parties. Carl looked at Samuel, who was now stronger, with an impassive expression, showing no sign of a reaction. At the same time, he didn't continue to use his yellow shield to defend himself, nor did he use the secret arts to fight against Samuel. After Samuel had used the secret arts, his strength had greatly increased. The fire attribute's spiritual strength around his body began to boil and emit heat waves that overflowed into the sky like the magma in the earth. As his strength increased, his attack power would naturally increase as well. Slashing out with his sword, a scorching sword ray brought along a boundless destructive strength, charging towards Carl. When Samuel's sword was about to hit the younger man, his figure instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, Carl was already at the corner of the ring, and he had successfully managed to dodge Samuel's powerful sword strike from a distance. To do so, he had used another movement technique, and it was also a king-level middle-grade skill. Xaden looked at Carl and thought to himself as he analyzed both of the men's moves closely. Samuel's attack failed, and just as he was about to slash at Carl again, he suddenly felt his body sink. Suddenly, he felt as if his movements were hindered. Surprised by this turn of events, several of the martial artists that sat beside Xaden gasped and commented on the situation.
He has used a gravity spell,
one said.
That Carl seems to have some real good ices up his sleeve,
the other added. Xaden realized that Carl was not as simple a martial artist as he seemed on the surface. He had already used 3 kinds of middle-grade king-level martial skills, and they were all at the initial stage. This talent was not weak compared to Samuel's, who only practiced 1 kind of low-grade king-level sword art technique so that he could raise his cultivation level. He couldn't use the combination of martial skills to fight his enemy like Carl was doing perfectly well. This was the root of his disadvantage. After being hit by Carl's gravity spell, the speed of Samuel's movements became slower and slower. As gravity around him increased, the pressure on his body increased as well, dragging him down. When Samuel's body had slowed down to the point where he could only move at the speed of an ordinary person, Carl made his move. Suddenly, several earth and yellow spears appeared in front of him. These spears exuded a powerful aura. This was a high-grade king-level martial skill, and Carl had already practiced this martial skill to the mastery stage. If he had been facing Samuel in his normal state, that is, not being restricted by the gravity spell, then Carl's spear might not have been able to cause the other man any harm. However, now that Samuel's movement and speed were restricted, there was no need for him to worry about anything. With a thought from Carl, a few spears whizzed towards Samuel. As Samuel's speed was limited, so was his reaction speed. However, seeing as the heavy gravity around Samuel was a product of Carl's own martial arts, the speed of his spears wasn't restricted when they charged into the altered gravity area. With a swift strike, several pikes pierced Samuel at the same time. Samuel was able to block one pike, but he couldn't block all the pikes at the same time. The final result was that Samuel was nailed to the arena by a spear. In the end, to everyone's surprise, Carl had defeated Samuel, even though the young man was in a lower realm, and Samuel had been using his secret arts to increase his strength. It was a very impressive win in Xaden's eyes. Carl's performance incited cheers from the audience. This kind of battle was even more exciting than a duel between martial king warriors. Praise flashed across Xaden's eyes as well. This was the result of effective battle techniques. As long as they were used properly, one would be able to defeat their opponent with ease. The two martial kings that had initially questioned Xaden's opinion on the battle's outcome were now silent. They never expected Xaden to be so shrewd. The two of them had only been able to judge the final result after the last move. Adara, tell me, in the competition of this arena, aside from the reporting of your martial realm, do you need to tell your opponents the level of your comprehension of martial skills? Xaden asked.
No, that's not necessary. If every martial artist were to reveal all of their cards, then there would be no point in watching the fight, would there?
She answered. Xaden nodded once, agreeing with her point. If one was to reveal all their cards from the beginning, the other warriors would be able to guess that person's specific strength. This way, the martial artists that accepted the challenge would have a greater chance of winning against the arena master. And that sort of battle didn't seem very interesting at all. It was more interesting to keep a martial artist's aura a little mysterious. Some of the employees of the arena walked onto the stage and carried Samuel's corpse out. Xaden looked around and then quickly rushed up to the ring before anyone else could beat him to it. I'm Xaden Trudy. I'm at the Heavenly Martial Perfection Realm, and I would like to invite all fellow martial artists to this ring to exchange pointers. In exchange, I bet 2 low-ranked spiritual stones, Xaden said as he stood on the ring proudly. When everyone heard that Xaden was only in the Heavenly Martial Perfection Realm, and that it wasn't a battle of life and death, they immediately lost interest, especially after such an entertaining fight had just taken place. After all, everyone wanted to see another life and death battle, or maybe a battle between a martial king and a martial monarch. When Xaden revealed his realm, a trace of disappointment flashed across the spectators' faces. They couldn't care less if the young man wanted to fight. He was only a practitioner of the Heavenly Martial Perfection Realm. The other martial kings and the 2 martial emperors that had sat beside Xaden throughout the other 2 battles looked at him with a somewhat astonished gaze. They never thought that someone with such a good eye to spot the winner would be only within the realm of Heavenly Martial Perfection. Suddenly, one of the warriors in the audience stood up, cupped his fists, and said,
Brogan Lynch, from the realm of Heavenly Martial Perfection.
Xaden looked at Brogan Lynch. He looked to be about the same age as him. He carried 2 longswords on his back and was wearing a light green robe that gave him a transcendent aura. Please, join me. Xaden cupped his fists as he replied. He waited for Brogan Lynch to enter the ring, and once he had, he released the aura of Heavenly Martial Perfection, and with a punch, an extremely dazzling golden fist aura shot toward Brogan Lynch. The people that sat around Xaden and Adara became more and more curious to know about them as Zayden verbalized his thoughts about the fight and what he thought the outcome would be. Back in the ring, as Samuel was struggling to break Carl's defense, he resorted to using the secret arts to increase his strength. However, this didn't end up working to his advantage, as Carl then used a gravity spell on Samuel, which made it so his overall speed was slowed down and he could barely move. Then, Carl shot a few spears in Samuel's direction, and, unable to dodge them, the older man was killed. Everyone was shocked by this outcome, as much as they were surprised to see that Zayden's prediction had been correct. After some of the arena's employees carried Samuel's corpse out, Zayden entered the ring and asked for someone to join him. However, because he claimed to be a heavenly martial perfection warrior, not many people were interested in fighting him. Nonetheless, it didn't take long before someone, Brogan Lynch, offered themselves up as an opponent. Brogan looked at Zayden's punch and pulled out the two longswords from his bag. They intersected the attack and sent out a green sword key in the form of a cross, flashing towards Zayden's fist light, breaking his attack and blocking his body. As a result, Zayden had no choice but to stop. However, before he could do anything, a strong gust of wind came from behind him. Zayden was shocked, so he hastily dodged the wind that was coming toward him. The strong wind swept past Zayden and hit the ring not far away. Zayden raised his head and looked at the source of this attack. It turned out that Brogan had changed his attacking move. The gust of wind was coming from a ray of light from Brogan's finger attack. Zayden didn't expect Brogan to have cultivated a movement technique to the degree of perfection. He had almost fallen for it just now. However, this was also good for him. Zayden had come to Charu to practice his combat skills, so the more strong warriors he met, the more difficult the fight, and the happier he would be. Seeing that his finger light didn't hit Zayden, Brogan charged towards him once again, stepping at a profound pace. Furthermore, the two longswords in his hands seemed to be following a specific pattern as they stabbed towards Zayden. Streams of extremely sharp sword keys shot in Zayden's direction at a tricky angle, aiming specifically at the various vital points on his body. Zayden looked at the sword keys. With his strength, even if he let out a strong defense, the sword keys could be completely shattered by the sound wave. However, since he wanted to hone his combat skills, Zayden had to be on par with his opponent. Brogan was at the level of the heavenly martial perfection realm, and the few martial skills he used were all low-grade king-level skills. At the same time, Zayden was only using spiritual strength at the heavenly martial perfection realm instead of using any martial skills. Nonetheless, because he had trained in the Five Elements creation spell, the quality of his spiritual strength was much better than Brogan's spiritual strength. Even if Zayden didn't use martial skills, he could still fight with Brogan for a while and hone his combat skills. If Zayden used a martial skill, he would have the upper hand, but that wasn't something Zayden was interested in. Brogan quickly noticed that Zayden wasn't using any martial skills and was instead relying only on his spiritual strength to fight against him. This made him slightly angry, but he also admired Zayden a little, because this showed just how powerful he was. Brogan looked at Zayden with a serious expression. After that, he waved the longsword in his right hand and thrust his sword at him. Unexpectedly, Brogan did not use any martial skills with this sword strike. He only used his own wind attribute spiritual strength to cover the sword blade, allowing the attack power of the longswords to increase a little. From the perspective of the onlookers, this sword strike seemed to be made with Brogan's rage. Everyone soon realized that because Xaden wasn't using any martial skills, Brogan did not plan to use any either, leveling out the playing field. However, Xaden did not think that way. He instinctively felt that Brogan's attack contained strong killing intent. However, he couldn't figure out where this killing intent was coming from. Xaden waved his fist, and a metal attribute spiritual strength appeared on his fist as he threw a punch toward Brogan's sword tip. The golden fist landed on the green longsword, producing an explosive sound. Immediately after, Xaden felt an extremely strong energy fluctuation from the green longsword, and it surged toward his fist. With a bang, Xaden was pushed back several steps. Once he had managed to stabilize his body, Xaden looked at Brogan in surprise. The second attack was a finger technique. Xaden understood Brogan's idea after a brief moment of thought. Brogan did not use any martial skills when he waved the longsword. He only covered the spiritual strength above to make an ordinary attack. He used the longsword as a concealment and unleashed a finger attack, making his opponent unable to defend against it. If Brogan used the longswords to use a martial skill, then the second finger attack would not be hidden within the longsword because martial skills could not be fused together. However, it was because of this that he was able to catch his opponent off guard and defeat him. What surprised Xaden was that Brogan's finger techniques could actually be used by the longsword. It was admirable. Satisfaction flashed across Xaden's eyes. Coming to this arena was really worthwhile. He had learned a lot in such a short period of time already. The warriors in the audience bleachers, although they weren't originally interested in watching the match between the two, cheered for Brogan's unexpected move. No matter what realm a warrior was in, as long as you could do something that ordinary people couldn't, you would win the admiration of others. Therefore, Brogan's move obviously won the admiration of the other warriors. Brogan looked at Xaden, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. His unexpected attack was actually unable to harm Xaden. This let Brogan know how powerful Xaden truly was. However, the more he failed, the more Brogan's fighting spirit was aroused. He waved the twin swords in his hands, unleashing his strongest power as he attacked Xaden again. The wind attribute spiritual strength surrounding Brogan raged, causing the entire stage to be filled with tornadoes. Xaden looked at Brogan with a more serious expression. Then, he let out a loud shout, and a golden light radiated from his body, just like a golden war god bathing in the divine light. He relied on his golden fists to fight against Brogan, who was wielding a pair of swords. On the ring, the golden light and the green light fought back and forth for a while. The battle was extremely intense. This kind of strong collision caused many of the martial artists watching the fight to shout out loud in excitement.
All right,
One said.
I like that they're fighting head on.
Another one commented.
Good luck.
Someone snorted with a dry laugh. Although a battle between martial artists valued strength and fighting techniques, it was best for one to be able to catch the other person off guard and deal a final blow. However, this kind of fight, where strength was equal, fighting head-on was what martial artists loved to see. Only this kind of hard steel could arouse a martial practitioner's hot blood. Zayden and Brogan collided rapidly on the ring. Hormones retreated and then clashed rapidly. This situation continued for about 10 more minutes. Zayden realized that Brogan's ability had been completely used up and was no longer helping him train his combat skills. Then, he saw Brogan rushing towards him, so he smiled. Just as Brogan's longsword was about to pierce Zayden, his figure disappeared. "You lost." Zayden's indifferent voice sounded from behind Brogan. Brogan turned to look at the knife resting on his neck and broke out in a cold sweat. Zayden was too fast. If he had used this movement martial skill early on, he would have defeated Brogan a long time ago.
"So, you've been hiding your strength this entire time,"
Brogan said bitterly, then took out 2 low-ranked spiritual stones and gave them to Zayden before he jumped down from the ring. Zayden's movement technique not only stunned Brogan, but also the fighters in the audience. Zayden had proved right from the beginning that his cultivation technique was relatively strong, so he had been able to suppress Brogan on the spiritual strength level. However, it had surprised everyone when he had shown no interest in using any martial skills, something that the audience hadn't expected from Zayden. It wasn't until the end that he had finally pulled out a martial skill to deal with his opponent and finally defeated him. When the battle between Zayden and Brogan began, Zayden was pleased to see Brogan using some martial skills, challenging him to improve his combat skills, which was what he had wanted to do when coming to Charu. However, Brogan soon realized that Zayden wasn't using any martial skills, and he too decided to do the same. The two fought back and forth for a while longer, slowly capturing the audience's attention. After a while, when Zayden realized that he couldn't gain anything else from the fight, he finally decided to make use of one of his movement martial skills and flashed right behind Brogan with a knife to his neck, getting his win. Brogan then realized that Zayden had been concealing his real strength, but he still paid him the 2 low-grade spiritual stones he had asked for. The Martial King and Martial Monarch sitting beside Adara also revealed a look of understanding. They thought that Zayden couldn't possibly have such strength, but it seemed like he had been deliberately hiding it. The 2 Introduction to Martial King warriors who had been sitting by Zayden earlier were also slightly surprised at this moment. Zayden waited for a few minutes. Then, someone flew down from the seating area to join him in the ring.
Carl Lopez, Heavenly Martial Perfection Warrior.
The man introduced himself again. Zayden recognized him immediately. This was the same Carl Lopez who had fought against Samuel Dalton in the life and death battle not long before and finished victorious. Zayden looked at Carl, and a trace of brilliance flashed across his eyes. The different fighting skills that Carl had displayed earlier made him look forward to competing with him. The warriors in the audience had also witnessed Carl's amazing battle prowess, so now that they saw him back in the ring again, they all cheered for him. The 2 martial kings who had been looking down on Zayden earlier smiled when they saw Carl entering the ring. They looked at Zayden with playful eyes and thought that Zayden was definitely going to lose this time. Carl's usage of the king-level martial skill was very smooth, and his coordination was also exceptional. Although Zayden's spiritual strength was much stronger than warriors of the same level, his comprehension of martial skills did not reveal much. However, the 2 of them felt that no matter how much Zayden hid his true power, he couldn't be as strong as Carl. Carl seemed to have an extremely deep understanding of martial arts for someone on the same level. There weren't many who could surpass him.
I'll wait for you to recover your spiritual strength,
Carl said, while he looked at Xaden. The fight between Xaden and Brogan had only just ended, and it had clearly consumed a lot of Xaden's spiritual strength. If he moved on to compete with Carl straight away, he might be at a disadvantage. Although this might benefit Carl, he was a fair man.
No need,
Xaden said with a faint smile. Carl looked at him with intrigue. He could tell that Xaden's reply was not meant to be arrogant. He just exuded confidence.
All right then,
Carl said, getting into position. All of a sudden, a long blade appeared in his hand. He held the handle of the saber in both hands and stepped forward. Then, his body leaped up and he rapidly descended from the sky.
good job,
Xaden praised. A yellow spiritual strength emerged around his body, and a large yellow bell enveloped him. This earthen yellow bell was not the king-level martial skill bell barrier, but the heaven-ranked martial technique heavenly bell instead. When the warriors in the audience seating who also trained in earth attribute spiritual strength saw Xaden using this new move, they also exclaimed with excitement as they remembered that Xaden also cultivated metal spiritual strength. Cultivating two spiritual strengths may give someone a huge advantage against warriors of the same level, but it would also take a lot of time to practice and perfect. Unless someone was a genius warrior able to practice two or more spiritual strengths at the same time, most warriors would only train one type of spiritual strength at a time. For Xaden to be able to specialize in two kinds of spiritual strength showed that he was not just an ordinary run-of-the-mill warrior. Again, Xaden revealed his unexpected strength time after time throughout this fight, gradually arousing the curiosity of many warriors. They all wanted to see if Xaden had any other cards up his sleeve. Xaden's spiritual strength was much stronger than Carl's spiritual strength, and he had trained the heavenly bell barrier to the perfection stage. Therefore, facing Carl's slash, Xaden was confident that he could take it. Carl's powerful and heavy blade hacked down on the large earthen yellow bell. Just as expected, it was unable to shatter the large bell barrier. All it did was slash open some cracks on its surface. When Carl saw that one slash failed to break Xaden's defense, he brandished his long blade and launched himself forward once again. This time, Carl actually succeeded in breaking the bell. Moreover, as it cracked open the barrier, the blade light didn't slow down at all as it rushed towards Xaden. However, because the earthen yellow bell had slightly blocked Carl's blade light, slowing him down, it had also given Xaden time to react and move out of the way. His figure flashed as he easily dodged the strike. However, just as Xaden dodged Carl's slash, he felt his body sinking. He felt the pressure on his body getting bigger and heavier, and his speed was getting slower and slower, his movement hindered. It quickly dawned on him. Carl had used the gravity spell.
He really is a genius,
Xaden thought to himself. During the battle, Carl had long prepared the next step in advance, making it impossible for others to guard against it. When he saw that Xaden was under the effect of his gravity spell, he decided to repeat what he had done to Samuel Dalton earlier. He immediately summoned a few pikes and threw them towards Xaden. As Xaden looked at the few pikes that were coming his way, emitting powerful auras, a large earthen yellow bell appeared around his body yet again. However, this time, the bell barrier was different from the previous one. Xaden had upgraded to using the King's Bell this time. The spear that Carl had summoned was a king-level high-grade martial skill. Furthermore, it had been cultivated to the mastery stage. The King's Bell that Xaden had summoned was also a top-grade king-level martial skill that he had cultivated to the mastery stage. But Xaden didn't need to reveal too much of his strength. With just the King's Bell, he was able to block a few of Carl's pikes as they landed on the bell. Although this time, there wasn't even a single crack on its surface. Carl looked at Xaden and frowned. He had just used his strongest attack, yet it was unable to break Xaden's defense.
I lose,
Carl said indifferently, raising his hands up before he removed the gravity spell from Xaden. Your combat skills are very powerful. I didn't even attack you. I've just been defending. I am actually ashamed of myself. Xaden looked at Carl as he praised him. Carl had powerful fighting skills. There was no denying that. If Xaden hadn't used the King Bell right at the end, he would have definitely lost to him.
If you keep training, I'm sure your fighting skills will be even more plentiful than mine in the near future,
Carl replied. He had also watched the battle between Xaden and Brogan, and he could tell that Xaden's fighting skills were increasing with every passing moment, which made Carl a little jealous. I'm looking forward to another battle, Xaden said. It had only been a few minutes since he had fought with Carl, and Xaden was still unhappy.
All right.
Carl nodded his head. He then took out 5 pieces of low-ranked spiritual stones and handed them to Xaden. Then he walked out of the ring. The audience looked at Carl as he walked back into the seating area.
That's it?
Someone asked with puzzlement.
That's disappointing. I was hoping that the two of them would get into an exciting duel.
The other added.
What can we do? If Carl couldn't break Xaden's defense, it would have been very useless for them to keep fighting.
One pointed out.
Indeed. Carl's coordination and knowledge of all kinds of combat skills is very good. But he was still unable to break Xaden's defense.
Another chimed in.
Xaden is a truly intriguing fellow,
someone said.
Yeah, I'd like to see how much strength he still has left,
another replied. Many of the surrounding warriors were very surprised to see that Xaden had won 2 matches so easily. However, some high-level warriors felt that it was inevitable. Xaden had kept a calm and composed expression from the beginning to the end, and this proved that he had not shown his true strength yet. Xaden stood on the stage and said lightly, "Is there anyone else who wants to try me? I'm increasing my bet to 10 pieces of low-ranked spiritual stone." The people in the audience did not expect Xaden to want to fight someone else.
I think this kid is here to hone his combat skills,
one pointed out.
Indeed. But, seeing as Carl nearly won, I guess not many warriors would dare to accept the challenge now.
Someone else chimed in.
Not necessarily. 10 low-ranked spiritual stones are worth quite a bit, and that is still quite an attractive offer for some people,
another added. When Xaden proposed a new fight, Carl Lopez walked into the ring and volunteered to be his opponent. They quickly began fighting, Carl attacking with his sword, and Xaden defending with his heavenly bell barrier. Then, Carl used his gravity spell on Xaden and switched to using the spikes with which he had killed Samuel Dalton and managed to break Xaden's spell. Therefore, Xaden upgraded to using the King's Bell then. This time, when Carl attacked, the bell didn't shatter. Seeing this, Carl finally gave in, admitting to having lost, although Xaden praised him on his incredible attacking skills. Then, he asked for anyone else to join him in a fight. Sure enough, a 40-something-year-old Heavenly Martial Perfection cultivator flew down from the audience seats and landed on the ring.
I'm Cain Hodge, and I'm also in the Heavenly Martial Perfection realm.
He introduced himself. Xaden looked at Cain, who was wearing coarse hemp clothes with a robust physique and a long beard. He instinctively felt that Cain was no weaker than Carl, but not stronger either. Although Cain was only at the Heavenly Martial Perfection realm at an older age, and his talent wasn't very strong, because he was older, his fighting skills were far more experienced and polished. In truth, in the world of martial arts, those martial artists that had a low realm but were older weren't looked down upon. Although the perception of these people was not high, causing the growth of their cultivation in martial arts realms to be slow. Because they lived a long time, their combat experience was much greater than the average young martial artist. Thus, the vast majority of martial artists respected older warriors. When the warriors in the audience seating saw Cain, they dived into a heated discussion.
I didn't expect it to be old Hodge,
Someone said.
Yeah. Xaden might be in danger now.
Another one commented.
He sure is. Old Hodge has participated in dozens of battles and has not lost a single one.
Someone else chimed in.
I heard that old Hodge's martial arts have improved.
It was obvious that most of the fighters in the arena knew who Cain Hodge was. The arena was filled with a sea of people, and their opinions were mixed. Xaden couldn't hear what they were saying clearly, but he could roughly guess that they were all talking about Cain Hodge. He simply nodded and said, "Please, enlighten me." Then he took a step forward and launched himself at Cain. Cain looked at Xaden and took out 2 gigantic battle axes from his dimensional ring. The fact that Cain was able to possess a dimensional ring at the level of the Heavenly Martial Perfection realm was enough to prove that he was not an ordinary cultivator. When Xaden's golden light came closer, Cain let out a roar, brandished the giant axe in his hand, and swung it at Xaden. A huge golden axe shadow appeared in midair and slashed towards Xaden. Xaden looked at the golden axe shadow and thought, "This is not good." The golden axe shadow gave off an extraordinary and powerful aura. He could tell it was a high-grade king-level martial skill, and it had also reached the level of perfection. This attack was stronger than Carl's strongest attack. The golden axe slashed at Xaden like it was crushing dry weeds. Due to Xaden's lack of preparation, if he didn't reveal some of his trump cards now, it was very possible that he would be hacked by the golden axe shadow sooner or later. In a moment of desperation, Xaden used the 9 steps to heaven technique and instantly disappeared from his original position. With a flash, he arrived at the edge of the ring. The golden axe shadow slashed at the arena, causing it to shake violently. This arena was made of special ores and was extremely sturdy. There were countless fights that took place in the arena every single day that didn't manage to destroy it or cause any damage at all. That's why no one expected Cain's attack to shake the ring and its surroundings. As they witnessed this fight, all of the martial artists in the audience were discussing the situation developing in the ring.
Old Hodge's axe skill has reached the great perfection stage,
Someone mentioned.
Xaden is in trouble now.
Another one commented.
Not necessarily.
Look, Don't you see that Zayden was still able to dodge one of old Hodge's attacks, even though he was in such a dangerous situation? Someone else pointed out.
Yeah, they're both strong warriors. There's no way of knowing who will win.
One said.
You're quite fast.
Cain looked at Zayden in surprise and said,
But if speed is all you have, I think you should admit defeat now.
He suddenly appeared beside Zayden in a flash. He waved the giant axe in his hand and hacked towards Zayden in one quick motion. Zayden did not expect Cain to not only have formidable attack power, but also be so fast. Cain's axe skill was also a high king-level martial skill and had reached the great perfection stage. Caught off guard, Zayden was suddenly hit by Cain's huge axe. With a loud bang, his body flew backward and landed on the edge of the ring. He almost fell off the side of the platform.
Zayden is still too inexperienced,
someone commented.
Old Hodge has always practiced two kinds of martial arts. One is the axe skill, and the other is the movement skill. The two complement each other well. It's no wonder that Zayden is losing,
another person said. However, just when the vast majority of people thought that Zayden had lost, he slowly stood up again. Not only did he stand up, but from the looks of it, he didn't seem to be injured at all, which left people puzzled.
That is really strange,
a man said, mouth wide open.
Cain is almost invincible within the heavenly martial perfection realm, and many half-step martial kings are not even able to defeat him. How can Zayden be fine after taking such a blow from him? It doesn't make sense,
someone else said. The reason why Zayden was fine was that he had placed a defensive layer around his body at the critical moment. However, because it was set up in a hurry, it was instantly chopped into pieces by Cain's huge axe, which most of the warriors didn't realize. It was because of this defense, and the fact that Zayden had dodged the attack at a crucial moment, that he wasn't hurt at all. Zayden looked at Cain and thought to himself, maybe lowering my strength in order to hone my combat skills isn't working out as great as I'd hoped. When the right time came, he would have to unleash a bit more power. All of a sudden, a metal attribute's spiritual strength blossomed around Zayden's body. He leaped into the air and formed a seal with his hand, releasing a 30-meter-long mountain and river seal to suppress Cain. Cain looked at the creature above, and his eyes blinked slowly for a second. Even the warriors in the audience seats were as shocked as Cain was. Any knowledgeable person would know that Zayden was using a top-grade king-level martial skill that had reached the initial stage. Zayden's mountain and river seal's attack was not any weaker than Cain's previous attack. Many of the warriors were surprised to be seeing this new side of Zayden that he had been hiding so deeply.
Break for me!
Standing below the mountain and river seal, Cain shouted as he brandished the two axes in his hands. Then, the two golden axes slashed out toward the mountain and river seal. However, when the mountain and river seal was struck, both of the axes instantly shattered. Although he had hoped that this counterattack would allow him to catch a break and take a deep breath for a second, Cain instinctively felt danger coming his way. His eyes narrowed as he discovered a golden finger light shooting towards him.
Damn it!
Cain cursed under his breath. In a panic, all he could think to do was raise the giant axe in his hand to block the attack. In consequence, the golden finger hit Cain's huge axe and sent him flying to the side.
Look at that.
I can't believe Zayden is using Brogan Lynch's method to attack,
a surprised man said.
How did he do it? Didn't you say that the two battle techniques are incompatible?
Another one asked.
Who said that the two martial skills are compatible? When Zayden created the big seal, he immediately pointed out a finger light and followed closely behind. However, while everyone was shocked at Zayden's strength, he did his best to hide the aura of the finger light beam. That's why everyone missed it,
a woman pointed out.
That's right. Zayden used this tactic because he had planned out everyone's mentality correctly.
Another one chimed in.
If that's the case, then he really is a genius.
Someone else praised Zayden. The martial artists in the audience were all discussing the latest events. Adara looked at Zayden with a smile on her face. The other Martial King experts around her looked at Zayden and exclaimed in admiration. Even the two Martial King people who had been rude to Zayden were slightly impressed by him now.